Hey guys, Jared here, just letting you know that this is a collection of videos I previously released here on my channel covering the new wave of independently developed survival horror games. Of course, since they were at one point their own individual videos, the timestamps that are going to show up on screen for you to skip spoilers aren't going to be accurate, but I will have the chapters set up accordingly. So when you hear me mention that there's going to be spoilers ahead, just use the play bar to skip past that particular section. And I think that's all the preamble necessary, so let's get down to business.
My child, this place is giving you hallucinations. You must rest.
Tormented Souls is a brand new horror title, first released on Steam and now seemingly making its way to consoles. A title you'd think I was mega excited for, seeing as how like 70% of this channel is me complaining these games don't exist anymore. And yes, it is most definitely awesome to see the genre I love getting some near mainstream attention lately, but you guys know me. I'm very particular as to what is and is not survival horror, and sadly a majority of titles seem to miss that mark more often than not. So when one of these games ends up making an impact, I'm almost discouraged to play it, which I know is dumb, but think about it. Survival horror has always been a very small, less approachable standard, so when a large group starts getting hyped about one of these games, it almost immediately has the opposite effect on me. Well, I finally came out of the rock I live under and decided to give the Tormented Souls demo a try on Steam a few weeks back, and to say the least, I was very impressed. On one hand, there were the obvious earmarks of an independently produced game, but on the other was a game that, dare I even say it, lived up to the genre it claimed to be a part of. Against all odds, it seems like we finally have a traditional survival horror game to play that isn't old enough to legally join the military, and holy hell, that feels really good to say. So now that we know what we're working with, that of course being a genuine artifact from a bygone era, why don't we take a look and see what kind of story it's trying to tell. Tormented Souls starts out pretty unassumingly. The main character, Caroline, is chilling at home when she receives a letter in the mail. Apparently, it was sent from a Canadian hospital and includes a picture of two twins. On the back is a message about someone being abandoned, and when Caroline looks at it, she gets this weird feeling and a sharp pain. Wondering why she would react like that and who the hell's out there in Canada just sending out pics of twins, Caroline heads to the Wildberger Hospital. Upon arrival, we find out it's definitely not what you would call a 5-star medical facility, but before getting a chance to file a health and safety complaint, she's smacked upside the head and knocked out. Now, waking up from a head injury naked, in a tub, and with a tube plunged down your throat is not a desirable scenario even in the best of times, but if there was one worse fate, it would be doing all that and then realizing your eye had been taken out while you were unconscious. So now that Caroline is awake and lacking some real depth perception, the mission must continue, just with a few more questions added to the list. And if you ask me, the process Caroline goes through to get the scant amount of facts she's actually able to acquire drip-fed to her is just classic survival horror storytelling. The pace of this story could likely be described as relatively slow in any other context, but this genre is sort of built on the practice of keeping the player as unaware for as long a period as humanly possible. Surely there are going to be those of you who aren't down for that kind of a slow burn, and honestly that's fair, but I would say the eventual reveal is definitely worth sticking with it. Much like the games that obviously inspired it, a good chunk of the story here is going to be delivered through notes, journal entries, and random documents. This is a style I have always really enjoyed. It sort of conjures up images of the good George Romero films where relevant plot details would be delivered through personal anecdotes and stories of past experiences. So throughout Tormented Souls, you'll be reading what seems like random maintenance reports or medical journals, but key events and characters will get further resolved in the process. Not only is this yet another anchor firmly keeping this title in the realm of survival horror, but it's also a method of storytelling that always just sort of spoke to me. But this is a visual medium, so let's cover the other end of the narrative structure. On top of these scattered journals and receipts, you'll get some of the story told to you directly by other characters, and I think if there was a hierarchy of flaws in this game, this would likely be near the top. Don't get me wrong, the story beats are great. It might be a little predictable, but it's an interesting story concerning a cult, barbaric religious practices, and sacrifices. You know, the Silent Hill trifecta. So I couldn't stop loving the tale itself, but it's the way that it's told that causes a few issues. And before going forward, I want to make it very clear I'm not trying to clown on anyone, so hopefully in critiquing some of this stuff it doesn't come across that way. And I say that because it seems to me that the people who wrote this story, while doing a really great job at writing it, might not have used English as a first language. Now, I certainly don't expect everyone in the world to excel at the language I'm barely good at, but there were pieces of dialogue where this seemed to shine through even more than the story being told. Now, this is something I assume most people would at the very least notice, but it's my opinion it doesn't necessarily ruin this story. If we had a voice cast talented enough to smash through such an obstruction, it might counterbalance things, but sadly that is not the case here. The two major characters in this game have really nice sounding voices, which is something I really do appreciate. The priest has a lower, more soothing sound to his voice, and Caroline's really fits the physical look of her character model. The only issue being they aren't the greatest voice actors in my opinion. Both share the same issue where they don't use any abbreviations or shorthand. They seem to over-enunciate every single solitary word from the script as if they were speaking so that someone who was hard of hearing could make them out.
Father, what's going on here? Why is that weird man walking around the operating table with that weird chandelier in his hands?
Oh, it's you. Don't you remember me? I'm the town priest. We met here in the chapel only a couple of days ago.
It's like if I were to read the rest of my script perfectly pronouncing every word I came across. Sure, it may be proper English, but it would sound overly robotic and sort of odd. Now, in all fairness, this could have been a purposeful inclusion. After all, Silent Hill took advantage of odd vocal cues to show through words the mental problems Angela was dealing with. So maybe there's a chance that's going on here, but the actual script these people are reading from contains very subtle grammar errors and just off-sounding things that sort of tilt me closer to the non-native English speaker explanation. The good news is this actually does help add to the tense atmosphere the game does such a great job of cultivating. I remember playing the first Silent Hill game and getting very frustrated every time one of the townspeople would answer a simple question with some kind of cryptic riddle, or when Harry would fail to get clarification on something delivered far too vaguely for anyone to really understand. And I think there's at least some of that present here. Sure, you might argue it wasn't included on purpose, but the off feeling it gives does work in favor of the general story if you ask me. Plus, it's important to keep in mind this was not a multi-million-dollar production, and trust me, whatever the budget for this thing was, that money was put to great use in other areas, I assure you. So I'm not personally going to take off points for some stilted dialogue and botched delivery, but it's definitely worth pointing out so you can decide if that's something that might bother you. And if it is, I would just kindly recommend you never go anywhere near Resident Evil 1. I kind of shortly mentioned pacing before, and that's another thing I think this team really nailed. You get this meager amount of info to drive you forward at the start, and from there you can only really count on the odd breadcrumb keeping you going till the end. The way things are structured, every time I'd start to feel myself losing interest in the game, it would hit me with some small piece of story, and just like that I was back in it. Now, I don't expect everyone to enjoy a slower-paced story, but for those of you who cut their teeth on early survival horror legends, this is going to feel so damn familiar, it'd be easy to think that this was some late 90s PS1 title you accidentally skipped over. The themes present here are not only very genre-appropriate in my opinion, but they dabble in the darker side of things, which is always nice to see. I will say the story definitely has more inspiration coming from early Silent Hill than Resident Evil as far as content goes, but its more straightforward method of telling that story definitely feels more like RE. And if you're not good at math, let me go ahead and solve that equation for you. These two things added together equals absolute heaven. So I'd like to talk about more, but this is a newer game, and it's also a story I'd want everyone to experience for themselves, so consider this your spoiler warning. If this is a game you really want to jump into on your own, skip to the timestamp on screen, use the chapters in the playback bar, or click the link in the description. Sound good? Alright, cool. During her investigation of this decrepit hospital, Caroline learns about an ancient tribe who believed sacrificing twins to their god or godlike deity, I never really worked out which, will bring about his return. Some of the more fanatical members of this group seem to have at some point sectioned themselves off into their own even more secret cult, and what preceded was a whole lot of human experiments with the goal of creating twins artificially. As some of you guys probably figured out pretty early on, the two girls in the picture at the start of the game were one such pair of twins, but when the time came to start the sacrificing, their mother tried to keep them alive, and as a result she died and one of the twins escaped. So most of you probably jumped to this conclusion before I even finished that sentence, and yes, you're right, Caroline is 100% that missing twin. The unassuming priest you've been relying on throughout the whole game turns out to be the guy responsible for Caroline's near brush with death, and in the meantime, he's been doing some real nasty shit with the sister that wasn't lucky enough to get away. So at the end of the game, we not only get the reveal that Caroline is one of the girls from the picture that drew her here, but that the other girl is actually a persistent enemy that's been trying to kill her for half the game. And to be honest, that latter revelation was the most interesting to me. Having someone act as a constant threat and then revealing you're somehow related to that person is a more interesting move than the tried and true amnesia angle. Now, I'm not shitting on the ending or anything, I actually really liked it, but in the spirit of being consistent, it is without a doubt just the whole Silent Hill 2 thing all over again. You guys know what I'm talking about, that age-old character comes to place to investigate something but ends up uncovering a long-buried mental trauma that led to some kind of purposeful amnesia thing. Sure, you could argue it's a well-worn path, and I do often, but in the game's defense, there's more going on than just the main character getting her memory back. Personally, I chose to focus more on the location, the cult's backstory, and the side characters, but the less cynical part of me did enjoy the ending revelation a little more than I'd like to admit. And that is all the spoiler-related stuff I wanted to talk about, so why don't we let everyone else back in? So not only did I enjoy the story of Tormented Souls, but I also really liked how it ended. Without giving too much away, let's just say this. You know how the game basically plays like a product of mashing Silent Hill and Resident Evil together in equal parts? Well, let's just say the story and subject matter is 100% Silent Hill. I'd love to go into more detail, but I think one of the best things about playing a game relatively close to its release date is that no one can really ruin that first experience for you. So you'll just have to take me at my word when I say that this game does a shitload to make sure fans of old survival horror games feel right at home. Typically, you'd expect something like that to be said about gameplay or graphics, but I really appreciate these guys making sure the story also felt accurate to what you would have likely seen in the genre back in its heyday. Of course, you do have to keep in mind I have a very clear and vocal bias towards experiences like this, so if you aren't a fan of the totality of survival horror, I can't really promise you'll appreciate all the work done to make sure this game feels like a title in the genre, but I think the story should be a little more universal. Just know that you'll start out knowing nothing, and that veil will eventually be fully lifted, but it might be during the last few minutes of your playthrough. For old horror fans, this pacing and style will be very familiar and very comforting, but I can't really say whether or not this will be appealing to people outside of this odd little group we have here. Either way, I can only really say how I feel personally here, and I can't stress enough how much I enjoyed this story. It gave me flashbacks to some of my favorite franchises, but not in some kind of a derivative, uninspired way. Tormented Souls certainly follows a strict survival horror checklist when adding anything to the game, and I'm just happy that list included story elements. Yes, the actual storytelling can be brought down slightly by a voice cast that's, well, less than convincing, and a script that may or may not have been the product of a person who didn't necessarily have a native level understanding of the English language, but let's be totally honest here, that only makes it all the more accurate to the genre. I mean, really, would you have it any other way? Regardless of how much time you spent with early 90s horror games though, I think this will be a story that you'll enjoy. It's dark and mysterious in ways you don't really see outside of the point-and-click adventure world of games, so please do give it a try. It's a massive breath of fresh air as a game, and the story was exactly what I hoped for. I know I've been pretty vague here, but the goal is to spoil as little of this story as possible, so if any of this seems even a little bit interesting to you, slap a 20 down and give Tormented Souls a whirl. It's been the most interesting time I've had with the new game in years, and I think it'll have a similar effect on you guys, and if it doesn't, well, I'm not exactly above claiming this whole video was made sarcastically, so don't tempt me. If there's one thing regular viewers of this channel know above all else, it's that I have a borderline inappropriate relationship with old survival horror games. I can't really specify why that is, but there's just something about this odd fusion of elements that speaks to me on what seems like a genetic level. And it is my supreme and absolute pleasure to say in no uncertain terms that Tormented Souls is the return of that genre in all of its glory. But before I go off on that crazy ass tangent, let's lay things out and see what we're dealing with here. TS feels and plays like the bastard child of some kind of unholy union between RE1 and SH1. You move around with tank controls if you're using the D-pad and 3D style controls with the analog stick, so needless to say, I was using the D-pad the entire time. Exploration is the key draw here, with the hospital seeming very small at first, but as you find more items and solve more puzzles, more and more of it starts to reveal itself, which is the real draw here and really for all games in this genre. In a title like this, it's not so much about being mechanically skilled at the game, that is to say pushing the right buttons at exactly the right time, but instead it's about planning and execution. It's not about following a waypoint on your map to an enemy encounter and then having your skills be the only determining factor for whether or not you proceed. It's more about finding a porcelain hand and remembering, oh yeah, that's right, there's a door in that hallway that requires a knocker. And at that point, the next 10 minutes of the game is basically played inside your mind. You gotta ask yourself questions like, what items do I have with me? Are there any enemies on my route? And if I do get jumped, would I rather spend resources to heal myself after a risky dodge or on ammo used to engage in combat? Like I've said before, this genre as a whole is based on puzzle solving, and just getting from point A to point B can certainly be approached the same way you would any other puzzle. And if you ask me, this style of exploration is the element Tormented Souls nails best. The Wildburger Hospital started off feeling claustrophobically small, but I kept finding new areas, and eventually I was crisscrossing this mammoth compound by memory, and I think that's a really good testament to this game's developers. One of the bigger parts involved in making a good survival horror game is designing the environment and the player's path through it in such a way that they are revisiting previous locations, but in order to keep things from feeling stale, having that serve as a method by which other areas can be unlocked. And on top of that, the path they take has to be one that's relatively intuitive. You know, something like, I can't cross this water because it's electrified, I guess I'll go turn off the generator. In doing that, you are unconsciously programming the game's layout into the player's head, and if you doubt that, try this. Take a piece of paper out and draw the layout of the Spencer Mansion from RE1, just the first floor. I'm willing to bet a good portion of you guys could do that no problem. And that's because throughout the course of beating the game, you've likely been from one corner of that mansion to the other a good 100 times. TS had that same exact effect on me. When I got a new item or key, I always not only knew exactly where I could use it, but I had also memorized the quickest path to get there. I know I'm harping on about this a lot, but truly this was one hell of an achievement. Most developers would have made the game more linear so that they could appeal to a much wider audience, but damn it, I'm glad they didn't go that route. And since we're talking survival horror, we absolutely have to talk combat. The point to any good game in this genre that's worth its weight in ink ribbons is to simultaneously make combat so punishing that you don't really want to engage in it, but give the player enough options that they can if they want to, or need to. The point there being to conserve resources. So you might think, well, if I want more ammo to deal with bigger threats later, I'll just run past starting enemies and voila. But in actuality, you stand a pretty good chance of taking damage while trying to scurry past a guy in a wheelchair with knife hands. So it becomes a decision of which do I want to theoretically risk, my healing resources or my offensive ones. And if that's our metric, I can say this is yet another element TS excels at. And I could go about explaining that in some kind of a wordy, complicated manner, but instead let's use a little analogy. Say there's this, I don't know, amazingly attractive bald guy. Now, this is someone who's been playing these games since his preteen years and someone who specifically excels at having an entire inventory filled with ammo by the end of an RE game. So when it came time to start up Tormented Souls, he assumed he had nothing to worry about in that department. Until about 3 hours in when he downed a bad guy and opened his inventory to see he had used his very last bit of ammo. In all seriousness, this is not something that happens to me too often in survival horror games, so when I found myself having to restart because I wasn't sure I was in a position where I could get any more ammo anytime soon, I was grinning from ear to ear. It honestly felt great, kind of like the master had suddenly become the student. After that first restart, I did develop a method to get to my typical state of being overburdened with ammunition by the end, but I'm blown away I had to restart with a more serious mindset before I got to that point. I went in thinking I could just coast my way through this one because I was so experienced in this kind of system, but it made me work for every bullet I got my hands on, and I see that as a huge plus in its favor. After all, this is a genre based around challenging the player in a way that they likely weren't used to being challenged. Execution and mechanical expertise means almost nothing if you're not using the right tools for the right job and, more importantly, choosing the right time to use them. So yeah, this game is award-worthy in my mind just because of its strict adherence to a set of blueprints I'm very familiar with and very fond of, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. This being a smaller independent production, you are most definitely going to see the telltale signs of a not massive budget. For example, you can't fire your starting weapon too fast, but I found there's a rhythm to getting more shots out. The only problem is if you mess that rhythm up, you have to wait even longer to fire the next shot. This may have been intentional, but it makes the game feel like there's a lag between you pressing fire and the character actually firing. There's all kinds of clipping issues with my light illuminating things behind doors or around corners of walls, and I found that some parts of the environment don't have proper collision detection, which let me walk over things I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be able to stand on. I did also have the game lock up and crash on me once, and in its defense it never happened again, but that first crash caused me about a good hour of progress. Now these aren't massive deals in my opinion, but on the plus side, they seem to be easy problems to solve with a patch or two. And speaking of problem solving, I have to drop to my knees and sing the praises of the puzzle design here. These head scratchers felt like the perfect mix of dead serious difficulty and intuitive solvability. Don't get me wrong, they took some serious thought to get through most of the time, but I was always able to figure them out on my own. Now, this is going to be a hard subject to broach because of how subjective it is, but to me these puzzles felt like just the right kind of hard and satisfying. You know, a less mature person would put a dick joke in there, but I know you guys click that subscribe button for my highbrow humor, so not happening today. Every time I thought my way through one of these things, I felt like a genius, not only because it was hard to solve, but because the clues were given in such a way that it felt like I was doing all the work instead of the game handing me the solution. If the gameplay itself is a good 50-50 split of RE and SH, I'd say the puzzles followed that trend perfectly. With Resident Evil, the puzzles often had a more mechanical feel, with objects needing to be taken to certain places or blocks needing to be pushed into place. Silent Hill, on the other hand, took a more thinking man's approach to things, with puzzles taking the form of deciphering poetry, playing music, and organizing tarot cards. Tormented Souls seems to have a solid combination of these two, and damn it, I love it. Listen, I know a game having good puzzles isn't going to be the best selling point in the world, but trust me when I say these things are works of art. All of them except for the one in the operating room. If you've played this game before, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and at first I had a whole section of this script complaining about it because I was almost certain there was no in-game journal or clues that would lead me to do the wacky stuff that need to be done in order to solve this thing. Then during a stream, fellow YouTuber Boulder Punch let me know that the solution is sort of hiding in plain sight right here in this room. I won't go any further than that, but if you're anything like me, you would never put this together unless someone told you. Typically I try not to ruin stuff like that in these videos, but since this was the only, and I mean one and only puzzle I had to resort to the internet to solve, I figure I'm just saving you the time it takes to type Tormented Souls and operating room into a search bar. Along with this playstyle, you typically expect one of its most famous mechanics, the limited inventory, so imagine my surprise when that was not the case here in TS. And to be fair, these guys have definitely been wearing their love for Silent Hill on their sleeve, and that's always been a defining feature that differentiated the series from its Capcom counterpart. Now, if you know quote-unquote my definition of survival horror, you know limited inventories very much play a part in it. Well, I've always believed you had to include a majority of the features found in early games in the genre to count, and since TS has checked literally every other box on that list, this doesn't bother me one bit. Of course, the game was balanced around the idea of not having to worry about inventory space, so it feels great in motion, but man, I would have loved to have seen an extra difficulty mode that limited how much you could carry with you at once. Besides, this still fits very firmly into my own personal rule for horror games. If you're lacking a feature found in RE, you better be compensating with one found in Silent Hill. Alright, so this game is near perfect from a survival horror point of view, but I did have a few issues. Because I'm so petty apparently, I can't stop critiquing a game even when it's providing me with the most satisfying gameplay experience I've had in years. There was this persistent stalker type enemy introduced maybe halfway through the game, and I've just never really enjoyed this type of mechanic, at least not in these type of games. This radioactive floating fatty can grab you if you're near, and even though you can wound her, she'll never really die. So if she shows up in a narrow hallway, it's just a matter of either wasting a shotgun shell to down her temporarily, or using an item to compensate for the health she took away with her grab. Now realistically, I know I'm in a very small minority with this one, but it ended up not being too much of a big deal at all eventually. After hearing her little audio cue in a tight hallway, I decided to test if she would despawn when I left the room, since she does seem to be randomized and triggered upon entering. And sure enough, when I went back into that room, bam, she was gone. So I went through the rest of the game playing normally, but if I heard that orchestral, tension-elevating music, I just ducked into the nearest room and came right back, making this one of those self-solving problems. On a positive note, the developers included a quick dodge to help with the pretty tough difficulty that comes with spacing in combat here, but unluckily I found attack animations are so slow for Caroline that even if you do hit the dodge button at frame 1 of an enemy windup, you better hope you were finished reloading or recovering from the recoil of an attack, because if not, you will not be dodging that swipe anytime soon. Personally, I found a much better strategy than getting close and waiting for a chance to dodge. You just hit them with the shotgun or the nail gun until they hit the ground, then switch over to the crowbar and finish them off without spending any more resources and having to dodge any melee hits. Alright, so listen, I just spent the better part of 3 pages of a script basically defining this genre in the form of a Tormented Souls review, and there's a very good reason for that. TS is the first newly released game I've played in maybe 10 years where I can confidently say it has rightfully earned the title of survival horror. It's not survival horror adjacent or survival horror like. It's not taking a swipe at the genre but also trying to interest a wider audience, and it is most certainly not a cheap clone of something that already exists. This is unequivocally the benchmark for what I call survival horror, and if you've hung out around this channel for long enough, you know exactly how much it means for a jaded, hard-headed asshole like myself to utter those words. Tormented Souls is an incredibly fun, tightly designed, and absolutely pants-pissing experience, but it's something more than that too. It's a wake-up call to you, me, and the industry at large. Hell, it's a message, and that message reads, these games still work. They're still fun as all hell, and we still want to play them. And if the AAA industry doesn't want to jump into this market, I'm certain there are a few indie developers that would be more than happy to collect that cash instead. As a guy who's been covering games like this for years now, it's not uncommon for me to get a comment basically saying that the antiquated methods for this genre just don't work in a modern context, and for the longest time I had nothing to point to as an example of that being flat out wrong. That is until now. Tormented Souls is perfection in my eyes. Not the kind of perfection that requires a lack of flaws, but instead, it's perfect for me. It's exactly what I've been screaming about on this damn channel for almost a decade now, and I'm beside myself that someone finally took up this mantle. The survival horror genre is a tough one to get into thanks to its list of quirks nearly a mile long, so I'm not sure I'll be able to convince a lot of you newcomers to pick it up just because I love it, but I can say this with absolute certainty. If you enjoy this genre, you are guaranteed to like this game. It's a love letter to survival horror fans, and I think that's fitting because I very well may have fallen in love with it. It'll run you a cool $20 over on Steam, which is such a low price for what you're getting, it's not even worth considering in my opinion. Right now it's out on current-gen consoles, and it seems to be coming out on last-gen stuff pretty soon, including the Switch, and I think that's really cool. It took me around 5 hours to clear TS on my first try, and I know that doesn't seem like the best value up front, but that's still pretty damn long in survival horror terms, and I'd be surprised if most of you didn't get at least 2 playthroughs under your belt before you're done with it. Listen, I'm gonna level with you guys. I'm sort of running out of things to say here. I came into this ready to give some sort of big speech about survival horror being back and better than ever, but what's the point? This game doesn't need that kind of diatribe to sell it. So let's break things down and make this simple. This is the first real survival horror title to be released in a very long time to my knowledge, and if that hasn't already sold you, it might not be the game for you. But if you did hear those words and thought to yourself, yes, finally, well, congratulations, you have just found your next favorite game. Just, be careful about playing it at night with headphones on. I'm not saying it sent me out of my chair and into orbit a few times, but, well, yeah, I guess that's exactly what I'm saying. Before we go in on this game's presentation, I have got to talk about its cool-ass roots. I was actually finished with this script and in the process of voicing it when Guardians Games on YouTube messaged me with a killer little factoid. Seems like Tormented Souls started its life as a mobile title, and call me crazy, but I'd still love to see this version of the game get released. From what I hear, they got pretty far into development with this mobile version before deciding to go the PC and console route, which is kind of bittersweet. Like, yeah, I did love the version of Tormented Souls I just played, but seeing this build is giving me all kinds of RE 1.5 vibes. The environments look absolutely insane, the 3D models are sweet, and the atmosphere seems like it's right on point. I'm seriously wondering if this version will ever be released in some kind of form, because it seems like they were really onto something. I'd love to see it fleshed out more. Alright, so there's a bit of an issue with analyzing this game's presentation. Tormented Souls is one of the most graphically impressive games I've seen in a very long time, but that is not coming from any objective measure. I want to be very clear from the start, everything I'm saying from here on out will be judging it as a survival horror title, which might not make sense at first. I mean, graphics are graphics, right? Well, think of it this way. You know how survival horror is known for certain elements like backtracking, item conservation, and puzzle solving? Well, in that same sense, there's a sort of graphical baseline you expect when going into one of these games. And within that criteria, this is one amazingly jaw-dropping presentation with a few flaws, but we'll get into that later. Alright, so if you've ever spoken to me in any way whatsoever, I've likely bored you to tears with some kind of argument on the merits of pre-rendered backgrounds and static camera angles. Two things Tormented Souls very much lacks, so why all the love from me? Well, TS does something I would consider to be the modern version of those two methods, starting off with its hybrid approach to its camera. The camera is static in the sense that it's on a fixed track and can only be controlled via the character's movement, so technically it's not directly controllable. And if you've ever seen my videos covering Resident Evil's Dreamcast titan Code Veronica, you'll know I've always loved this move. It's like the graphical equivalent of having your cake and eating it too. Yes, you do get the claustrophobic, artistically pleasing look of a camera pre-placed by a developer to ensure maximum creepiness and style, but you also don't have to see the world via a series of static screens. There are your more traditional fixed angles, which are definitely a sight for sore eyes, but mostly the camera will be in motion as long as Caroline is, which is without a doubt the best of both worlds. Obviously, titles like Code Veronica and Dino Crisis are going to be the first that come to mind with this approach, but if you ask me, we have a new king of this style, and it is Tormented Souls. Well, okay, that's one win, but how about pre-rendered backdrops, huh? I gotta be bummed they aren't in the game, right? Well, I guess I would be if these environments weren't so sharp, smooth, and well-designed that they might as well be pre-rendered. No joke, I'm still kind of debating whether or not what we're looking at here is fully 3D or some kind of Unity engine tricks that I don't know about. Well, either way, you just never see this much care and detail packed into a modern AAA environment nowadays. It honestly rivals the incredibly detailed backdrops from bangers like RE2 and 3. Not in the graphics department or anything, I mean, clearly this looks better than this, technically speaking, but I'm more talking in terms of artistry. For example, let's take a look at this. There are millions of small details here in this one room in the RPD. There are signs all over of a great struggle, layered over little visual cues that let you know what used to go down here before things went tits up. If I had never played RE2 before, I could pick up a controller right here in this room and make a pretty solid guess at where I was and what went down here. TS takes a very similar approach. Much of the environment here expands on the game's lore or enforces it. We can see signs of damage and disuse, letting us know this hospital has not seen too many legit patients in quite some time, but little details like papers being strewn about and the split air conditioning unit lets us know that this was a place where people used to work and congregate. I love that sort of attention to detail, and I would even go as far as saying this game right here is a much more visually pleasing game than powerhouse GPU sellers like Metro Exodus or the latest Far Cry. Every single piece of the environment here is expertly designed and placed in a way to ensure I never feel like I'm playing this game in some kind of fantasy setting. Stuff like that goes such a long way in making sure the less believable aspects of the game never take away from my suspension of disbelief. And I guess if we're talking graphics, we might need to devote a good 2/3 of this script to Tormented Souls' absolutely jaw-dropping real-time lighting engine. Or I guess I could save myself some time and just show it to you. Yeah, I mean, I could most definitely start gabbing about how realistic it looks and how naturally it reacts to the environment, but like you can already see all that. You don't really need me to tell you how great this looks. What's that old saying? The proof is in the pudding? Well, if that's the case, let's call this roundabout.
$240 worth of pudding. Worth of pudding. Oh yeah.
You know what's really insane here is the fact that that reference is, statistically speaking, older than half my audience. By the way, big ups to the 65 and older crowd subscribed to me. I think we can all agree I'm making these videos for you specifically. Okay, so we have an amazing camera system that not only looks great, but helps more than anything in selling the overall atmosphere of this game, coupled with a lighting engine that hits well above its weight, and a game world so expertly designed it puts AAA titles to shame. So where's the downside I was talking about? Well, it's right here. No, not there. Over just a bit? Yeah, there we go. Listen, I'm not trying to over-scrutinize, but it's really off-putting how porcelain smooth our heroine is. She looks almost unfinished in that sense, which normally wouldn't be too big of a deal, but the game surrounding her is so incredibly well made that she sort of sticks out by comparison. It's not all bad. I mean, her animations are pretty convincing, the wardrobe is actually cool looking, and her skirt has some pretty awesome physics attached to it. But for some reason, she just looks so damn, I guess, less well made than everything else in the game. And it's not just Caroline. The other people you run into along the way share the same sort of melted plastic look to them. I think this might be the best example though. Here, look at this item. It looks nearly photorealistic. All the bumps, scratches, and the overall texture of it really sells it as something you might find in the real world. And then by comparison, here's Caroline. It seems like maybe two separate artists might have worked on this game's presentation, one for the characters and one for environmental stuff and items. And, well, maybe one of them was a little more talented than the other. Now, I want to make sure you guys know I'm not just talking shit. What these guys have made here is infinitely impressive. In fact, that might be the problem. So much of this game is bordering on flawless that even little stuff like odd-looking characters really stand out. In that same vein, enemies often have the same plasticky kind of look to them, but since most of the time they'll either be very far off or cloaked in enough darkness that you don't really get to see any of those flaws. Some enemy animations can also be a little jerky. Mostly I see this when an enemy's winding up to attack, but you can also see how hitting a monster when they're getting up sort of skips the process of them getting up off the ground. Almost like queuing up one animation while another one is taking place will sort of just negate the last one. I also found that there were little pauses sometimes when I took damage from attacks, like the game was freezing for a second to calculate how much damage was totaled or something. You might also find that Caroline can't decide whether or not she's affected by the forces of gravity when walking up or down stairs, but with those few and very tiny flaws out of the way, let's talk about some ports. Or just one.
I'm so sorry. I'll get you out of here. First, we need to find a way to open the door.
And a massive thanks to one of my Patreon supporters, Game Over Gandhi, for capturing this footage of the PS5 release for me. Now, you guys know I love me a good port comparison, but honestly, there doesn't seem to be much else going on here that wasn't already happening in the Steam release. I mean, sure, it's definitely higher res, but to be fair, I was already running the game at 2560 by 1440, so you might not be able to tell the difference with the naked eye. So I guess don't worry too much about your chosen platform when trying to get Tormented Souls, because there doesn't seem to be any differences, or at least any I can spot. And if you couldn't already tell by looking at it, Tormented Souls is one incredible looking game. It offers up that classic survival horror look we've all loved since the 90s, but with a few modern trappings. Like I said earlier though, you sort of have to judge this game inside of its own genre, since a lot of the effects and methods survival horror fans love might count as downright flaws to a more general audience. Of course, there are graphical elements in TS that are more universally impressive, specifically the lighting, but if you'll notice while praising it, I spent most of my time comparing it to old PS1 games from the 90s, which is sort of another compliment in disguise. I mean, think about it. When was the last time we even had anything like this to look at? When was the last time a modern developer was brave enough to release a game that looks this authentically survival horror? At the GameCube era, maybe? Tormented Souls most definitely gets my undying appreciation for sticking so close to the games that inspired it, but it gets even more than that for doing it while knowing full well that will immediately limit the amount of people who are willing to pick this game up today. Genuinely, that takes balls, and I'm really happy to see a developer that actually wants to just make a video game. None of the compromises that comes from a board of directors and group-based focus testing, none of the cop-outs that happen when your inflated budget forces you to include features you hate just to draw on a bigger audience. That's something you don't see too much anymore, and I'm very glad it's not a dead practice. We're not quite finished yet, though. I would catch some serious hell if I didn't mention the absolutely amazing soundtrack on offer here. With these games, a lot of the time, the focus tends to be more on ambient, eerie tracks that don't follow your typical song structure. Usually in the genre, there's going to be a high-pitched, almost synthy sound in the foreground with a lot of reverb, but it's also going to share space with a deep droning low end that'll really add to a game's tense atmosphere. And now that I think about it, that comparison is the best thing I could say about this game's OST. It exactly mirrors what you would find in RE's 1, 2, or 3. It copies the general foundation of what made, I don't know, for example, RE2 sound so amazing, but does so in a way that keeps it from sounding derivative. And what I mean by that is it's more of an homage and less of a copy and paste job. And besides, it doesn't really matter who or what served as an inspiration, just look at this location and now listen to this. That song sounds exactly how this room looks. Each and every track has the same perfect fit to it. Plus, it's got a banger of a save room theme, something every survival horror game strives for, but few ever get to this level of quality. I have no issues giving the soundtrack 2 very large thumbs up. It's refreshing, thematically appropriate, and musically, well, it's just damn impressive. If you ask me, people don't give a game's sound design enough credit for helping build its world, but luckily that's something you can find in spades here in survival horror. It's just a huge plus that the artist behind this work seemed to not only have done his homework, but was talented enough to pull off some absolutely killer music.
Father, what are you doing here?
Don't you see, child? I am eating some soup.
Well, guys, I doubt very much what I'm about to say here will blow anyone's mind, but I fully endorse every single person, even the slightest bit interested in survival horror games, pick up Tormented Souls right now. It is an amazingly faithful representation of something I thought was dead. Survival horror is not the flashiest or most crowd-drawing genre in the world, and when you're a small indie developer, it can be rough to put a massive amount of work into a project you're almost guaranteed not to succeed at, so I'd like to do my part in ensuring these guys get the praise they most definitely deserve. Not only was this game like playing through some kind of acid trip into my most cherished gaming memories, but on top of all that, well, it's just fun. It plays like a bunch of games I already love, so from the start it was a safe bet. But the very second I actually started exploring the Wildberger Hospital, I knew this was more than just a simple homage. Listen, it is damn hard trying to figure out exactly what makes a game do well with its audience, but even tougher than that is the act of taking that concept and successfully implementing it into your own work. For a great example, look at all the failed attempts at making a faithful Silent Hill game in recent history. Each one of these titles were announced with the stated goal of offering that faithfully accurate SH experience, and each one of them failed that test miserably. But here we are, sitting right in front of a game that might have cost 1/10 that budget, and it's more RE and SH than officially released entries in both those series. That's amazing. So please do try Tormented Souls for yourself. It is an incredible experience, and I doubt very much you could find a modern game that sticks closer to such an old method of game design. You can snag it on Steam for a mere $20, which is an absolute pittance compared to the 16 hours and 3 playthroughs I put into it, and that's the same $20 that'll snag you it on PS5 and Xbox. It looks like PS4, Switch, and Xbox One ports are also coming pretty soon, so no excuses. Buy this game. Hell, buy it twice. Do whatever you can do to let this developer know their work is appreciated. I really can't tell you how great it is to finally play through a modern title that is this dedicated to bringing back the survival horror genre, but I sure as hell can try to make sure it succeeds at doing that. Pure and simple, from now on when someone asks me how the hell such an antiquated style of game could even work in the modern AAA landscape, instead of typing up some 3-page dissertation on a theoretical concept, I can just point at Tormented Souls and say that's how you do it. After first getting my hands on Signalis in the form of its free demo, I was immediately smitten. Not only was it displaying all of the hallmarks of a great horror title, but the developers really seemed to understand what made the survival horror genre so great. And since we mentioned the devs, I was pretty blown away to find that Signalis was the result of just 2 people's hard work. A duo based out of Germany put together every single aspect of this game minus the music, and to say that's impressive would be one hell of an understatement. I mean, seriously, I still would have been wowed if I had thought a team of 10 to 20 people hammered it out. It looks to me like both members of Team Rose Engine are illustrators, which really shows because this is a game that fully integrates its presentation into the core of its experience. Its visual style is insanely fresh in the horror space, to say the least, and its look seems to be driven by a theoretical threesome between the movie Alien, Capcom's Resident Evil, and the anime Ergo Proxy. All good pulls to be drawing inspiration from, in my opinion. After getting that first little peek of what this team could offer in my Modern RE Clone video series, I was beyond excited to see this thing hit the market, and as luck would have it, I wouldn't have to wait very long at all. And this is where, in the spirit of full disclosure, I do want to say that I was provided a pre-release copy of the PC version of Signalis by Rose Engine themselves. I also want to assure you that this was not done to secure a positive review from me, and I promise to be my normal, absolutely impossible to please self for the duration of this video. I, however, cannot promise you that I wasn't already biased towards this game even before getting early access to it. Ever since first getting my hands on that demo, I have been following this game's development like a hawk. I even popped into its Japanese distributor Playism's booth at Tokyo Game Show this year just to see if there were any differences between the Japanese and US demos. Sadly, I didn't find any, but big ups to the nice guy who broke the rules and let me have 2 Signalis pins instead of 1. Not all heroes wear capes. As far as story is concerned, Signalis seems to have a lot of elements that might remind you of other equally awesome properties. There's a very clear, dreamy, almost Lynchian feel to its events that seems to flirt with a bit of Dune at points, but the psychological elements definitely points towards an appreciation of the Silent Hill series. Throughout the game, I was constantly questioning if what I was seeing was actually happening or some kind of a fever dream, and to be totally honest with you, the jury's still sort of out on that one. The developers describe Signalis' story as a dream about dreaming, and I would say that paints a much better picture of the overall effect this thing had on me better than I could. There are also Lovecraftian overtones with elements of forbidden knowledge that can have a maddening effect on whoever possesses it. And really, if your story is combining influences of Lynch and Lovecraft, you're probably doing something correct here. But enough with the descriptions and comparisons, let's start with the stuff I can actually nail down. In Signalis, you play as Elster, or at the very least, an Elster unit, part of a line of machines made to better the human experience by doing manual labor, policing, administrative work, and leading expeditions to other worlds. Our specific Elster was on one such expedition with the goal of finding and identifying new inhabitable worlds. The game starts with Elster waking up to the news that her ship at some point had crash-landed on a snow-covered planet, and as she searches the wreckage, she finds her partner is missing. After making it out of the ship, we follow a trail of wreckage that leads us to some sort of a mining facility, and once inside, Elster finds the place to be almost abandoned. What few people there are to actually talk to aren't people at all, but instead replicas like herself. And if that's not bad enough, they all keep telling her not to go any further. It seems like this place might be a little more dangerous than it seemed at first, which is really saying something because it is a mining colony on an ice planet. Well, this is a horror game, so we're obviously not going to heed that advice, and as we continue to look around, we find scattered documents and first-hand accounts that paint a story of a viral outbreak that has killed off the humans that work here, or used to work here. The effects it has on the replicas, however, are a little more gruesome. Since these guys are essentially robots on the inside, they can continue to function even if they get the virus, but they are also made up of lab-grown organic components like skin and select organs. And those organic parts, as you might imagine, are where all the problems lie. When infected, replica skin will start to develop lesions that soon turn into cancerous growths, and eventually their more human parts become corrupted, including their mostly organic brains. After things get that bad, the replica essentially turns into a monstrous form that has subsequently lost its mind. These things lash out at anything they could get their hands on, and thanks to the more mechanical elements of their makeup, keeping them down is not exactly an easy task. As Elster makes her way further and further into the work camp, she starts to piece together a rough idea of the series of events that ended in this nasty situation, but information on her partner seems to be hard to come by. She does, however, come across a scant few replicas left unscathed by the virus, but they offer no real help, and in one situation even directly halts her progress. Now, this may sound pretty simple to you, and that's because it's a summary of the more, let's say, concrete elements of Signalis' story. Essentially, I've just given you a lot of the major beats, but in between these little disparate details lies a lot of cosmic horror imagery and psychological elements that makes me doubt a lot of the events that take place here. There are sections where Elster will find herself reliving flashbacks to events that never happened to her, and after waking up, the items gained in that flashback will be in her inventory. There is a lot that you'll experience here that's going to make you question what you do and do not know about this game's story, and that seems to be very much an intentional feature as far as the developer's pre-release info is concerned. Now, I will admit, when someone starts talking about elements like this, it is pretty easy to assume this is one of those form over function stories. You know, the kind that seems to act more as an advertising campaign for its writer's esoteric taste in art than a complete tale that the player is supposed to be able to understand. Well, I can assure you that is not the case here, which isn't to say this thing is straightforward, actually far from it. Like I said before, I spent a good chunk of the game questioning what exactly was going on, but rest assured there is one hell of an emotional payoff at the end of this rabbit hole. Much like your more average, more old Silent Hill game, there's a story here that can certainly be sped through and still be appreciated to a degree, but someone who takes their time and reads into the pages and pages of lore scattered around the game is going to engage with it on a much deeper level. For example, at one point in the game, I kept coming across these top secret documents pertaining to the different replica models. They detailed everything from what jobs they were custom built for to how each of their personalities worked. I'm not going to ruin any of the deeper stuff for those that want to dig into that information like I did, but the TLDR here is that humanity was at a technological level that would allow them to create labor cyborgs, I guess, but they still couldn't conquer the sheer complexity of the human mind. So instead of trying to, they just vat grew brains and used electronics to alter them. And for a very interesting reason, each replica in a series will have the same exact personality. Some are going to be more empathetic and others more prone to antisocial behavior. Each one of these little manuals included advice on how to keep the replicas functioning well mentally and included steps that could be taken if one started to show signs of any kind of personality degradation. And I really mean it when I say that I sat down and read every single one of these. It was honestly amazing. I couldn't stop reading this stuff, and it really didn't have anything to do with the main story. It just told me a little bit about the replicas that I was seeing covered in cancerous tumors. It's sort of like coming across a psychiatrist evaluation of every zombie that you shot in the face that used to be a person in Resident Evil. There were tons of little moments like this when Signalis, without really giving me any of its main story, got me even more interested in its world and how it typically operated. Just from getting my hands on personal logs and records of how the chain of command worked, I could see that humans in this world were highly authoritarian and vertically integrated. The government assigns jobs to civilians and military service seems to be mandatory. This game is just dripping with world-building flavor text, and I really couldn't love it more. Aside from the auxiliary stuff though, I really found myself engrossed in this story. It kept a lot of its bigger story beats close to the chest for a very long time, but it has this really interesting Silent Hill-esque framework. As I'd be wondering about a specific detail, the game would introduce a few more vague ideas to get me interested in, so by the time it had revealed whatever I was curious about first, I had already formed even more questions. Honestly, I can't wait for the story analysis videos to hit YouTube because, like I said, I did grasp most of what was going on here, but there are the more surreal elements that feel more like a, well, what do you think they mean kind of deal. Now, to be fair to myself, I didn't exactly have infinite time with this one, so there are no doubt a few elements that went over my head or some I didn't even notice. And at the end, I found out there's more than one ending, which makes me really excited to jump back in because it gives me another incentive to go in and try to find all that stuff I missed. For a guy like me, this is a really nice place for a story to be, just barely straddling that razor-thin line between meaningful storytelling and full-on, up-to-your-interpretation, art house dream logic. When I finally got to the end of Signalis, I was sitting here in my room with all the lights off, just basking in the reflected glow my monitor cast on the walls, and the events I saw really resonated with me. It's one of those endings that makes you stay silent for a bit and spend a few minutes analyzing all the emotions it just stirred up in you. Hell, the next day I called my wife into the room, gave her the Cliff Notes version of the story, and then made her watch the ending just so I wasn't the only one in the house catching feelings over a video game. This really is the total package in my mind. It has this fully understandable and emotionally deep narrative going on, but it's all surrounded by these ethereal elements like the Lovecraftian bordering on supernatural events and odd imagery used to invoke a very cool effect where you start to feel certain things and you're not exactly sure why. It's like you don't really understand what you're looking at, but without being aware, it's having some kind of a subconscious effect on you. If you held a gun to my head, I could probably come up with a few nitpicks here or there, but as far as this critique goes, the only possible downside I could see a potential player running into is the slow burn Signalis can be story-wise. Now, that's not to say you won't be engaging with the story for long stretches. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Throughout my 11 hours with the game, there were a refreshingly numerous amount of cutscenes, but Signalis is the type of game where you're given a lot of disparate story details, sometimes out of order, and they're not going to turn into something concrete and tangible until those final pieces fall into place. So while you do learn all kinds of stuff about the story you're interacting with, you'll spend long swaths of the game not really knowing exactly what's going on, despite having at least most of what you need to put it all together. On the plus side though, that aha feeling when things start to finally fall into place in your head, it's incredibly satisfying. Besides, I get the feeling this was very much done on purpose, and you do have to appreciate when a developer risks potential short-term gains for a massive payoff in the end. And I think the word payoff is very fitting here because in the end, this is what I would call one damn well-fashioned game story. It weaves together so many differing elements, and all of them perfectly combine into a singularly awesome thread. Mostly though, I enjoyed the dueling nature of the concrete, identifiable story elements sharing equal billing with the more liquid, dream logic and jarring psychological stuff. It's like the perfect middle ground between something like Event Horizon and Jacob's Ladder. I feel like someone trying to get what they want out of this game could very easily engage with both of these pieces of the whole, but someone looking for one or the other is going to find just as much enjoyment. It's a really awesome little mystery to unravel, and the best part is, for most of you, there's going to be more to uncover after you beat it, prompting a second playthrough. Oh, and without spoiling anything, I absolutely have to give a nice tilt of the hat to one of the most effective fake-outs I've ever experienced in a video game story. I won't say more than that, but trust me on this one, it's genius. As far as gameplay is concerned, there is a lot to talk about here. I mean, without me saying much of anything, I imagine most people familiar with the survival horror genre have already put together how close this game stays to the accepted pillars of the genre's foundation. But just in case that isn't immediately jumping out at you, let's dive into why that is indeed the case. Before we do though, we've got to talk about what exactly those two words mean. You know the ones I'm talking about. Survival horror is a term that is talked about to no end. I mean, every article you read or tweet made about an upcoming horror game has got a 50-50 shot at including it, but no one seems to be able to actually define what that classification means, or at the very least, they're not able to do so without starting the sentence off with the words, "it feels like." So let's go ahead and burn my comment section down right now and define exactly what I'm talking about here. Survival horror is an offshoot of the PC adventure game genre where loosely defined or subjective elements like isolation and horror meet more concrete gameplay components like a limited inventory, incremental exploration centered around backtracking, and a liberal use of puzzles blocking forward progress. A lot of times, these games will use a fixed perspective, leaving control of the camera out of the player's hands. This combined with the often difficult combat and limitations on what the player can carry with them culminate into a sort of amplification of the game's horror atmosphere, since the only way to alter your view and get a good look at what lies ahead is to push forward into territory you're not quite sure is safe because you can't see it. And considering that encounters in these games can be very taxing on precious limited resources like ammunition or healing items, avoiding combat altogether becomes one of the more attractive options. Now, I'm sure there's at least some of you out there shaking your head in disagreement, and that's 100% fine. We can disagree about all kinds of stuff, but this isn't necessarily my opinion here. Capcom coined the term survival horror with the release of the first Resident Evil game, and if you're going to use that term, it's always going to refer to the game it was first used to describe. And you might argue that genres evolve, which they most certainly do, but at least in this context, evolution doesn't mean an absence of every single game design principle seen in its first iteration, and if it does, that means any game made under that umbrella in the past have retroactively had that genre stripped from them. Now, I went on that long diatribe because everything I just mentioned when describing survival horror is present and accounted for here in Signalis, which at first might be a little hard to believe given its very unique perspective for the genre. As you can see, Signalis uses a not quite top-down, not quite isometric view, and it's really easy to think a lot of those elements won't work in this kind of an environment, but that is very far from what's going on. And while this may not look like the type of camera angle you would get with a pre-rendered background Resident Evil type game, this is still very much a fixed perspective because the player is not able to actively control the camera except through the act of moving their character. And like other games in the genre, since the developers didn't have to design their levels around a camera that could theoretically be looking at things from a nearly infinite amount of angles, they were able to craft these incredibly detailed and believable backdrops. Of course, moving through those backdrops means possibly encountering resistance in the form of mutated replicas, and I can assure you that combat in this game will feel like second nature to fans of Resident Evil or Silent Hill. In its default configuration, Signalis uses a very familiar hold a shoulder button to aim and hit the action button to fire kind of setup, but they do have a few little tweaks thrown in here or there to keep things fresh. Since the game's viewing angle may make depth perception a little hard when aiming, guns have a visible laser sight and you can lock onto enemies, which is represented by an on-screen indicator. You can move while shooting, which is always nice to see, but as you might expect with a game like this, there is a trade-off there, which is the fact that you may not be able to hit what you're aiming at if you're also going on a bit of a backward stroll. You can also get a hold of some secondary items that do a lot both in and outside of a fight. First, you've got the stun prods that you can use to, well, stun your enemies. And then there's injectors that will automatically resuscitate you if you happen to die while one of them are equipped. Then there are the more utility-driven ones, like a flashlight or an eye replacement that'll let you take pictures of anything on screen. And let me assure you, this is a godsend if you don't happen to have a smartphone near you when trying to remember info necessary for solving a puzzle. There are also thermite flares that feed into a very cool little mechanic borrowed from the amazing Resident Evil 1 remake. The virus going around infects a replica's organic material, including its brain, but the more mechanical nature of these things mean that they don't die too easy. After putting one of these things down, you're only going to have a little while till it gets back up again, and it's going to take just as many hits to reintroduce to the grave. To keep this from happening, you can use these thermite flares since they burn hot enough to completely disable both the organic and metal parts of a replica, and as you might have already figured, these things come in a very, very short supply. So obviously, you're going to need to be very selective about when and where you use them. I found they worked best in two very specific situations. First off, if it's a route I knew I would need to retread often, or if it was a tight space where dodging attacks would be too hard to chance if these things got back up again. I feel like this was a great little addition, and outside of the Resident Evil remake and maybe Silent Hill 4, I can't think of too many other games that have used this expel a rare item to permanently get rid of a constant foe type of mechanic. Getting around this terrifying environment can be handled in the more traditional method, of course that being tank controls, but given the perspective of the game, I oddly enough found your more normal control layout to work a little better. And you don't have to say anything because I am also very disappointed to hear myself say that. Keeping in that same lane, Elster here feels pretty responsive and it's easy enough to get her to go where you want her to, but do keep in mind I really enjoy controlling old Resident Evil titles, so there very well may be something wrong with my brain. I'm also like 85% positive that the demo I played before launch had Elster running just a little faster than she does here in the final release, but I really don't care enough to install it again and check. Whether or not that was the case though, I would have liked to have seen just a little more speed when I held down that run button, but I do know any small adjustment on that end would have a supreme effect on the game's difficulty. Throughout my time with the game, I did run into a few scenarios where I felt like I took a cheap hit or two, and we will get into that, but 99% of the time I felt pretty good about my ability to bait enemies to one area of the screen and then bob and weave my way around them. As Signalis goes on, bad guys become more erratic with their movements, and some of the replicas are able to flat out sprint at you, so even when you get good at dodging, the game can still throw surprises at you right up to the last boss. It seems to me the game was tailor-made to be experienced by someone who's using a controller, but at one point the DualSense wireless I was using died, and I can confirm a mouse and keyboard are going to get the job done just fine as well. On a less mechanical level, Signalis works exactly how a survival horror fan would want it to. You explore small portions of a scary-ass environment, and in doing so, collect items and solve puzzles that's going to gradually open up more of the area to be explored, which of course means more puzzles, items, and combat. It's a great little loop. What I really liked is how the game makes sure that puzzles don't feel too static. Sure, you're going to be looking at something like this a lot, but you're also going to need to make sure that you are closely examining key items in your inventory, and you can also combine them with other stuff too. I've always really liked it when games include stuff like this. My brain is just sort of wired to only expect the more traditional reading a document and using sections of it as a cipher to help line up some mechanical thing, but since I knew the inventory wasn't off limits for puzzles here, I had to keep my proverbial head on a swivel. Of course, enemies are going to show up in increasing numbers to act as nice little barriers to progress, and you can expectedly leave them alone, opting to dodge them or just spend your resources clearing out one specific route that you know you're going to take more than others. But when I did feel like going all Rambo, Signalis did a great job of giving me essentially enough ammo to deal with the enemies I wanted to without making me feel like I was flush with the stuff. Even though I'm positive I never once ran out of ammo for any of my guns during this playthrough, I spent the entire game feeling like I was on the verge of doing just that, which I think is a sign that, again, these people knew exactly what they were doing as far as survival horror is concerned. And I think what really drives home that nearly constant feeling of running out of resources is how Signalis heavily limits how much ammo you can fit in a single inventory slot. In games like Resident Evil, you might see similar limitations, but you can often stack hundreds of rounds of ammo and it's only going to take up as much space as a single bullet would. In Signalis, I could only ever carry 20 rounds of handgun ammo in a single slot, and even less for the other guns. Now realistically, this isn't an actual hindrance because you could always just make a trip to the item box if you run low, but it has this cool psychological effect of keeping the constant tension of running out in the front of your mind. As usual with a survival horror game, I finished Signalis' last boss with an absolute armory of resources left over, but that didn't keep me from feeling like I was always on the verge of being defenseless anyways. If you ask me, that right there, for this genre, is like the gold standard for how you want your player to be feeling. And you know, I've mentioned the puzzles several times now. It's probably about time I actually talk about them. Now, I know the first thing you think of when someone mentions good game design likely isn't staring at a puzzle and trying to figure it out, but hot damn does Signalis have some absolutely killer head scratchers. There's the more baseline stuff you might expect, like flipping levers or filling tubes of water in just the right order. You know, the kind of industrial puzzle design that feels like something some power plant worker actually has to do on a daily basis. But there's also a nice selection of what I like to call Silent Hill style puzzles, which is the kind of puzzle that'll have you gleaming some seemingly unimportant information from a document or scrap of paper and applying it to a riddle in order to get a solution. Things, however, go an extra dimension deeper with the inclusion of a radio you can access at any time. On top of it being cool that you can listen to this thing whenever you want and it keeps playing when you're outside the inventory, there's also several puzzles that will incorporate it into their design. For example, you might need to solve a little mini puzzle to figure out exactly what station to listen in on, and then you might just catch the kind of old numbers broadcast that you'll find on any top 10 horror YouTuber's channel at some point in time. Hell, you could just turn this thing on because you want to listen to it while you're playing. Or maybe I'll go ahead and turn it off for manly reasons, not because I find it terrifying and I'm not sure why. There was also a really nice little roadblock that had me triangulating a broadcast to figure out which antennas were still functioning and then sending out a very specific signal so that I could catch it on my radio and unlock a case that needed a certain song to be played for it to be opened. Like I said before, I know puzzles aren't exactly what get most people out of bed in the morning, but in this kind of game, it is a necessity, and I have no issues telling you that these are some of the best I've ever come across. They sit just on the border of the difficulty scale, right before things become too challenging and take too much time to figure out. Being able to play this game before anyone else had a chance to was a very interesting feeling for a small channel like mine, but it also came with the dread of knowing that if I did run into a puzzle that was too much for me to figure out, well, I was shit out of luck because no one had had a chance to write any guides or post on any forums for help yet. So I was on my own here, and man, did that make for a satisfying feeling when I came up against a tough challenge and ended up thinking my way through it. Of course, everyone is going to have a different experience on that front, but I'm kind of an idiot, so I've got to assume you guys are going to be fine. I would suggest, if possible, trying to hold off on looking up any puzzle solutions when you get stumped. I myself had a few spots where I started to think this would be the one that got me, but the solution you need is always right there. You just have to know how to look for it. If you want my advice, just repeat this mantra to yourself. The more random and seemingly useless the information you come across, the more likely that it is you'll need it for a puzzle. Keep that in mind and make sure to stay on the lookout for any visual clues, and you'll do just fine, I promise. And moving on to something that like 5% of you are even going to care about, I really enjoyed the inventory here in Signalis. It takes a very Silent Hill approach by sticking with a horizontal layout instead of Resident Evil's vertical orientation. Although, unlike SH, it is limited in size, so that does help play into the survival horror gameplay really well. Hitting the up or down direction will take you to your map, radio, or transcripts of anything you've read so far, and here is the kicker that'll really get survival horror fans' ears perked up. You can access this file log at any time, even when you're currently looking at a puzzle. Man, talk about a seemingly small but massive innovation. Now, how many times have you been struggling through a puzzle in a Silent Hill game and you need to keep quitting out so you can go into your inventory, or even worse, go read some documents somewhere in the room? It's little stuff like this that'll seem like such a minuscule addition on the surface, but end up adding so much to the genre rules we're all so used to. And I think that makes for a good example of what Rose Engine did here. I mean, clearly, yes, they were looking to make a survival horror game, and in doing so, there was going to be a need to, at the very least, recreate some of the work of others in the genre. But this game proves you don't need a direct one-to-one copy of the old PS1 era survival horror blueprints to do that. And that's a bigger feat than you might first think, because too far movement in any direction and you could either end up with a game that is far too derivative or one that misses the mark by a country mile. It seems to me these two really understood that, much like the way these games are played, sometimes progress forward in survival horror game design needs to come in a matter of inches. Too much and you risk totally altering the core experience of the genre. Too little and people will accuse you of producing something that's more of a copy than an homage. And if there is one thing you trust me on, make it this. Signalis is not just a way we old Resident Evil heads can get our survival horror fix, but it's also something new. Something fresh and interesting. Its style, look, gameplay, and overall atmosphere, while very much in league with what you would expect from a game under this banner, is different enough to be appreciated all on its own. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I absolutely loved playing through Signalis this past week. I really lost myself in it, and I absolutely could not recommend it anymore. It's just incredible. But like they say, to err is human, and this game was very much made by humans. So I'm going to get into some downsides, points of interest, and annoying bits that popped up during my gameplay, but I want to remind you of two very important things. First, like I already said, this is a game that I am very much willing to put my word behind. I'm confident that those of you who enjoy the content of this channel will have a blast with Signalis, even in the face of the stuff I'm about to get into. And second, this is what I experienced with a pre-release press build of the game, so there is a very good chance that some of the things I'm about to mention here will not even be something you'll need to worry about because they would have already been fixed. Alright, that being said, let's get down to the dirty business of being overly critical, something you might have noticed I excel at. And starting off with the least problematic, we've got an issue where the prompt for opening doors, climbing down ladders, and just interacting with anything in the environment doesn't seem to extend to the area inside of the object. So technically, you could run into a door and pass the marker for opening it, meaning if you're too close to a door or item, you'll have to fiddle with the D-pad till you get Elster back far enough to reactivate that prompt. Now, this probably isn't something that you'll run into for the first bit of time that you spend in a new area, but once you get to know your surroundings and start really traversing the place, you'll be running all the time, and even when I mashed the action button the entire time leading up to getting in front of the door, I would miss my opportunity like 15-20% of the time. Alright, so I had a whole section of this script, both written and voiced, about how this can lead to getting cheap-shotted when running from enemies and how annoying it could be in a game where like half of the experience is entering and exiting doors. But before I wrote this script, I messaged Yuri, one half of Team Rose Engine, and let them know what I had run into, and literally 20 minutes ago they messaged back saying they just pushed out an update that'll take care of it. So you just got saved from not only having to experience that problem in the game, but also having to hear me piss and moan about it. That's a win-win. Continuing on, I also found aiming to be a little finicky using the default control settings. Like I mentioned before, Signalis uses a system that anyone who's even glanced at a copy of Resident Evil will know, and it does work well enough. Holding a shoulder button to aim and firing with the action button does exactly what you need it to, but thanks to the game's slightly angled perspective, you're going to need to do a lot of adjusting on the vertical axis to make sure your shots are going to land. Now that I think about it, that's not quite true, because as far as Elster is concerned, it's the horizontal axis, but as far as your perspective goes, it's vertical. That's a little too complex. You guys get what I'm trying to say, though. In order to deal with the quantum physics I've just discovered, the game uses an auto-aim system, and again, it works fine. It's just switching those auto-aim targets that gives me problems. In theory, you're supposed to use your right thumbstick to manually move your aim around, and when you get near an enemy, the auto-aim will kick in to stick your reticle to them, but in reality, this process can be a bit of a dice roll. Sometimes getting within a certain range would have my cursor locking on no problem, but sometimes it would pass right over a bad guy without even acting like it was going to lock on. On top of that, the default sensitivity for this thumbstick had my reticle flying across the room with the slightest bump of the stick. This problem is only amplified when trying to walk and aim at the same time. Moving seems to lessen how well the game's auto-aim can lock on, which I think sounds like a nice trade-off on the surface. It happens in all kinds of video games. Moving around lessens your ability to aim well. It seems like a good idea, but that's only true when the aiming works consistently while you're standing still. Now, obviously, this comes into play more when you start running into 2 or 3 replicas in an area, so it will take a while for it to get on your nerves, but eventually I decided to see if there was anything I could do in the options to lessen the annoyance. And there, I found a toggle that changed how aiming works, which, in my opinion, should probably be the default. In this new mode, I no longer had to hold the shoulder button, but instead simply had to point the right analog stick in the direction I wanted to aim, and that's exactly where it went. It kind of functions the same way a top-down twin-stick shooter does. Auto-aiming still works the same way it did before, but for some reason this method just felt so much more natural to me. I mean, sure, it's not the traditional control style for combat in these games, but hey, it works. After doing this, I enjoyed combat way more, which is crazy because I already liked it. So if you find yourself struggling a bit, try switching to manual mode and see if it helps you as much as it did me. Hell, even if it is working for you, give it a shot. It's pretty damn fun. Of course, this only applies if you're going to be using a controller, but like I said before, it does sort of feel like this game was intended to be played with one. However, if you do decide to use a keyboard and mouse, I didn't find any issues whatsoever. It was pretty easy to use and intuitive to figure out, so you won't have any problems at all. And at the end of this list, we've got something that slightly borders outside of being a nitpick. Now, to preface this, you guys know I spend a solid portion of each day ass deep in survival horror titles. I may not be massively good at video games as a whole, but if there's one thing I excel at, it's strategy. The kind of strategy that has you planning your next few moves before you've even left the save room. How much am I going to need in my inventory to get where I'm going, and how can I make that same trip but still account for coming across items I'm going to want along the way? It's a talent of mine, and I consider myself to be damn good at it. Well, I guess you guys do have access to my streams, so maybe let's dial that back to marginally okay. Alright, so that being said, I felt like I had to return to the save room and drop items off in the item box way too often in my playthrough. It was like a 2 steps forward and 1 step back kind of scenario. I would set out with a bunch of empty spaces in my inventory and find a new room, then I would collect a few things, and like clockwork, before I got to the key item in there, I would always run out of space. So then I would have to trek back to the item box to clear out space, then go back and get the key item, which almost always was meant for a later puzzle, which means Yep, another trip back to the item box. As the game went on, this process became more and more frequent, and by the end it felt like I had to repeat this same ritual for every room I came across. And this was all going on with me carrying only one single weapon, one box of ammunition for it, and a single flashlight, which is required for a lot of areas in the game. I almost never had healing items on me because I never had space for them. I mean, sure, I could have left the ammo in the save room, but dying in a fight I could have survived if I had access to more than one magazine is just as frustrating as walking back and forth between item boxes. One thing that made this even worse is that the map only tracks rooms by whether or not you've been in them before. So once I found a new room, I would have to leave and dump my items before picking up the last few MacGuffins. On the way back though, that room would look like any other room on the map, and the areas you explore here can be pretty damn big. Also keep in mind, I stood a good chance of the enemies I had already downed getting back up again during one of these trips. So there was a lot working against me here, making things a little more difficult than I would typically like. Now, in the developer's defense, they do offer an option to trash items right there on the spot, and to a normal, functioning brain, that sounds like a solution to my problem. Well, that is most certainly not what I have in my head, because the RE fan in me just wouldn't allow me to dump healing items or ammo. Despite the fact that I finished the game with so much of both, I could probably start the game again and not have to pick anything up. I feel like there are a few possible ways something like this could be avoided. The first thing that comes to mind would be the most obvious. Just add a few more item slots. I'd say even a single additional inventory space might have pulled me out of this kind of situation at least half the times it happened to me. Barring that, maybe have equipped weapons or secondary items like flashlights, stun rods, or flares not take up space in the inventory once they're equipped. Or maybe you could do neither of those things and give the player either an option to drop items where they stand a la RE0 or mark key items on the map when the player comes across them the same way it does for puzzles. At least that way, getting back to the room they're contained in would be a little easier after dumping items off. Now, I do understand that any of these options could have dire consequences concerning the game's tight survival horror design, but I think there's definitely a solution there somewhere within the margins. Regardless though, I want you guys to know that nothing listed here came anywhere close to ruining this experience. If anything, you could think of these issues as a few near microscopic mosquitoes splatting up against an otherwise pristine windshield. This is a game that I am incredibly glad I got to play, and when I'm done with this video, best believe I will be playing through it one more time. I loved nearly every second of Signalis. Even when it was pissing me off, it was only doing that because I wanted so bad to keep moving forward and see what new mysteries I'd find in the shadows. I mean, come on, it's not every day you get to play a survival horror game that you could spend more than 10 hours in. Well, I guess now that I think about it, it's not every day you get to just play a survival horror game. I think when it all comes down to it, I'm most excited that Signalis gives me a killer little narrative world to experience that old school style of survival horror gameplay in. But if I had to pick a second most exciting thing about the game, it would be the absolutely eye-melting style dripping from every crevice of it. In my original video covering Signalis' demo, I described it as an intersection between Dead Space, Ergo Proxy, and Tsutomu Nihei, and since that video released, I've been racking my brain for a more apt description, and I'll level with you, I don't think one exists. From the Dead Space side of things, we get that rundown, sort of retro future vibe. Even though this is a world that has developed the tech to make sentient machines and colonize other planets, people still seem to use CRT monitors, and their computers resemble old PC 8800s or maybe an MSX. The original Dead Space's reliance on that brown color scheme often gets replicated too, although when it does, it seems like this is more of a nod towards Silent Hill's Otherworld with its rusted chain link kind of design. Like I said, I also see Ergo Proxy in there, and that's thanks to the sort of post-goth dystopic uniformity to things. And I mean that both literally and figuratively. Everything in the world is wearing some kind of a uniform, which I guess would make sense. After all, we are mainly dealing with machines mass-produced to serve very specific purposes. I imagine you'd want a quick way to differentiate your replicas meant for digging in the mines from the ones who are supposed to be taking care of administrative tasks. The environments you explore, if you look past their mangled, destroyed states, seem to point towards a similar approach to uniformity in design. Everything seems to reflect a sort of impersonal, industrial aesthetic where individualistic touches like decorations are foregone for a big focus on utilitarianism. Each room you walk into seems to most efficiently serve whatever purpose it's been assigned to and nothing much else. The scant few areas you'll come across that look to contain at least some personal flair reflect a very cold kind of feeling, like they were put together by an assembly line robot working off of some predictive algorithm aimed at mimicking human interior design. And the Satomu Nihei influences should be pretty clear even if you've only caught a passing glance at something like Biomega or Blame. In both works, we see a black leather and industrial look to outfits that give off the feeling of brief glimpses of humanity breaking through a filter of mechanical accessories. There's also a very cool reliance on negative space to punctuate the outline of the more human forms and draw the eye to the pipes and electrical conduits that surround them. And if you're geriatric enough to have lived through the 90s like me, you're likely to see some Peter Chung in there as well. Honestly, I would be very surprised if at least one of the devs at Rose Engine weren't a fan of Aeon Flux. Moving away from possible influences though, we have to talk about what a departure this is for the genre. As the years have gone by, we've seen a lot of takes on survival horror, but traditionally they've stayed within a certain realm as far as their presentation goes. Of course, pre-rendered backgrounds may no longer be a mainstay, much to my chagrin, but the overall aesthetic remains largely unchanged. Well, Signalis bucks that trend with its nearly top-down perspective and low-res 3D that's so aliased it might as well be sprite-based. And I really mean that, by the way. When I first saw the trailer for this game, I just thought these were 2D sprites with incredibly fluid animations. And the same goes for the inventory. Look at these images of your items. You get the feeling that you're looking at a 2D image until it starts spinning around on you. The environment seems to be mostly 2D with low-res 3D objects thrown on top. I say that because I noticed the light from my flashlight was altered believably when cast on objects with differing heights and shapes, and the rest of the environment just did not have the same effect. Also, as a fun little plus, firing your gun shows real-time, accurate shadow casting for stuff like pillars or furniture, something that's always appreciated but you don't really expect in a game that looks like this. Artistically speaking, this style just flat out gels with me. It's this awesomely dark look that seems to be both dystopian and clean at the same time. Everyone's wearing suits that wouldn't be out of place in an episode of Gantz, and your surroundings are cold and isolating. It had this sort of uncanny effect that the Resident Evil 1.5 build also had on me, where everything was recognizable as a sort of everyday location that should have a lot of people in it, but not seeing anyone around causes this lonely dysphoria. One thing I really got into though was how consistent the visual themes are applied here. The retro future approach can be seen represented everywhere from computers and radios to your in-game map and even your inventory screen. Everything has a wonderfully realized aesthetic that I can only describe as the way people from the 80s thought the future would look. Kind of like technology kept increasing in complexity and usefulness, but retained the same visual look it had back when personal computers first started shipping with actual hard drives in them. Essentially, everything in the game feels like you're viewing it through an uncalibrated interlace screen that's constantly displaying command line code. The lighting is pristine with great looking shadows cast by overhead lights and the muzzle flash from your gun, and infected replicas have these glitchy visuals happening all around them, kinda like their infection is distorting how you're seeing them with your mechanical eyes. Very cool effect. Now, I'm definitely into the perspective here, but throughout the game you will get a few opportunities to shift to first person, which I think really livens things up a bit. There are the sections where you can interact with stuff like puzzles or examining something, and these give off a heavy point-and-click adventure game vibe, which I always really like. Being able to look around and interact with stuff via a little cursor on the screen just adds this nice flair to the total package here, and the amount of detail in these departures never fails to impress me. Also, you get a close-up look at this world's tech, which is just really cool. There are also short sections that play out from a first-person perspective and gives you full control over your movements. These areas are visually moody with great lighting and the same low-resolution alias 3D that's seen everywhere else, which you should read as amazing. In fact, after spending a bit of time in this train flashback, I'm just dying to see Rose Engine make a full 3D game off of this aesthetic. While most of your playthrough will be spent looking at relatively pristine, sanitary interior designs, towards the end the infection raging through the mining facility will cause these organic growths to show up all over, and it looks awesome in my opinion. Near the end, you'll also notice a move towards a very otherworld kind of look. Rusted metal, chain-link grates, and a heavy shift towards deep red in the environment matched with garish yellow lighting. It's a very Silent Hill 1 look, and that is exactly the compliment it sounds like. Secondary stuff like animations and the run cycle look great to my eye, with my only complaint being the stomp you can deliver to downed enemies. It feels like there should have been a little more movement here, as it looks like Elster's just barely lifting her leg, but other than that, I'm very happy with how all of this looks in motion. I really enjoyed the layout and look of the inventory screen, and the way it's organized seems to make it pretty intuitive to navigate, which is important in a game like this. The game often shows off some killer looking cutscenes that can rapidly switch between 2D sprite art and 3D, which is awesome to see in motion. The art style here is very anime influenced, and the sharp pixels make for an incredibly attractive look. And like a lot of other indie games that are trying to emulate that retro look, Signalis has a CRT filter in the options, and I really liked it despite the fact that I'm typically not a big fan of stuff like this. It believably softens the image and adds a bit of the kind of fisheye distortion you would get from actually displaying this game on an old CRT TV. Honestly, this is how I would have played the game if I weren't capturing footage for a video. I tried out a test upload with some footage of the game using the CRT mode, and YouTube's compression had it looking far less attractive than it actually is in person. But I'm really happy they included it, because when I replay the game, this is exactly how I'm gonna look at it. So if you're the kind of weirdo that can't stand looking at sharp pixels and aliased images, once you get out of the psych ward, don't worry, Signalis has got you covered. Moving away from Signalis' look for a bit, I have to mention its absolutely killer soundtrack. I could definitely hear some Akira Yamaoka inspiration in there, with a few very industrial tracks punctuated by heavy clanging sounds arranged into a type of melody. Mostly the style is relegated to the combat sections, but every once in a while you'll hear that same metallic percussion-heavy aesthetic somewhere else. However, unlike Yamaoka's later work on Silent Hills 2 and 3, Signalis' music is mostly devoid of your more traditional song structure. Most of the non-action-packed tracks seem to focus on long, synthy, ambient tones that give off a very soothing feel, which I would say perfectly fits the tone of the places that you'll hear them in. Of course, the game's also trying to spook you out, so there are plenty of tracks that will have that slightly off kind of sound that subconsciously gives you the feeling that things aren't quite right. These tracks have a lot of low droning in them with peaks of sudden jumps to higher notes. Basically what I'm saying is this is not the kind of music you listen to outside of the game when you're looking for that typical verse, pre-chorus, chorus, 4/4 song structure. Melodies and a lot of the music here don't exactly repeat, but instead they're drawn out for long periods, slightly changing over time until they end with a totally different sound in the same key. It feels very appropriate for the setting and fits the overall feel of the game so well it's crazy. Honestly, my only complaint is that the music doesn't make it into the game enough. Mostly when you're just walking around and exploring, instead of music you'll have ambient tones layered to create a sort of soundscape that resembles the place you're currently in. Honestly, for a good chunk of the game, you're going to be listening to something that sounds a lot like the kind of high-pitched hum that electronics give off while they're running. Don't get me wrong, it is very immersive, but its overall volume is pretty low compared to the rest of the game, and I would just love to hear some of the more melodic stuff more often. Plus, the lack of percussion in most of these tracks can have a sort of droning effect if you've been listening to it for a long time, and you probably will be. Regardless though, this game has some incredible sound design, and its music is most definitely one of its high points. And when you consider how good of a package this is overall, that is really saying something. Well guys, there's not much left to say here that I haven't already said. Signalis is an amazingly fresh look at the survival horror genre, and even if these types of games weren't so rare, it would still be just as interesting. Its look, sound, and gameplay all just ooze a real attention to style and detail, and I truly can't recommend it enough. It's releasing on PC and major consoles including the Switch, so hit pause on this video and grab yourself a copy. It's really that good. Outside of its general quality though, I would say there's something a little more important going on here. On top of this being a very high quality video game that is worthy of a purchase in its own right, it's about damn time we show the market exactly what we want from it. If the AAA industry isn't interested in catering to us anymore, that's totally fine. We'll take the money we would have spent there and give it to smaller developers who are willing to release the games we've been wanting to play for years. And that goes for other quality titles too. Go grab yourself a copy of Alisa and Tormented Souls. It's about time we started voting with our wallets. Listen, I know I've been hammering on this subject a lot lately, but I really cannot get over this new survival horror explosion. We went from having literally no games in the genre to play for years to actually having to choose which survival horror game we're gonna buy from month to month. It really is a great time to be alive for people like us, and if you want to see this trend grow and affect much higher budget games, it's time to show them exactly how much money they could be making. So if you know of a small developer working on a project like this, follow them on Twitter, share their trailers, and help build hype around their games. Support their work and do everything you can to show it to like-minded people. Hell, feel free to list it in the comments section below so I can know about it too. Let's help turn this short boom into a lasting trend in the industry. If you've been watching this channel or channels like mine for a while, I've got to imagine more of these games is exactly what you're looking for, and it's about time we did our part to make sure that happens. And on that inspirational note, I think it's about time for me to get back to work. I hope to see each and every one of you again in the next one, but until then, as usual, I'm Jared, and this is Avalanche Reviews. Conscript is a modern survival horror game published by Team 17 and solely developed by a single guy. This guy, to be precise, Jordan Mochi. Now, a single person churning all of this out is, to be honest, baffling, but more important than who made it is what inspired it. As you may or may not have noticed, this game is set smack dab in the middle of World War I, still one of the largest conflicts in terms of loss of human life in world history. So in terms of uniqueness and novelty, we've already got something that gives it a wild advantage over its genre peers, and we haven't even actually discussed anything outside of its setting yet. But before we move on to the actual video, just for transparency's sake, I do want to mention that this game was given to me free of charge by either Jordan or Team 17. I honestly forgot which one messaged me. But that being said, there was no expectation of any specific outcome, no money changed hands, and I can assure you I will be extra critical. And with that out of the way, let's talk story. With a conflict as bloody and serious as the First World War, writing a story inside of its events, I imagine, is a pretty daunting task. I mean, not only do you want to do justice to the sheer gravity of the event, but you're also going to want to tell a story that hasn't already been told. I mean, there are people who casually devote their entire lives to following the events of this tragedy. Hell, one of them made this game. So retelling the tale of events so well known they're written down in your high school history book probably wasn't going to be fulfilling for either the game's developer or its players. Which is why I'm really glad that Jordan took the direction that he did. In Conscript, you play as Andre, a regular French guy who was conscripted into the war machine along with his brother Pierre. The game begins with Andre waking up just a few moments before the Battle of Verdun. According to the soldiers still in the trenches, he just missed his brother's regiment getting the order to meet the German threat, so worried about his sibling and not wanting to catch a bullet for desertion, we get our gear sorted and hop on the good foot after him. And that earlier little tidbit is kind of important. Soldiers getting scared and running off is a major issue in any war, but French COs were apparently pretty notorious for executing anyone found to be in direct conflict with an order just to make an example that desertion would not be tolerated. Something you might want to keep in mind from this point on because it can play a major role in how events turn out with your playthrough. Anyways, it seems like while Andre was sleeping, portions of the German army had made it into some areas of the base, and when he does come across Pierre, it looks like he was on the receiving end of one hell of a beating. But there are two positives here. One, he got the guy that got him, and two, Pierre doesn't seem to be at death's door right now. Wanting to take care of his brother does sort of come into conflict with the harsh penalties for not obeying orders or being seen as fleeing from a fight, so with that in mind, we rush off to take part in the battle, and the results are expectedly brutal given the circumstances. Bullets and bombs are dropping all around Andre, and subsequently so are his countrymen. And I've really got to say, Jordan did an incredible job of showcasing the chaos of armed conflict, especially the kind where firearm tech at the time kept fights relatively close quarters compared to today. As we approach the skirmish, the opposing forces start pouring into the trenches like ants, and even though you've got fellow soldiers all around you, everyone's engaged in some kind of struggle of their own, meaning it's basically every man for himself. Which in my case turned out to be one of those, I'm not locked in here with you guys are locked in here with me kind of situations. But just as the French forces, or more specifically Andre, begins to build a little momentum, the whole area gets gassed, forcing him to head for cover and cleaner air. In the process, we make our way back to Pierre, and by the time Andre gets back to where he was, he seems to have either left on his own or was potentially taken somewhere. In his place, we find a letter letting us know that the Germans have taken the fort and that everyone's to retreat to Fort Saint Michel. Oh, and now's probably a good time to admit that I have literally no experience pronouncing French words or terminology, so if I am saying anything profoundly wrong, don't worry, it's going to continue for the entire video. Anyways, it sounds like we need to get a move on because this letter mentions specifically that any injured are to be taken to the med bay to either be killed by the invading Germans or become their prisoners of war. Seems like an easy enough task, just grab your brother and join the retreat. I mean, I can't foresee anything horribly going wrong, let's say just outside this room. Sometime later, Andre wakes up in a room the Germans were using as a dead body storage, and from here the goal is to link back up with your unit and, of course, track down your brother. And this is where I have to be honest and say that this game doesn't necessarily have a story in the traditional sense. I mean, your main character has a past, a goal, and finds himself caught up in all kinds of story-like events, but beyond the search for his brother and a handful of flashbacks to his life before being conscripted, there really isn't a lot of your average narrative threads to get caught on here. And I really don't want that to come across like an insult, because in the context of this game, I think that was the right move. As you play, you get to interact with a few reoccurring characters and find some info on the potential whereabouts of your brother, but for almost the entire experience, the spotlight stays on Andre's current situation and its very small place in the greater scale of the massive war that has chewed up so much of the French countryside. I mean, it almost feels appropriately simplistic. Like, we aren't expecting this guy to go through some kind of a traditional character arc while he's locked in a constant life or death struggle with an army that vastly outnumbers him. I sort of feel like with the crushing force of this larger conflict going on, there's not really any room for some kind of personal affirmation tale. Andre is a single lowly soldier in a war that he wants no part in, and he's got two goals: keep breathing and find his brother, which, at least in this situation, is really all that's necessary. In the process of fighting to meet back up with this squad, we'll come across a good number of micro-stories in the form of diary entries and letters chronicling the time before the recent German raid, and honestly, it's exactly as bleak as you would expect for events taking place in a World War I trench. People are describing the process of dealing with mass graves, missing their loved ones, a prevalence of poison gas injuries, and the overall psychological rigors of armed conflict. Once again, though, these are far off in the periphery. The main character in this story is always the war itself, and I found that to be an incredibly effective way to tell this tale. Instead of zooming out and witnessing the events of this war as a series of battles on a grand scale, we get right in on the ground level and follow a single French soldier as he deals with what seems like the most significant thing that could possibly ever happen to somebody, but in reality, this is just a night or two in a war that lasted 4 years. I mean, realistically, I would imagine there were tens of thousands of these same scenarios playing themselves out on both sides of the conflict. And since there isn't as much time spent on regular old exposition, a lot of that effort went into an absolute ocean's worth of environmental storytelling. Every single inch of mud or charred ground that Andre steps foot on seems to tell a story. You can really feel the dwindling condition of these trenches, what it must have been like eating, sleeping, and more often than not dying here. And likewise, you feel a genuine sense of invasion when the place gets flooded by enemies. Even when you leave those trenches and head out into what used to be farmland, you can see the corpses of livestock or French horses caught up in the bombings and gas attacks. Moving forward into a village, you can feel the weight of what happened here, and coming across letters and journals written by the one-time inhabitants show a kind of unknowing chaos falling over the place. Will the French forces push back the approaching Germans before they get a chance to get to the village? Should we pack our things in jet? And how do we get in contact with family members who may have been away before all of this started? All of this really had an effect on me. I can only really describe it as the kind of feeling you get when watching some on-the-ground reporting from a deadly conflict. You can see the human suffering as if it were pressed into the very fiber of the environment. Truly powerful stuff. And speaking of powerful, this is something that took me a while to notice when I first played the demo, but it was a point that was driven home all over again with this latest playthrough. I think this might be the very first horror game I've ever played without a single solitary sci-fi or supernatural element to speak of. No aliens, magic powers, revived corpses feasting on the living. It's just the terrifying reality of war. I mean, to be fair, the German soldiers' almost mechanical look or the scary as hell sound of their gas mask-aided breathing somewhere down a dark tunnel might do a lot to elevate them to an arena almost adjacent to science fiction, but I mean, all of this stuff is accurate and can be found in the real-world conflict. And I think that's what makes all of this so effectively impactful. You're never really taken out of the reality of World War I, and since it's already set in one of the absolute most terrifying scenarios known to man, it doesn't really need anything extra. On top of that, it's chronicling one of the war's bloodiest battles. Placing an avatar of the player smack dab in the middle of all of that is enough horror to fill an entire franchise of these sort of games. Even though I've already talked about how there isn't as much content here story-wise, there are still a lot of elements that would lose their narrative weight if I just blurted them out to you. So if you are planning on checking out Conscript, which I 100% suggest you do, skip past the chapter mark spoilers or to the timestamp on screen. I mean it, no cheating. I actually can tell who does and does not skip past that stuff. Don't tell anybody, but no, I can't. Now, it's worth pointing out that Conscript has a few different endings, and I kind of stupidly got what I would assume is one of the worst ones, but I did want to take a moment to mention how effectively it got under my skin and honestly might be one of the best video game endings I've ever seen before. After fighting through an absolutely chadly 15.5 hours of pure survival horror attrition, Andre finally comes across his brother at the bottom of a pit meant for corpses underneath a German stronghold. And once again, even though he does want to get him the hell out of there, he has to push back the nearly endless army descending upon the fort. So our guy takes up arms and single-handedly goes head-to-head with what feels like the full brunt of the German war machine. These guys start just flooding over the barricades, and as I'm quite genuinely fighting for my life against what appears to be unwinnable odds, my wife happens to walk past the room, and we're both kind of marveling at some of the cool stuff I'm pulling off, sort of basking in the video gaminess of it all. But then something weird happened. All of a sudden, the mood just totally shifted. Replacing the appropriately more up-tempo, percussion-heavy string accompaniment that perfectly matched the chaos taking place on screen was this somber, slow piano lick. We both immediately took note of it, and it led to this wild moment where her and I both went from having fun to lamenting all of the death and destruction. This one little change to the fight turned it from set piece to survival. It was like even the game was expecting Andre to fail, and even if he did end up winning, what was going to be his prize? A mountain of corpses that used to be his fellow humans and the lifetime of mental baggage that would entail? It was genuinely emotional. And you know, at the time, I figured we'd experienced the apex of what this game had to offer, but then I returned to the badly wounded Pierre and carried him slowly and painstakingly all the way through the fort into a nearby medic tent. Now, Andre, obviously having gone through hell to get to this point, was just at the very limits of what his body could take, so as they both collapse, the last thing he gets to see just before he loses consciousness is his brother's lifeless body. It was a soberingly somber moment, one only topped when Andre opens his eyes to find himself tied to a stake, ready to be summarily executed for abandoning his post and orders to save his brother. This guy risked life and limb to get to Pierre, and when he finally did, he wasn't only met with his death, but to make it all the more fruitless, the last thing he got to hear in this world was accusations of cowardice and several rifles going off. And the last thing we're left with is a slow zoom on a picture of who I assume to be Andre and Pierre's mother, while the game lets us know about how bloody of a conflict this battle really was. I turned to look at my wife just to share the absolute gut punch that was, and she was already in the process of wiping tears from her eyes. It was truly something magical. I mean, I had invested almost 20 hours into this game if you count all the restarts I did, and she had only just walked in for maybe the last 20 minutes of it, and we were both a damn mess. I'm gonna level with you guys. I didn't really have anything I wanted to add to this or any sort of analysis for it. I put up that spoiler warning just to share this experience with somebody because I think it ended up being one of, if not the most emotionally effective video game endings I've ever played through in my life. Now, I know it's a little cringe, a survival horror expert like myself getting the bad ending in one of these games, but to be fair, I did save just before the point of no return, and I could have easily just reloaded that and got a better ending, but I'm not at all sure that I want to. I don't know, this just feels like the right ending for everything I went through with this game, and beyond that, I think it perfectly sums up the simultaneous victory and futility of the battle itself. I mean, on one end, a country was able to beat back a vicious military force and protect its people, but on the other, to accomplish that, they essentially had to throw 300,000 young, capable men into a meat grinder. And I feel like if there was some kind of perfect narrative summary of all that, it would be the ending that I got. Alright, so now that we're done with the spoilers, I cannot suggest enthusiastically enough that you stop what you're doing right now and play Conscript. It may have some challenging hurdles that we are going to get into later, but without giving anything away, you need to beat this game. And I say that because when I did, I was met with one of the most emotional and sobering endings I've ever experienced before. The story may seem very light at first, only extending to Andre, his brother, and a fair few moments before they were conscripted, but what that seemingly small package culminates into, depending on what ending you get, might be one of the most effective conclusions of all time. But hey, I get it, you're not exactly ready to play through an entire ass game just to see if you end up enjoying the ending, so let's see if I can't sell you on its gameplay, or at the very least, let's say warn you about it. When I cover these newer survival horror games, I have a bit of a personal grading system. Some of them are old classic survival horror, the kind of stuff that wouldn't feel out of place on a PS1. Games like Tormented Souls or Echoes of the Living. Two titles that strive for that near one-to-one comparison with classic games in the genre like Resident Evil. Then we've got what I've taken to calling Survival Horror Plus. Games that take the blueprints of the genre but don't limit themselves to just those blueprints. I'd say games like Crow Country, Alisa, or You Will Die Here Tonight are good examples of this, which are titles that take 90% of the traits that you would expect from an old survival horror game but grow off of that platform and into some really unique places. And in that spectrum, I would say Conscript lives pretty hard on the survival horror plus side of things. I mean, all of the expected elements are here. Backtracking through large environments, looking for keys, puzzle solving, taking care not to overpack your limited inventory, constant risk-reward decisions, the ability to avoid combat. It's a veritable who's who of the kind of stuff you'd want to see in a game like this, and it all works in a way that stays incredibly authentic despite the radically different perspective and sprite-based nature of the game. There's just a lot more going on here as well. But before drowning in a sea of specifics, let's get the general stuff out of the way. As I'm sure you've already noticed by now, Conscript keeps a constantly slightly angled top-down perspective, which means there's no need for tank controls, because from screen to screen the cardinal directions are always going to be the same. And I'd say, at least as far as the controls are concerned, it feels pretty much perfect. Admittedly, Andre is going to move kind of slow by default, but you do have a run button. Although unlike your normal survival horror game, this button's going to eat up stamina, which is tracked by the bar in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, which is something you're going to want to get really good at managing, as it also ties into the combat in several really important ways. The first one is a dodge roll that I would say gives you a deceptively short amount of iframes. Essentially, you can be hit out of the roll, but only towards the very end of it. Meaning you can initiate a dodge while an attack is active and be totally fine, but if that animation gets more than 3/4 of the way done and you're still in range of the attack, you're going to take damage. I found a good rule of thumb is to get a slight run going just before the roll, which gives you just a hair of momentum that nets you a bit more distance. Sharing that meter are your melee attacks, which, aside from costing stamina, have another mechanic running simultaneously. You have to ready your melee hits, like any other game in the genre, by holding a trigger button, but unlike the rest of its peers, you can charge these attacks for more damage and a chance at putting the enemy into a pain state. With certain bad guys like the early game riflemen, you can just whack away with 0 weight, but for anyone wearing any kind of body armor, you're definitely going to want each hit to be fully charged. Regardless of how you beat down Germans though, you're going to want to keep an eye on your melee weapon's condition because these things can break on you. Interestingly, shooting carries the same charge-based setup, only it doesn't cost you any stamina. The longer you have the trigger held down, the more accurate the shot, which in a game that makes you savor every last bullet, this is something you're really going to want to take advantage of. I do think there might be a bit more damage dealt by a shot with a full charge, but to be honest, it kind of feels like there's a random nature to this game that makes figuring that out kind of hard. This could just be a critical hit mechanic or something, but I feel like sometimes I'd be able to take an enemy down with 1 or 2 shots, but later that same enemy type might take double that. Now, I'm assuming we all know this, but the option to choose whether or not to engage in conflict is a key part of the genre, and Conscript of course allows for this kind of playstyle, but it goes a little deeper than just that. By that, I mean there's a stealth system, and if video game stealth is yin, its yang is definitely going to be the video game stealth kill. So if you wanted to, you could just sneak past patrolling Germans, avoiding a fight altogether, or you could stalk them down one by one and give them one of those never saw it coming kind of deaths. The latter being a great way to deal with a future threat and conserving weapon strength, as a stealth kill allows you to end a guy with just a single hit as opposed to the several it may have taken in a general combat scenario. Outside of shooting and smashing dudes up, but still tangentially related to it, we've got the game's bevy of inventory filling supplies. Of course, you have your staples like healing items, ammo, and weapons, but much like Resident Evil 3, we've got a handful of components that can be mixed together. Gunpowder and chemicals make bullets, and that same chemical concoction can be used on bandages to bump up their level of efficacy. Thanks to this and the general need to travel light due to limited space, you're going to be spending a lot of time in your inventory screen either cleaning things up or mixing things together, and I really got a kick out of that. I think it was the second Resident Evil game that made me start appreciating when a survival horror title lets its general gameplay mechanics spill over into the item screen. Being able to do stuff like mix gunpowder, make healing items, examine puzzle pieces for potential clues, and combine parts of a key item together, I really don't know why, but this sort of takes a bit of the video game kind of feel away from the inventory and brings it into the game world in a more cohesive way. But you could probably argue this next mechanic pulls in the opposite direction. Much to the joy of RE4 fans, Conscript has a persistent merchant character that'll camp in save rooms. This being a war zone, of course cigarettes are the accepted currency, and they can be found all over the place if you're looking around really good. With the merchant, you can buy melee weapons, a few helpful things like healing implements and gunpowder, but you can also upgrade your weapons. Now, you might be thinking that something like this would throw off the game's intended difficulty, and normally I'd agree with you, but Jordan did a pretty amazing job of accounting for this. Not only are the items in the shop limited in supply, but between upgrading your guns and needing ammo, I found that I was still in a near constant state of just barely having enough of what I needed to continue. To my knowledge, I don't think I ever outright ran out of any one ammo type, but I always felt like I was just on the verge of doing that, which is a sign of a developer who really knows how to weaponize survival horror scarcity. Towards the end of the game, I was finally at a point where I had more than I could conceivably need to finish it, but once you've gotten to that point, you'll A, really be able to appreciate reaching some level of power fantasy, but more importantly, B, you will have played the game long enough to understand that it doesn't really matter what you're packing, this is one hell of a challenging experience. When Jordan reached out to me on Twitter, he let me know that people were already coming back to him with criticisms of the game's limited inventory, so I went into it expecting that to be an issue, but surprisingly, I really didn't have any problems at all. Thinking back, I may have come across something important and had no room for it maybe, 3 or 4 times in my 15.5-hour playthrough. But to be fair to the people who were having this issue, there is a lot of stuff that you might want to keep on you in this game. I mean, between your melee weapon and potential backup if that one breaks, your guns, ammo, healing items, equipable stuff like armor, and whatever else you may come across, there's a hell of a lot competing for space in your precious few squares of inventory. I remember this being a real issue with Signalis back when I reviewed it. I felt like past the halfway point of the game, I was needing to trek back to an item box every other new room I discovered. Which, by the way, it is worth pointing out that the Signalis devs did eventually patch in a few fixes for that problem, and from what I hear, it really makes a difference. But here in Conscript, I conversely had almost no issues with my inventory. I mean, not only are new slots unlockable through the store and with upgrades you can find, but I think this game does a much better job of distributing its item boxes. Essentially, instead of having to head back to a save room for the singular purpose of dropping off excess nonsense and returning to where I was so I could pick something up, I could usually plan out a route to wherever I wanted to go and include a quick stop at an item box without a lot of out-of-the-way travel. But on top of that, I think I may have found a way to break the system a bit. At one point, you're going to come across body armor that's going to absorb damage for you, so what I would do is always keep that armor on me, and instead of needing to go through tons and tons of healing items, I would just use repair kits on the armor every so often when I made a quick pit stop to a save room. And since item boxes are regularly more convenient to get to in this game, I could just keep all my healing stuff and repair kits in the item box and top up on either durability or health exclusively in those rooms, which did a great job of negating my need to carry a whole lot of the stuff that people would probably normally want on them. But even if that's not the strategy you're looking for, I think mitigating this as an issue with good planning and organization is totally possible for the kind of person who'd be into playing something like this anyways. For those of you who don't play as much survival horror, I would imagine this is going to be a tough hill to get over, and if the inventory is a hill, I would call the rest of the game's difficulty a mountain sat atop 2 even larger mountains. Even with one-hit kills and stealth helping you out, the German forces invading France can absolutely beat you into the dirt. At first, I thought I was smart and I had figured out a bit of a process by dodge rolling and attacking in a certain order, but then enemies started literally kicking my ass when I pulled that on them. Sometimes an attack that usually causes a pain state just won't, which means that enemy could conceivably hit you as you recover from that attack and you're not able to move. I mean, sure, stealth can definitely help with this, but these guys aren't exactly thrilled about you bludgeoning their comrades to death within earshot, so it's really easy to alert an entire area if you're forced to take out a person in the right location. On the plus side, I did find out that you don't necessarily have to be behind a German to one-hit them, which makes things a little easier as you could just wait around a corner and smack them as they get within range, or even get right up in their face and take advantage of the amount of time it takes for them to notice you.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
As the game goes on, though, it's going to refresh the enemy roster with stronger foes that are going to take way more of a beating in an outright skirmish. It sort of feels like you're going through this constant process of getting just strong enough to not have to worry about combat, then getting introduced to a new bad guy and losing your newfound position at the top of the food chain. For those of you planning on checking out Conscript, first off, do not be afraid to select the infinite saves and checkpoint options when starting a new game. Trust me, you're not going to get an S rank on your first time through anyways, and second, make sure to play this game very slowly. When walking through a dark area, make sure to make periodic stops and just listen to the environment. The sound design here is quite literally incredible, and often the only way to tell if there's a threat waiting up ahead is just to be quiet for a second and listen for the sound of them breathing through their gas mask. Just like with the game's items, its difficulty will have you teetering on the verge of complete destruction throughout nearly the entire runtime, and I get the feeling this was Jordan's honest intent. He seems to really appreciate the inherent difficulty of this genre, and if his goal was to create a steroids-injected, super-powered version of that feature, bravo, because that is exactly what we ended up with. Now, those of you familiar with these kind of games, you'll know that there's a bit of a difficulty drop-off once you've dumped enough ammo into clearing out an area, but Conscript has a solution for that too. See, not only do you have to worry about the German soldiers patrolling these trenches, but the after effects of dealing with them. And if you've already played this game, you know exactly where this is headed. Just like the actual war Conscript is set in, rats here are a massive side effect of leaving dead bodies sitting out in the open. These dog-sized, annoying sons of bitches will converge on a body after a certain amount of time has passed, and they really do not appreciate your presence. If these things know you're around, they will chase you down like the meal that you are, and every single bite from one of them has the potential of inflicting poison, which reduces your max health. Now, on the plus side, you can use cans of fuel and a lighter to burn up the remains of your enemies, but this can be a huge chore considering the combination of a very limited inventory and how far you are from an item box. But I do have good news. By the time you watch this video, the PC version of the game should be patched with a number of features that I think will both solve the issue that I was about to spend 15 minutes ranting over and keep the level of challenge I think these rats were originally supposed to represent. Really important stuff like the amount of time it takes for them to aggro to you, how far they'll chase you down, your offensive options, and how often a bite will result in poison. Now, because of the nature of AAA storefronts, the console ports of the game may take a little longer to get this update, but that's not exactly something you, me, or Jordan can do much about. For now, though, this is what I and seemingly most other people tend to agree as the most glaring issue that the game has, and it's really awesome seeing it being addressed so early on. Because for the entire time I played this game pre-patch, these things were a near constant annoyance. The only way I found to reliably take care of a rat-infested room was to either run through it at max speed every time, or to inch forward little by little so that I only aggroed one of them at a time, otherwise its friends would jump in, which essentially was an automatic game over or a restart. And since we're already heading in that direction, I think we need to go over what I think makes the game, at times, overly difficult. But before we do that, I want to make one very clear point. Conscript is an incredible survival horror game. It's innovative and fresh but familiar, challenging but satisfying. I mean, I absolutely loved my time with it, and I'm saying all of that right now because I'm about to put on the steel-toe boots and kick this game's teeth in. I just don't want you guys to think that all of the following complaints equal out to a negative experience overall. I definitely have my issues with certain elements, but I think instead of making the game bad per se, it's more like they kept Conscript from reaching the highs that I think it could have otherwise. Alright, let's get into this. Now, like I said before, this is a very tough playthrough, but I would say about 75% of that difficulty is the kind of stuff you would actually want in a survival horror game. The limited inventory, punishing combat, and of course the mental energy you're going to need to devote to puzzle solving and figuring out where to go next. And all of that, I would say, is masterfully handled here, but I think it's that 25% left over that accounts for 100% of my frustration. Now, we've already talked about the rats, and because this patch should be available before this video comes out, I'm actually omitting the half a page dedicated to that issue because I don't think it's going to represent the game correctly for the people who might use this video as a barometer as to whether or not they want to play Conscript. But lest you think this is me going soft on the game's developer, for those of you who, like me, had to suffer through them, suffice it to say they were without a doubt the most annoying game mechanic I've seen in quite some time. Now let's all be very, very thankful that they're getting fixed and move on. I'd say ranking a little lower on my list of priorities is the seemingly random nature of stealth. Sometimes I'd wait around a corner to stealth kill a bad guy and he'd somehow see me before I could get a hit off. So I'd exit the room, reset his position, wait around that same corner and attack around the same time, but this time he wouldn't have seen me. I guess the best way to put it is that I'm just never sure what will and will not alert a soldier. Sometimes I could run up to a group of two Germans facing each other and get stealth kills on both of them without either getting alerted, but then other times I'd knock out a guy in a seemingly empty area and aggro the hell out of someone who was in a completely different part of the room. Sometimes the enemies will get this eye that appears over their head as an indicator of whether or not you're alerting them, but sometimes they just get alerted without that eye ever appearing. Similarly, the fact that you need a full charge to perform a stealth kill makes it really easy to get yourself into a situation where you get spooked by the concept of them turning around early and release the button a microsecond before the charge is ready, and you end up alerting every living thing in the room with you. And since we're running on original MSX Metal Gear rules, enemy alert statuses and positions are all reset by exiting and re-entering a room, which sort of incentivized me to use that strategy a lot, and while very effective, I don't know, it just kind of felt like I was cheesing the game. Which I would argue is justified just by how much the game gets off on punishing the player to what I would call an unnecessary degree. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for shaking up the act of returning to previous areas, but blocking off all of the convenient shortcuts and destroying all but one of the section's save rooms just sort of feels like you're being mean. This happens a lot. You'll get the layout of an area in your head and some enemy shelling will take place, and all of a sudden you need to trek through rat-infested side paths that you previously left alone, only to find out that the save room that used to be there isn't anymore. And I wouldn't find that to be so punishing if the game's map wasn't so damn selective with what it will and won't track. I mean, usually it's really good about marking roadblocks and points of interest in red, but sometimes it just chooses not to. I mean, if you're going to take note of the bombed out sections of the first trench, why not do the same thing in the village where it's a confusing series of side streets that are filled with debris blocking your way? It's really damn easy to get lost in an area because you're using the in-game map to figure out a route, only to find there are several roadblocks on the way, so you end up going down the same dead-end roads over and over again, and with the rats and punishing enemy soldiers, that can be a very risky mistake to make. And the same thing goes with rooms filled with gas. Because areas in Conscript are so big, it can be really easy to forget where you have and haven't been, and if you're using the tried and true method of plotting your course based on the doors you haven't been through yet, it can be incredibly easy to walk right back into a room filled with mustard gas. I'm being dead serious when I say that there were several occasions while I was backtracking through an area and I would get this thought in my head like, what the fuck did I do to this guy to piss him off so bad? I mean, Conscript is already one of the most challenging survival horror experiences I've ever played before. You really don't need to take any extra steps in that direction. As a really good example, when you start the game off, your aim is relatively, I guess, stable for lack of a better word, but as time goes on, it starts to shake violently, and to be honest, I'm not sure if that's a result of Andre's adrenaline, his nerves getting the best of him, or something that I caused. But either way, it can be a huge nuisance. You'll have this perfect shot lined up, but because of his shaky hands, you'll completely miss and end up eating some unavoidable damage. I feel like this is the kind of mechanic that sounds much better on paper than it does in practice. I mean, a little bit of leniency would go a long way here, especially for a game with such a massive runtime. Sure, in some titles, maybe 11 or 12 hours isn't all that impressive, but for a survival horror game, that's like record-breaking. And you know, it'd be really nice if I didn't have to fist fight the damn thing for the entire playthrough. You know, maybe just half of it. Alright, so I understand that most of you still watching past this point may have gotten the idea that this game may not be worth your time based on all the bitching I just did, but I swear to you, nothing could be further from the truth. I don't want to mince words here. Conscript is flat out incredible. I was blown away at how much I enjoyed the damn game, and the fact that a single person made it all just furthers that feeling. Yes, it definitely has frustrating aspects to it, but you really can't beat the feeling of inching your way through a dark tunnel, listening out for the faint sound of an enemy somewhere up ahead in the darkness, or vaulting up over the protective walls of a trench to make a raid on a German base. This game made me feel more dread and excitement than some of the greatest entries in the genre, and that is truly saying something. I cannot recommend enough that you give this one a shot, and if the difficulty is an issue, there are of course easier modes available. With a relatively small amount of tweaking, I think this could become the best of the new wave of survival horror titles coming from independent developers, and based on my conversations with Jordan already, I get the feeling that he's very receptive to constructive criticism. If new survival horror had a tier list, Conscript would be damn near the top of it, and if its sole developer is down to mix around a few ones and zeros, it would easily take that #1 position for me. If you have even a passing appreciation for this type of strategy and planning based horror, this is without a doubt a must play. That being said, you are going to encounter a few issues that might give you the idea that the guy who made this hates you specifically. And to be fair, you know, maybe he does. Alright, so I can admit I was a little critical when talking about Conscript's gameplay, but I can assure you none of that energy has followed me into its presentation. In a word, what you're looking at right now is just pure perfection. I mean, given the type of look this guy was trying to recreate, the fact that he was so successful with pixel art is nothing short of incredible. In fact, I wrote in my notes when I got about an hour into the game that I don't think a more accurate look could have been achieved with genuine modern 3D graphics. And I know you've heard this about 1 trillion times so far, but you do have to keep in mind that just one guy made all this. I can't believe how convincing the backgrounds are, either because of or despite their chunky low-resolution look, and the animations here are fluid as all hell. Winding up hits, reloading your weapons, even the enemies getting knocked on their asses. It all looks insanely realistic. I mean, this might be a bit of a morbid example, but look at how many frames there are in this crawling torso desperately seeking some kind of help animation. If you were searching for a downside, I guess you could mention the game's dark and dreary color palette, but given the setting, I think this was not only true to the source material, but appropriate as well. On the plus side, there are flashbacks to Andre's life before the war, and these brief segments offer a nice taste of color and unspoiled natural beauty, which is going to act as a nice palate cleanser for the atrocities and destruction you're about to return to. What especially stands out to me, though, is how well the game's developer was able to convey the sheer chaos of these big battles. You can see the massive shells flying overhead, and the screen shakes with all of the ensuing explosions. As you're running around, Germans and fellow soldiers alike are being taken out left and right, and I don't really know how to explain it. It just feels accurate to what you would imagine an actual war would be like. Interspersed between long swaths of gameplay, you'll come across cutscenes that'll break with the near constant top-down, slightly angled perspective, and I really got a kick out of these. There's only a few of them that actually animate past slow zooms or pans, but the ones that do remind me of the low-resolution look of the CGs you would find in PC games like StarCraft back when I was growing up. I mean, I'm sure even this limited animation took forever to actually create, but it would have been really cool to have seen a few more of these. It was also really interesting seeing so many pixelated versions of what I'm gonna assume are authentic war propaganda posters. and since I know there's at least one person out there who, like me, enjoys a good survival horror inventory screen, I just gotta say, damn, this is perfect. If I did have a single complaint, it would be that it takes a pretty long time to cycle through all the stuff in your item box, so a hit R1 to jump down a page option would have been nice, but from a purely visual standpoint, this is precisely what I want from an inventory in this genre. Like I've already mentioned, the game has no supernatural elements, instead choosing to stay well within the realm of realism and accuracy, and I do appreciate that. But there are a few standout moments when Conscript at least hints at things that venture outside those constraints, and it really gives the game an eerie feel. For example, the environments you'll explore typically stick to the dark, tattered trenches and battlefields of Verdun, but as you gain access to the lower levels of the German base, you'll notice things starting to creep towards an almost Silent Hill-esque level of design with lots of red lights, steel grates, and bottomless pits. In a similar vein, sometimes artillery fire will have this almost demonic sound to it, and I couldn't support that anymore if I tried. It sort of gives me the idea that I'm playing through someone's retelling of World War I, experiencing their personal interpretations of events along with the kind of imagery that such terror might have a person conjuring in their heads. And since we seem to have already dodge rolled in that direction, I have to give an immense amount of praise to the game's sound design. Not so much the music, although that is great as well, but more the overall soundscape. Because with Conscript, it's the moments when no music is playing that tends to be the most effective. I mean, obviously, there are going to be situations where you'll have some kind of a backing track to your adventures, and they do tend to be memorable, but more often than not, it's just going to be you and the sounds of your environment. The falling rain, deep explosions, the report of far-off rifle fire, your feet sloshing through the mud. It's a genuine cornucopia of immersive sound effects, and when you head inside, things get even better. Sounds echo realistically on your environment, and the silence somehow makes it easier to mistake any errant noise as a German trooper coming up from behind you, which actually does happen quite a lot, so it's a justified kind of paranoia. Now sadly, I can admit that I played through maybe 75% of this game just using my speakers, but one night I was feeling extra atmospheric and slid my headphones on, and holy hell, what a difference. The sound of your footsteps as you transition from hard concrete to a surface made up of spent shells and debris, German soldiers waiting somewhere out there in the inky black distance, the reverb applied to things like reloads and gunshots. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm being dead serious. You have to play this game with a good pair of headphones. I mean, not only is it way easier to identify threats that the screen hasn't revealed yet when you're wearing a nice pair of cans, but the immersion is just next level. And the same care was taken in giving the player great visual and auditory feedback for their actions. Hits sound like bone is crunching under the weight of your trench shovel, and the guns have some serious punch to them, along with a bit of screen shake if you leave that on in the options. Essentially what I'm trying to say is everything that you do in this game has a video or audio effect that makes it feel as powerful or as significant as it should. Obviously, I had more than a few bits of criticism for Conscript's gameplay, but in terms of the presentation and sound design, it is a perfect 10. Now, there's a bit of a consensus here in the gaming scene that pixel-based graphics tend to age much more gracefully than their 3D counterparts, which is something I completely agree with. But I also think there's a certain level of detail with sprites that real-time 3D is just yet to be able to touch. Which I know is counterintuitive, but think of it like this. In between each pixel is an imaginary one that your brain is filling in. It's like these games give you everything you need to put together a much more fully realized scene in your head, and what's actually being displayed on your screen is just a facsimile meant to inspire you to imagine something even greater. And sure, you might be thinking to yourself, well, that's just Jared reaching really damn far to justify the kind of graphics he grew up with and the stuff that he prefers personally. To which I can only respond with, I mean, yeah. Is this your first time watching one of my videos? Well guys, in conclusion, I have to say Conscript absolutely blew me away. There were without a doubt moments where it infuriated me and times where it felt like it was dragging just a little bit too much ass. But when I zoom out and look at the experience I had as a whole, it was indescribably cool. The game's developer obviously both understands and appreciates what makes a survival horror game difficult and was able to replicate it here, if not with just a little too much zeal. On the plus side though, what made this game, in my opinion, annoying at times could definitely be altered with updates, and it looks like our guy's already on the case, so I have no doubt that even more effort's gonna be made to at least meet us in the middle. But I'm gonna be honest here, even if this game never gets any more updates or never improves past this point, I'm still gonna count it among some of the most memorable experiences I've had with a video game. It both pays tribute to and successfully puts you into the conflict that it means to emulate, and if you were looking for a list of top 10 scariest places on Earth to set a horror game, well, the trenches of World War I are probably going to occupy 3 different spots on it. Conscript is emotionally engaging, mechanically unique, and visually incredible. I certainly have my complaints, and I would say I did a pretty good job laying them all out, but even with all that in mind, I can fully recommend that you jump at the chance to try this thing out. As of right now, the game's available on basically everything, so you really don't have an excuse not to get it. Actually, I have a flight back to America coming up pretty soon, and I'm probably going to grab it on the Switch just to have something terrifying to pay attention to outside of my very real and very irrational fear of flying. But I think that's enough out of me for one day. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Here's hoping I catch you in the next one, but until then, as usual, I'm Jared. And this is Avalanche Reviews.
Alright, listen up. Tonight, a spy stole important blueprints, and he got away.
Alisa is a very interesting little beast. First off, it already found itself in my sights just by adopting that early PS1 low poly look I love so much. And if I'm being totally honest, that's enough to warrant a playthrough alone in my opinion. But the cherry on top is the fact that the developer is also targeting that old survival horror gameplay style as well. Fixed perspective, pre-rendered environments, tank controls, and exploration centered around the concept of backtracking, all the little elements I've been craving in a modern release. So I tried digging a little deeper into this project to see if I could find anything out about its development, but there's not a lot of info out there, or at least not a lot that I can find. It seems like someone named Casper Crows did most of the work on this thing, and I really mean most of the work. From sound effects and level design to animations and general graphics work, this guy was a very busy beaver. Now, there were others involved in the project, so it wasn't exactly a one-man show, but I only found this out after I'd beaten the game, and without spoiling the gameplay section of the video, let's just say I assumed a much bigger staff was working on this thing. But since I wasn't able to find out much more than that, what do you say we jump into this game's story and find out if it's as true to PS1 era survival horror as it claims to be?
Everyone becomes mad here.
I'm gonna warn you ahead of time, this is going to be the first of what might be 1 million back-to-back comparisons with old PS1 games, but Alisa to me feels like it got a lot of its inspiration from titles like Silent Hill when it came time to tell its story. Things start off pretty straightforward, but it doesn't take more than say 10 minutes of gameplay till all that ends. The general setup has you taking control of Alisa, a royal agent for the Emperor of... Now that I think about it, I don't think that's really been addressed in the game. He's always just referred to as the Emperor. Well, anyways, Alisa's part of a military task force put together to find a thief who's gotten away with government secrets. The idea is to send 2 soldiers to every stop on the train line, and eventually one of the group should be able to dig up some info. Your partner is this dashing set of geometric shapes who confuses chewing on toothpicks with having a personality. Once the 2 of you start canvassing your stop, it's not long till you come across an old man that points you in the direction of the last place this thief was seen. You eventually come across the enemy of the state, and in pursuit, your partner swallows his toothpick.
Jen, what are you doing?
I swallowed my cure-dent.
Making your way towards the target, you get jumped by these gross-looking caterpillar things and wake up in this really creepy mansion that looks eerily similar to a life-size dollhouse. And from this point, you'll have to wait a good long while till you get any other straightforward story beats. Throughout your playthrough, you will definitely be coming across journal entries and files giving you a bit of a vague picture of what's going on here, but to be totally honest with you guys, I was not able to put the full picture together using this stuff alone. I feel like I saw maybe 90% of the supplemental story files, but it never really felt like I was getting close to really unraveling things. There are a few that talk about patients and an object that's corrupting them, but then there's some details concerning a mine and its workers. I don't know, I really was not able to put all this together. Now, maybe there are a few connective pieces that I just didn't come across that would complete everything, but I don't really think that's the case. Even in the last 2 cutscenes of the game, there's new information being delivered that shines a light on the Emperor not quite being the benevolent ruler Alisa once thought, but there's no resolution for all this stuff. They hint at evidence existing that would justify the thief from the start of the game stealing those blueprints, but without ruining the end cutscene, I'll just say don't expect to figure out what that evidence is or what the blueprints were. Now, it's definitely possible that I missed some kind of condition that would have gotten me a better ending, but it's a little hard digging up info on this game right now. The only thorough walkthrough I could find still has unresolved details they weren't able to figure out. Really though, this isn't the complaint it sounds like. It's actually kind of cool not having every single detail about a game at my fingertips. Sort of reminds me of the old 16-bit days when most of what you knew about a game came from word of mouth and there was no guarantee any of it was actually true. I don't know, I kinda like that. All that being said though, I wouldn't expect a lot of content as far as story is concerned in this game. Essentially, you'll have the beginning cutscene, the ending one, and maybe 2 total story-based ones during the actual game. You never really get any resolution to a lot of the questions you're definitely going to have throughout the game, like, what the hell is this twisted dollhouse? Who is this doll and why is she helping me? Also, who the hell is this? How did the thief gain superpowers, and what's the connection between this place and our commanding officer? Now, to be totally clear, it's not the worst thing in the world to have unanswered questions. I mean, the comparisons to something like Silent Hill are going to be unavoidable, but I think there's a key difference between the two. While a casual playthrough of the first Silent Hill game will also leave you with some unresolved plot points, 1, it doesn't introduce the most important one in the last 5 minutes, and 2, there are actual answers to those questions if you're willing to put in the time and work. Nearly every single loose end you might have found gets tied up by the time you watch Silent Hill's credits. It just requires you to search every room, read every file, and visit a few out-of-the-way locations. With Alisa, while I can't really confirm this, it just sort of feels like there aren't any more answers to be found. And if that ends up being the case, I think it's sort of lame to purposely stage a late-game twist you never really intended on resolving. That being said, there is a chance this is setting up for a sequel, which might actually be pretty cool, and of course there's always the chance that I'm just wrong and missed some key part of the story. Just off the top of my head, I can remember never finding out what item I have to use to open this gate, so maybe there's a lot I'm missing out on. But even considering that complaint, if it ends up being legitimate, I've gotta say this was an awesome little story. For me, and I know this may be different for a lot of you guys, but the stories in these games have just been a driving force that makes me want to get from one side of the map to the other. I mean, sure, it's awesome when they're truly great, like in RE2 or Silent Hill 3, but at the end of the day, I just want a simple mystery to keep me progressing. A carrot on a stick to ensure I stay interested when I inevitably get stuck on a puzzle. And in those terms, Alisa gets a passing grade. Like I said, I would have preferred a little more content and a few less unresolved twists, but it most definitely served its purpose. The thought of finding out just what this place is and why it exists drove a good portion of the experience for me, and I think if you enjoyed this genre, you'll also get the same effect. Just know what you're getting into beforehand, which is a story that's not afraid to say too little but will still serve its role in keeping your gaze fixed on getting to the end. When I first heard about Alisa, I had sort of assumed how it was going to play for me. I figured it'd be similar to one of my favorite games released in the last few years, Tormented Souls, but after a conversation with Under the Mayo, great channel by the way, he clued me into this being a little more than just some RE clone, and to his credit, he was absolutely correct. Alisa is a lot deeper than its visuals would lead you to believe, but before we dive too far down, let's cover the easy stuff first. Alisa is a classic survival horror game. It's not inspired by the genre or an evolution of it in some way, but instead a perfect representative. Meaning I have yet another recently released game I can point to when people tell me that style just doesn't work anymore. Being a survival horror game, you can expect all the typical trimmings. You'll be exploring a big mansion-type environment until you procedurally unlock more and more of the place via puzzle solving, key hunting, and the age-old practice of repeatedly hitting the examine key on everything in the background that looks even remotely interactable. Movements handled with your typical tank control setup, and since it's kind of hard to mess this style up, you can expect it to perform exactly like any other game in the genre. Combat uses the tried and true hold a shoulder button to ready your weapon and hit the action button to shoot, but there's a little more to it than what you might be used to. You can hold two weapons at once in Alisa, and you hit the general equivalent to the triangle button on a PS1 controller to switch between them. There's a bit of a delay from pressing the button to actually having Alisa swap them out, so you're not going to be performing DMC tier combinations or anything, but it definitely adds a bit of depth to the typical combat you'd expect from a game like this. For example, if you have a heavy hitter like a Magnum or shotgun equipped, you can expect a pretty long reload time. So instead of wasting that time, you can switch over to another weapon and keep chipping away at whatever you're shooting at. The only downside being, since they gave you an edge with real-time weapon switching, they took away the ability to reload your guns in the inventory screen. A move I was surprised to see and had a noticeable effect on my survival horror muscle memory. But that's not the end of the interesting game design moves. Essentially, Alisa plays like an even 50-50 split between Resident Evil 1 and Dino Crisis 2. Which for some of you in the audience may not make any sense, so let me explain. I'm sure some of you have noticed that when I put enemies down, they drop these clockwork cogs. Well, the game refers to them as tooth wheels, and they serve as an in-game currency that can be put towards ammo, healing items, new weapons, and even dresses that can be swapped out for different stat bonuses or other effects. This whole in-game economy mechanic feels like it wouldn't fit very well into a more traditional survival horror setup, but it really does. Prices are at just the right level so you won't find yourself flush with the things you need, and more items unlock in the shop as you gain more ground in the story. Healing items and ammo in the shop are in a limited quantity, but you can still find them just laying around the environment as well. This whole thing really feels like a balanced addition to what you'd normally see in the genre, and after a few trips back to the save room where the shop can be found, it'll all fall perfectly into place with the more traditional stuff. Like I said before, you get your currency from downed enemies, and keeping that in mind, you will see cleared areas repopulated with harder goons after you make a bit of progress. Now, it doesn't go full Dino Crisis 2 with a never-ending supply of bad guys to rack up points on, which is good because that means it's able to maintain that tight balancing these kind of games really need. Being a survival horror title, you can definitely expect to solve a few puzzles, and I've gotta say, Alisa does a great job of making sure its puzzles walk that thin line between challenging you with their difficulty, but still being able to be solved without halting forward momentum too much. You guys know I always love me a good challenging head scratcher, but it can be really annoying when you have to stop the more fun aspects of the game like combat and exploration and stare at some jumble of shapes or colors and figure out what you're supposed to be doing with them. And speaking of exploration, I think that's another element handled really well here. Part of making a survival horror game is thinking up an interesting location that'll have players wanting to move forward, if only just to see what they'll find next, and Alisa definitely had that effect on me. And sure, a lot of that did come from the general mystery of the story, but I also just wanted to see what type of odd location was waiting for me just behind some locked door or hidden passage. The beginning area you find yourself in seems fairly RE in terms of look and feel, but it won't be too long till you find yourself in a whole-ass 3-ring circus built into the house. Then there's a garden whose vines and plants have all turned to jagged metal and whatever the hell this is. Overall, it's a really nice setting that'll have you wanting to explore and see more of it, but also has an intuitive layout that'll make backtracking a lot more easy to do. And trust me, you will definitely be doing a lot of that. Backtracking is one of those elements that outside of survival horror may seem like more of a downside, but rest assured, here in this genre, it is very much an intended mechanic. One that I think is very much improved by Alisa not including door transition sequences when moving from room to room. Now don't get me wrong, these things most definitely looked great and really added to the atmosphere in the early RE games, but in new titles that don't need to mask any disc-based loading times, I think it's the most acceptable casualty lost to modernity. So just like Tormented Souls, I see Alisa as a perfect representation of the genre. It takes what some might consider to be an antiquated style of game design and brings it fully into the modern day. No concessions made for a wider audience and no dumbing down. To put it simply, this is a real deal survival horror game, and it manages to do all that while also including a very well balanced in-game shop. So not only is it bringing us the kind of experience we fans have been starved of lately, but it also adds a few cool additions that make sure it doesn't feel like some kind of boring callback to a better time. And considering the flat-out misinformation out there as to what specific elements need to be represented for a game to be survival horror, it is really awesome to get a reminder every now and then. Without a doubt, I can guarantee that those of you in the audience who have been looking for a new title in the genre will fall in love with Alisa regardless of what I say next. But for the more skeptical, I do want to air a few grievances. As you guys know, these games can be very strict with the resources they give out, and Alisa is no different. Even though you can buy ammo and healing items when you need them, you'll also essentially have to expend those same items in order to get the tooth wheels needed to make more purchases. So the good news is that level of difficulty balance is still present here despite the inclusion of the shop. It was actually something that really impressed me throughout the playthrough. I was almost never in a position I would call comfortable, always just teeter-tottering on the edge of not having enough of what I need, but I never really ran dry. Which is obviously awesome, so I'm sure you're wondering what's the downside. Well, the bad news is combat can make it a little harder than necessary to conserve those resources. I don't know if it was the pixelated blockiness of the enemies, or me, or the pre-rendered camera angles, but either way I often had issues telling whether or not my shots were lining up. It was a fairly pervasive flaw that was present on any of the screens that didn't have a more zoomed-in view, and it seems like the developers knew about this problem because they included an indicator at the bottom of the screen that'll let you know when you got a clear line of sight. But when using it, I always felt like I was looking at the indicator in those situations and not the actual gameplay. And in Alisa, most enemies are much faster than your typical shambling corpses, so spacing and timing can really make the difference between a clean encounter and one you barely make it out of. Of course, it's not something you'll run into even 30% of the time, but it'll be enough that it's going to get on your nerves. The next problem includes the combat as well, but is a bit harder to explain. So when you aim your weapon, as usual, you can move that aim up or down, but in this game, the up and down buttons don't need to be held to keep looking in that direction. Okay, this is still not making any sense. Here, think of it like this. In the old RE games, pressing a vertical direction would move your aim, but there was always a force returning you to center. So if you let go of a vertical direction, your aim would return to normal. Well, in Alisa, your aim stays exactly where you leave it, which can be good if you're trying to hit an enemy that's both low to the ground and far away. But for the most part, it did a better job of just tripping me up. Personally, I would have preferred the traditional Capcom method over this one, but that might be more because I'm used to it than anything else. But the combat isn't the only place where I ran into issues. I also found something weird regarding the controls. Every once in a while, after holding forward for a bit, I would let go of it and Alisa would just continue moving forward until I pressed another direction. At first, I thought it was my controller, so I switched to a brand new Series X controller and ran into the same problem again. Not sure what could be causing that, but it seems like something that shouldn't be too hard to patch out. On that same note, or maybe even related to it, I would sometimes find the run button to be unresponsive. It's like I would let go of forward and run and then press them both again, but only the forward button would register, so I would start walking when I meant to run. Now, both of these aren't real game-breaking problems, but they can be annoying and sometimes migrate into big headaches in this section where the swinging pendulums can knock you off a platform and deal damage, and of course in combat. And lastly is a section of the game that is far too cryptic for its own good. After clearing a jam in the elevator, you can ride it down to the basement, but eventually you'll run into a dead end, and if you're anything like me, you'll start randomly wandering around hoping to stumble on the next area you're meant to find. Well, I spent a very long time doing that until I finally had to break down and read a guide on the internet, and apparently what I was supposed to do was ride the elevator down to the basement, then back up again, and then ride it one more time to get to the second floor. Now, in the game's defense, I was able to find a file that told me about the general existence of a second floor, but how in the hell was I supposed to luck into that strange series of actions? It seems to be a nearly RNG sort of thing, and the worst part is those events have to take place in that order. elevator. I rode that elevator down and up all kinds of times and used the stairs to get back up to the first floor, trying to ride it again, everything, but it just took me to the basement every time I used it. It almost seems like the developer meant for this to be some kind of puzzle maybe. And perhaps it's just me, but I don't think I could have figured this out without help. Now to be fair, once you know the trick, it stops being a problem. I just wonder how the hell anyone could have figured it out without blind luck. Of course, it is possible I missed something here, so I can't say with certainty that it is solely a fumble on the dev's part, but other than that, this was one hell of a fun time. It took me round about 6 hours in total to finish Alisa, and that's counting a 2-hour playthrough I had to restart when I got a little too low on resources than I would have liked. I'd say that's about long enough an experience that you won't be left wanting more, but not so long that you'll get tired of it by the end. If you ask me, this game is about as close to perfect as you can get. Of course, that's not any kind of real objective standard of perfection, but instead the kind that sees a modern developer accurately recreating a once-dead style of video game. It does everything fans of the genre would want to see and even adds a little bit for good measure. Of course, it's not without any flaws, but keeping in mind the fact that most of this game was worked on by a single person and that the problems aren't always present, I think that puts it well within acceptable levels of jank. Based on gameplay alone, I can give Alisa a full recommendation. And yeah, sure, a bit of that comes from the fact that you aren't exactly flush with alternatives when it comes to classic survival horror nowadays, but aside from that, it's just a really well put together game. Essentially, it does everything you'd want it to in the exact way you'd expect, but with those small personal flourishes that keep things from feeling too played out. I might be running out of ways to say this, but it's just really refreshing seeing new game devs adopt my favorite school of game design, and it's an even bigger plus that so far these developers have proven themselves to be very competent. You can't really see it right now, but I've got a pretty big smile on my face at the idea of some kind of a survival horror resurrection. Hey, it could happen.
Hey, come over here. Open this door. You're under arrest.
Now believe me when I say it is more than enough for a developer to just bring this style of game back into the market, but it is even cooler when they do it in a low-poly, PS1 looking kind of way. 3D models in Alisa are jagged and pixelated depending on how far you are from the camera, and actually do a great job of mirroring the look of early RE games being upscaled to modern resolutions. And speaking of which, this game can run at 480p, which is perfect for a CRT monitor over VGA. Very nice touch. It looks like Casper Crow's really knew his shit in terms of the game's presentation. I mean, he even had the pre-rendered cutscenes show signs of old-style disc-based compression with artifacts and color banding. So essentially what I'm saying is, this guy, instead of making all of his assets as high-res as they would be viewed on a modern monitor, had them all rendered out at lower resolutions, and the game upscales them for you. As a guy who's obsessed with scaling old 32-bit games, this is something that pleases me to no end, but even I can admit this look might scare off a few potential players. It sucks to admit, but there are actually people out there who didn't grow up with this look and therefore aren't cultured enough to know it's objectively the best. If you do find yourself a little deterred by that, trust me, it'll lose that weird appeal pretty early on, and maybe after 20 minutes you'll stop noticing how different it looks from most games, and it'll all just kind of flow. Aside from the general low poly look though, there's a lot to talk about here. The first section of the game is set in a small village, and at first I was really hyped on the idea of spending most of my time in a more regular, grounded kind of location. I can't really say why, but I've always enjoyed games that have fantasy situations going down in more realistic settings, but after Alisa woke up in the dollhouse, I found the more fantastical setting to be just as appealing. Each major area has its own visual style that helps set it apart from where you just were, and there's always some kind of theme they stick to. The monsters that chase you around the mansion can vary from pretty regular looking to mildly disturbing, and I think the low poly pixelated style helps add to that. Of course, the pre-rendered backdrops were a huge bonus for me, and I'm happy to say these things not only look good on their own, but also stay true to the PS1 assets they're imitating. It looks to me like these backgrounds were modeled in high-res 3D, then compressed and resized down to something more like 240 or 480p. The compression they used seems very accurate, with really similar color depth reduction that you would see in REs 1 through 3. Obviously, the look here is a little more clean than analog video output from a console in the 90s, but if anything, this whole game looks like it could have been a mod for RE1's SourceNext PC release. On a much smaller but semi-important note, menus and the inventory screen all look really good, and the text is perfectly legible while still keeping that sharp pixel look, which isn't something that's always easily achieved. On a more surprising note, I actually really got into the idea of changing out Alisa's dresses during the game, and I guess kudos to the developer for not including any kind of paid DLC in this manner. God knows the last thing we need in these indie games is pre-order bonuses and DLC costumes. Getting back on track though, when you're looking at the same 3D model for the entire game, it can be a little boring. Being able to swap out clothes is a nice touch, and those outfits giving you stat bonuses is just icing on the cake. Another thing that really took me by surprise was the game's soundtrack. Instead of mimicking the sound you'd likely get from a PS1, they seem to be targeting an old PC MIDI sort of sound. Actually, it sounded a lot like what you'd hear in the first two Alone in the Dark games. So in that sense, the MIDI here may be a little simpler in instrumentation, but the music itself is anything but. Very solid tracks that make the backtracking you'll have to do way more fun. In fact, the only song I really had an issue with was the one that plays in the circus area. That track got on my nerves pretty quick, and I had to listen to it a lot throughout my playthrough. And speaking of sound, I had no idea till I beat the game that YouTube's own Sphere Hunter did the voice acting for one of the boss characters. How cool is that? For people like us, actually getting to appear in a survival horror game is like the ultimate achievement, so big congrats, Susie.
Who dares enter my garden?
Overall, I'd say Alisa looks, plays, and sounds enough like a PS1 game that it might as well be one. And that's not to say you should play this simply because of its novelty. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's awesome being able to relive my preteen years like this, but on top of that, it's just a really well-made video game. Sure, it gets automatic points for targeting the kind of experience I look for, but what impressed me was that they were able to pull it all off so accurately. A lot of times, these type of throwback games can feel more like gimmicks wearing the clothes of a serious entry in the genre. Sort of like the similarities are only skin deep, surface level. But it seems clear to me these people were genuinely fans of these games, and they really approached this with authenticity at the top of their priority list. And the result is just that. Alisa is incredibly fun, and it stays true to a style of game that if you're subbed to this channel, you'll probably already love. Listen guys, I'm willing to admit that I'm starting to get the feeling I had the modern survival horror scene judged all kinds of wrong, so expect to see more videos of these indie horror titles on the channel in the future. I'm really looking forward to diving further into this rabbit hole, but to do that, I'm gonna have to get out of here. So until next time, I'm Jared. And this is Avalanche Reviews. Crow Country is a relatively new survival horror title released on Steam, PS5, and the Xbox Series consoles in May of this year by SFB Games. They seem to have made a bit of a name for themselves with a pretty humble-looking Switch title, and sadly, according to one of the brothers, their obvious talent at making survival horror games doesn't exactly represent the future output of the company. Let's all hope that ends up proving itself wrong. And besides the fact that the game is made in Unity, which is honestly pretty unsurprising, I think that's all the relevant info I could dig up, which works out pretty fine because I'm really interested in jumping into this thing. Crow Country starts out with our main character laying out a bit of a backstory which isn't very long. The year is 1990, this is Special Agent Mara Forrest, and she's heading to an amusement park in Atlanta, Georgia. Once she gets there and double checks her briefing, we find out that she's there to execute a missing persons investigation. The guy she's looking for is named Edward Crow and is the owner of the Crow Country amusement park, a place that used to be relatively popular until it suddenly closed a few years ago. Apparently, it was his daughter that reported him missing, and this is the last place anyone ever saw him, which I think is all the information we need at the moment. Continuing further inside, the game does a really good job of building tension. You can tell this place has fallen into disrepair, but there's all kinds of evidence that this isn't your typical ravages of time kind of scenario. Something that's further confirmed when only minutes after entering, Mara's already come across someone who's been injured. Arthur here says he snuck into the park to take more pictures of them, and apparently they didn't like that too much and attacked him. After letting the guy have one of your healing items, you can choose to take him back to your car for safekeeping, and this is something you're going to want to get good with right from the start. Pretty surprisingly for this type of game, Crow Country is going to have you making quite a few decisions, and I would imagine that there are different scenarios that play out depending on what you choose, but to be totally honest, I got a goody two-shoes kind of vibe from Mara, so I played the game accordingly. Which means I can't exactly confirm that this mechanic changes anything drastically. Getting back to the plot though, Mara heads further into the more off-limits area of the park and comes across the them that Arthur was talking about. These things appear to be fairly humanoid, and their movements, along with the noises they make, give off a very tortured and sort of pathetic kind of impression. Which is to say, I feel bad for the guys. Of course, not bad enough not to shoot him in the face or anything. Continuing on, it seems like not only did Edward Crow go to the Umbrella/Raccoon City School of Architectural Design, but more importantly, his employees seem to have went to that same school for diary writing. And if you know me, you know I love a good story that uses a lot of seemingly mundane logs or personal accounts from before our character showed up to fill in some core story and world building. So far, the information is still scattered, but from what Mara can tell, Crow Country here used to be a really fun amusement park before some kind of an accident involving a girl getting hurt and her parents suing the owner, old Eddie Crow. Apparently, Edward never showed up for any of those legal proceedings and instead just shut the park down. Which is exactly why we're here, because since then, he hasn't really been seen by much of anyone. So we effectively have two issues on our hands. One obviously being that we have to find Edward Crow, and the other, these twisted monsters that have taken over the park. And at the moment, we really don't have anything concrete to connect these two situations together. Unlike your average RE game though, you're also going to see a lot of human interaction here, so the story has these two avenues for delivery, and I'd say it's a really nice mix of both. The only problem is, a lot of the information we're finding seems to point to some less than legal goings-on surrounding the park, which means everyone here could potentially be hiding something, so you're not really sure who you can and can't trust for a good majority of the game. That being the case, Mara mostly chooses to go her own way and is about as likely to take their advice as she is to smoke a cigarette. After coming across a lawyer representing the girl that was hurt in the incident that led to the park's eventual shutdown, we get a more concrete timeline of everything that's brought us here. For instance, we knew the girl in question was hurt at the park, but my initial expectation was that this was a normal amusement park injury. You know, faulty wiring on a ride or rusty roller coaster tracks, something like that. But it seems like that wasn't exactly the case, and I'm gonna warn you, this rabbit hole goes pretty deep. Our guy Edward seems to be involved in some sort of off-the-books mining operation, striking some kind of rich gold vein underneath Crow Country. Which does make a lot of sense, because all over the place we've been running into books on checking for gold's purity and how to best dig it up. The only issue is, Edward wasn't exactly keen on letting the US government in on his newfound cash cow, so him and a business partner go about trying to make the gold look like it came from somewhere else. As all of that's going on, from the depths of this mining operation emerges something that Edward refers to as a guest. And it doesn't exactly take a genius to put together that this thing is related to the monstrosities we've been coming across. Not really knowing what to do with this thing, Edward threw it in an impromptu holding cell, one that probably could have been hidden a little better because the aforementioned teen who was injured actually came across this thing, and that's what hurt her. Shortly after this, she's taken to a hospital and her wounds don't seem to be healing thanks to some sort of bacteria that has all the doctors stumped. Now this obviously causes a bit of an uproar as our injured teen Elaine starts giving quotes to the news about secret passages and people being held in cells at Crow Country. So Edward goes into hiding and shuts the whole thing down, assumingly to continue his illicit gold operation away from the prying eyes of park goers. A move that would have made a lot more sense if it was done maybe, I don't know, the very second he found out there was gold underneath it. And you know, Edward's definitely not beating the weirdo accusations when we get to his office and find that the door's been electrified by some sort of backup power source. As Mara searches for a solution to that problem, we come across one of Crow's business partners and a police officer responding to the same missing person report that she's investigating. So at this point, all totaled, we've got a self-proclaimed special agent, a cop, a lawyer, a shady financier, and his own daughter all looking for Edward Crow. And that list would be at least one more person bigger, but this guy kind of took himself out of the running. And sadly, I really can't say too much more about these people without spoiling things for everybody else, so you guys know the deal. Either skip to the timestamp on screen or pass the chapter mark spoilers to save your little virgin ears. Alright, so going off of what we know so far, Edward has been going through great lengths to cover up a gold harvesting operation going on right under the feet of his patrons. But at some point, things other than precious metals started coming out of the mine. Not knowing what to do with these guests, they locked them up in the shoddiest way possible, and in doing so, accidentally spreads whatever the hell they're suffering from to a little girl. As the news of this comes down, Ed closes his park, but according to the documents, more of these things keep coming through, and like you might expect, this whole gold thing isn't working out the way it normally would. Instead of having to crack gold out of the rock in the earth, they're finding shaped tubes of the stuff emanating from what Edward calls the pool. So the plan was to grind these formed cylinders into something resembling gold ore that could be transferred to some dead mine in Brazil and quote-unquote dug up over there. Which, you know, is actually kind of a genius idea, but sadly the whole South American arm of the operation is running into near constant legal hurdles, which is definitely a bother, but I'd say it ranks much lower than the aforementioned grotesque monstrosities pouring out of that pool. And as we go on, it's starting to look like this guy wasn't avoiding legal pressure when he shut the park down, but instead he just didn't want any of these things getting out and infecting any more people than they already have. Now, the employees still left in the park are all obviously aware of this phenomenon, and none of them seem too keen on sharing much more than what we already know. An attitude that would be a little easier to accept if they all hadn't already have written down most of this stuff and left it all over the damn park for anyone to read. At the moment, though, we've got a more pressing mystery brewing. Remember that cop that we talked to? Well, during that interaction, Mara was acting kind of strange, right? She never introduced herself as a federal agent and even allows him to essentially treat her like a civilian. And you know, come to think of it, why was Edward's business partner so familiar with Mara when this is supposed to be the first time they've ever met? Stoking that fire just a little more, Edward's daughter shines an interesting light on the situation when she's surprised that Mara was sent instead of the officer that she's been working with during the entire process of the investigation. A lot of puzzle pieces aren't adding up here, but admittedly that falls to the wayside when we gain access to the park's underground mines. Now, I know this is going to be odd to hear given everything we've already talked about, but this is where things get really strange. It turns out the gold that they're trying to pass off as natural isn't even being excavated. It's essentially just growing out of the ground in metallic pipes that Edward has taken to calling roots. All of these roots are originating from that pool, and the process so far has been to cut them into smaller, easier to handle pieces and then crush them into even smaller bits that can be combined with rocks and dirt so that it looks like this stuff was mined from a naturally occurring source. And this process goes on for a good while, but is eventually halted by these creatures crawling out of the pool at greater and greater numbers. With all of that needing some serious explanation, Mara pushes even further into the underground mine to its center. And I'll be very honest with you, I truly think this is one of the better handled story twists in the entire damn genre. Once we make it to the center of all this nonsense, we come across the room where Edwards has been holding up. And since so much of the environment has been interactable so far, I was hitting the action button on all the usual stuff, and once I got to the shower, it actually turned on. Which isn't the surprise I'm talking about. I mean, we've turned on sinks and flushed toilets before. What did surprise me, though, was that Mara's purple hair dye came out, and at this moment, probably like a lot of you, I had a near orgasmic aha moment. And holy hell, was this so perfectly pulled off. I mean, all the little doubts along the way, just subtle enough to be almost forgettable, but obvious enough to stick in your subconscious, kind of gnawing away at you. All of that culminating in this seemingly insignificant moment. It was like the last piece of a puzzle that I needed to take a guess at the final picture. And for those of you that haven't been following along, this is a guess that gets confirmed in the very next room as we come face to face with Edward and he immediately nabs Mara as Elaine. You know, the teenager who was injured 2 years ago. And now, with this final confrontation, she lets Edward know that the doctors can't stop the infection, that she fought her whole way here just to tell him that he's the reason she's gonna die. And as you can see, this is a story that Ed knows all too well. He reveals that everyone who comes into contact with his so-called guest end up getting infected and that they're all essentially doomed to the same fate. Or maybe not. See, he purposely didn't pay Elaine's medical bills because he understood that the doctors there wouldn't be able to treat this completely unknown bacteria. So instead, he begins work on some kind of a cure by experimenting on the guest, which hastened his own infection, but ended up being worth it because he was able to synthesize enough of a cure for exactly 5 people. So instead of paying the fees and keeping her in a hospital that he knew couldn't help her, he declined the bill knowing that Elaine would eventually make her way to him, if anything just to kill the guy. He then explains that the guests that started crawling out of the pool were indeed people at some point and that the pool was some kind of a gateway. So you might be wondering why the hell they're coming out all mangled and disfigured. Well, tragically, his harvesting operation was cutting up and dismantling what were later understood to be some kind of antenna or calibration device. Essentially, Edward's greed damaged these roots to such a degree that the people trying to pass through the gateway were becoming disfigured and mutated by it. And at this point, you, me, and Mara are all wondering, where the hell are these people coming from? But it turns out that isn't exactly the right question to be asking, specifically the where part of it. See, throughout the game, we've come across these numbers all over the place, and at first, this being a survival horror title, I assumed it'd be the combination of some lock or a keypad, but instead it's actually a date. Yeah, these people are all coming from the future, and since Edward didn't stop his harvesting process when the first one showed up, the damage degraded the subsequent guests to such a degree that they could no longer communicate with anybody. That first one, however, he could just barely get the story out, and Edward wrote it all down, giving it to Elaine. See, it turns out my man feels the full weight of his actions, and he wants to go through the portal, if anything, just to get a glimpse at what his deeds have caused. Edward knows his fate all too well, and before he succumbs to the bacteria, he wants a little absolution. So he makes Elaine promise to take him out if he returns mutated like the other guests. As he takes his little trip, if you open up your inventory and look at the note that he gave you, we find out that these people are coming from the year 2106 to warn Edward that his actions in 1988 will create the conditions that will eventually cause the end of the world. Which might seem a little confusing at first, but when you think about it, it's just your average time travel, closed loop kind of thing. Alright, so it goes like this. The people from 2106 coming back to warn the people of 1986 that this plague is coming causes the gateway and the roots to appear, in turn leading to Edward harvesting them for gold, degrading their time travel process, which mutates them on a biological level, creating the bacteria that they're coming here to warn us about. Or at least that's my understanding, and actually it's a really awesome twist. Sadly, it's one that I don't have a lot of time to appreciate though, because Edward's fears were valid and he comes back through as a mutated monstrosity. And after the fight's done, Elaine, being the trustworthy person she is, keeps her promise to Edward. Now, I would assume that there are a few different endings given the amount of choices there are in the story, but because I played a nice person, I was able to save everybody. Well, not exactly everyone. Sadly, Edward's cure doesn't do a whole lot for bullet holes or fall damage. And in the end, we're left with this really somber scene of our surviving group all chugging down the elixir, and the rest is sort of left up in the air. I would imagine that the cure for the coming plague is present in their blood, but really who knows? I mean, maybe they've just doomed themselves to being the only people who can live long enough to see this world-ending event start, or maybe Elaine's intervention is the exact thing needed to close this time loop and alter future events. Of course, if that was the case, it would cause a bit of a paradox. What I mean by that is, none of this would have ever happened because Elaine would have already cured the disease, therefore negating the need for anyone to come back in time, which would stop the disease from ever existing in the first place. And at that point, we really can't be sure that any of these people would even exist in this moment anymore. But hey, I'm genuinely not trying to poke holes here. This was a really great ending, and I love that a portion of it is left up to some level of interpretation. I'll admit, Crow Country really surprised me in terms of its story. As I started the game, it definitely got its hooks in early, but I was expecting a bit more of a lighthearted tale based on the general tone of those first moments, and to be fair, the look definitely contributed. But instead, I ended up with something that genuinely made me think on a philosophical level. I mean, there are these really interesting themes of repeated, almost cyclical man-made disasters and the idea of unforgivable sin that really rounded out what ended up being some very, very cool story beats. As the game continued, I grew to really enjoy Mara's character too, especially her little quips. And honestly, the rest of the cast is no different. There's this really interesting balance of a lighter mood mixing with this genuinely kind of disturbing explanation for the situation they're all stuck in, both physically and philosophically. What I enjoyed most, though, was the mystery of it all. As I continued to come across tiny bits of story, either through genuine conversation or readables, I kept getting more of the picture, but I still just couldn't imagine where the hell it was all going. I mean, I of course initially considered the whole "we dug too deep, Mines of Moria" angle, but without ruining anything, that is not what's going on here. I'm telling you, each morsel of story that I got my hands on made me even hungrier for the full picture, and right up till the end, I'm gonna guarantee that most of you are still gonna be guessing wrong based on the information you've been given. And even though having so many characters present at the park with you does sort of bring down the typical isolation that these games are looking to make you feel, most of them are pretty unwilling to help you, and the ones who aren't, Mara doesn't really want any help from anyways, so it does sort of self-balance. The pretty respectable amount of decisions that can be made throughout the story allows you to do just a bit of role-playing as you decide what Mara would and wouldn't do in each situation, and I'd say it offers a good amount of replayability as well. Although, like I've said before, I haven't yet found out if there are any drastically different endings to go along with them. Overall, I would say this is damn near the best modern survival horror story that I've come across during this whole genre revival thing. Right up there with Signalis in my opinion. That being said, I am a man who has achieved the ultimate level of intellectual balance, which means I do have a tiny complaint, and as usual, it's going to make me sound like a bit of a hypocrite. So like I've mentioned at least a million times already, this game is absolutely littered with readable journals, logs, newspapers, and legal documents, which is something I always get a kick out of. Except in this case, I'd venture to say there are way too many of them. Any room you come across in the game might have 3 or more files to read, which feels a bit excessive. I mean, I was really getting into the information they were giving out, but it seems kind of strange for me to be doing so much reading in every single new area I discovered. Now, it's worth repeating that I absolutely fell in love with this game's story, and I don't think I would change a single thing about it functionally, but the number of readables you need to interact with in order to get most of that story is kind of ridiculous. And here's where I sound like even more of a dummy by saying, I'm not exactly sure there's much that could be done about this. I mean, there's already a really high level of character-on-character dialogue, so it's not like they could have offloaded a lot of this onto the other members of the cast without further dipping into that isolated feeling that these games handle so well. And with the sheer amount of detail there is here, along with all the stuff that you're going to need for it to misdirect you, I'm not exactly sure there's a fix for this outside of flat out increasing the length and the size of the game to better spread out the frequency at which you come across readable lore. So I guess this is going to have to be one of those complaints that I can't really offer up a decent solution for. Now, if you're into this exact subject, I recently watched a video from Under the Mayo that does a really good job tackling the problem and offering a few more fixes than I have, so maybe give that a look. But besides that one single gripe, I really cannot praise Crow Country's story enough. It's dripping with detail, mood, and honest intentional humor, but offers up some truly disturbing philosophical issues for you to wrestle with. And you know, I think the fact that none of it is voiced only adds to the atmosphere. I mean, sure, voice acting can be great at expressing tone, but like I've said before, with lower budget game creation often comes lesser skilled voice acting.
What the hell is going on here?
My child, you are pale. What happened to you?
And while that definitely is a bit of a staple in the genre, I'll applaud any developer willing to buck that trend. So I guess if you haven't been paying attention so far, this game gets a huge recommendation from me based solely on its story. which to be fair could very well mean nothing if there isn't a fun video game attached to it, so what do you say we look at the other side of the development coin real quick? Alright, so I'm not going to waste your guys' time here. Crow Country is without a doubt classic survival horror at its very best, and I'd like to think that most people know exactly what that implies and they won't have any further use for this video. I wouldn't exactly be doing my job if I didn't at least explain what that means. The game starts out with a small section of the park being explorable, and as you trial and error your way through which doors are locked off to you and which aren't, you're going to come across items that can be used in puzzles or keys, both serving essentially the same purpose. In a survival horror game, the point tends to be for the player to crisscross the map over and over again, getting an item from Area A that could be used in Area B, but they're going to have to trek through Area C and D in order to get there. We fans of this genre tend to share a lot, but above everything else, there's an almost fetishistic relationship with locked doors, because when we come across one, we know our brains are about to have to kick into overdrive, scanning our memories for previously visited rooms that may have held some sort of context clue. It's a very specific style of gameplay, and if I'm being honest, it's one that's very easy to mess up. I mean, backtracking is all well and good, but the developer needs to make sure that we're always moving with a purpose and not just banging our head up against a metaphorical wall. And if there's one thing I can guarantee you of, it's that these guys know perfectly well how these games are supposed to work on a very deep level. I found Crow Country's amusement park to be one of the most fun, explorable environments I've come across in as long as I can remember. Not only does the whole theme park thing allow for a bunch of variety of locations without seeming strange, but it's just laid out in a very intuitive way as far as progress is concerned. It just sort of felt like I always knew where I needed to go next, or at least that I could guess and be pretty close to correct most of the time. And coming from a guy who plays these specific kinds of games for a living, that is not something you see done this well all too often. As you would expect, this place is littered with secret passageways and underground access tunnels, making for perfect shortcuts between heavily trafficked sections, which is something you might not be consciously aware of until it's not done very well. I would say the puzzles are probably a little closer to the more easy side of the spectrum compared to its genre contemporaries, but they were also really fun to solve. Most of the time, you're just going to need to keep an eye out for something in the environment to provide a hint, and that hint is pretty often going to come in the form of a note with missing information or some kind of vague description. And I really can't tell you how nice it is having previously visited areas of interest being circled red on your map. Sure, the original survival horror greats weren't exactly bending over backwards to help players in that kind of way, but after I saw this feature first in Silent Hill 1, it became very obvious how important it can be. To summarize, exploration in Crow Country is absolutely masterful. I only found myself stuck on maybe one occasion, and it was one of those situations where I felt like a real idiot after I figured it out. And on that note, if you find yourself in a similar scenario, the game actually offers little hint stands that could give you a limited amount of tiny pieces of advice specific to where you are in the game and what items you might need to get further. What an awesome little idea. I mean, people not too good at these games get a bit of help, and those of us who are master level experts never have to touch the thing. Boy, you know, it'd be a real shame if I was to show some footage of me actually using that machine in this part of the video, huh? In all seriousness though, if you keep a good mental inventory of the info you've come across in notes and use the red circles on your map as a guide, you're going to be golden in 99% of scenarios. And sure, exploration is huge in one of these games, but it's also a genre staple to include a cast of bad guys standing in between you and the next locked door. Fans of early survival horror entries are going to know that combat can play a massive role in a game's puzzle solving and strategy. Even though you may not be aware of it the whole time, you are constantly needing to make risk assessments on a few different levels. I mean, sure, you could just run past one of the guests in a big walkway that allows for good maneuvering, but in doing so, you are risking a potential attack as you constantly pass by the poor thing doing what you need to do. And even if you do decide to take one of them out, making for a little easier and more thoughtless exploration between areas, you're still taking a risk. I mean, not only are you dipping into your very limited ammo supply, but you also risk taking damage and doing the same thing with your healing items. It's a cycle that these games are famous for, and I think Crow Country does an incredible job of not only replicating the entire process wholesale, but also adding to it with modifiers. For instance, it's not exactly rare for a Resident Evil game to refill previously cleared areas with enemies, but Crow Country does this much more often, and on top of that, there are tons of environmental hazards to be on the lookout for, which I think is a great way to shake things up. As you continue in the game, you're given more and more of these traps, and eventually things progress to the point where they're just laying down what looks like ammo and healing items that explode when you try to pick them up. And what absolutely kills me is that I know at least one of these was an actual legitimate usable item, and the developers knew that I was too much of a baby to try and pick it up to see. And since we've already touched on the combat, we may as well keep going in that direction. As you can see, Crow Country takes on a slightly angled top-down sort of perspective, and aiming in a game where you can't see things the way that your character does can be a little tough. To counter this, you're given a little more control over your shooting than a typical RE game would allow for. You can move your gun in just about any direction, and you don't have to worry about it returning to center if you let a direction go. To further aid in accuracy, you'll see a little reticle show up on things when you're on target, and there are also these little secret RE4-like laser sights you can find for each weapon. From there, depending on which control option you selected, it's just a matter of hitting R1 to aim and the action button to shoot, just like the good Lord intended. And you know, I'm gonna go ahead and admit that I think this is one area where the game actually struggles a bit. Even with the fastest aiming sensitivity on, I still found it very difficult to get on target if I started off a little too far from what I was shooting at. And when I was able to get some hits off, I quickly found out that this system doesn't work very well when the guests get right up in your face. When these things rush in close, the slightest amount of movement from either you or them is going to throw your aim way off, and it doesn't help that some of the grunts will contort themselves and bend around to avoid you getting headshots. Now, I only complain about that because it actually took me a pretty good amount of time to get my hands on a shotgun, and without that, one of these things getting within swinging distance was almost like a death sentence. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. It's like a use more ammo than necessary sentence, which for me is about the same thing. Now, all that being said, I still had a really good time with the combat. I just thought there could have been a few more tweaks to give it the shine that I think it could have achieved. And on the plus side, you do have access to grenades, which can solve the whole not being able to aim issue real damn fast. And with explosions in mind, let's move on to one of Crow Country's most well-handled features. You guys remember Resident Evil 3, right? If you're watching this channel, I would imagine you do. Well, that was the first time outside of the alligator fight in RE2 that I can remember a survival horror game that had environmental hazards that the player could use to their advantage. Well, I'd say CC over here took that idea and absolutely ran with it. The park is covered in things like exploding barrels, bear traps, electrical boxes, and falling chandeliers. Now, to be fair, most of this stuff poses a very real danger to you as well, but it actually is worth leaving them around. You really never know when an area is going to get repopulated with enemies, and that red barrel right there can turn a fight that potentially might cost you 5 or 6 bullets into one that only requires a single shot. I really love this aspect of the game. These things were so damn fun to use that it wasn't uncommon for me to take extra damage just trying to get a guest in a position so I could properly use one. And I think that leads perfectly into what I would call the absolute best addition SFB made to the survival horror genre. Now, it shouldn't be news to anyone that these games love making you cherish every last round of ammunition that you come across, mostly because it's not exactly guaranteed that you're going to see anymore for who knows how long. It's always going to be a game of conserving resources with these titles, and Crow Country plays that game very well. But there's another dimension to the mechanic that I think is pretty genius. So you're not just using ammo to take out potential threats or traps that are in your way. You can also use it to gain resources. Scattered throughout the park are these glass jars with items inside of them, and you guessed it, a bullet is the magic solution to that problem. And like I mentioned before, you're not exactly going to be flush with ammo at the best of times. See, CC might not have a limited inventory in the traditional sense, but they do put a hard cap on the max amount of ammunition you can carry for each weapon. A seemingly small change that actually makes a huge impact, because now you have to dip into a very precious resource for killing guests, getting rid of traps, and adding to other limited resources. Now, the good thing about the jars is that you're always going to know what you're sacrificing your bullets for, but there are also breakable boxes. Boxes that might contain anything or nothing. I know that may not seem like such a huge deal on the surface, but like I just explained, these games thrive on testing your problem solving and risk management skills almost constantly, and CC throws in several new factors that you're going to have to account for. I mean, they've essentially turned pistol ammo into a currency a la the first two Metro games. I mean, sure, you could use it on enemies alone, but you could also use it to easily trade for other goods. The word trade there being a stand-in for, shooting at stuff. I hope all the praise has made it obvious, but I think this mechanic is absolutely godlike in terms of survival horror. But aside from the mechanical process of shooting a guest, I really liked all the different varieties you're going to run into, and how, at least for most of them, you're going to need to develop some different strategies. And since you can change weapons without going into your menu, it's pretty easy once you get a hold of a shotgun to fire a few shots at a guest with a pistol, then wait for them to get in close and switch to your boomstick for a more appropriate close-range damage dealer. Oh, and there's also this mechanic where shots from far away, no matter what weapon you're using, are supposed to do less damage, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't notice so much of a difference between the two that I would forgo the safety of staying long range with the pistol. Well, alright, so far we've got amazing exploration, really satisfying puzzle solving, a great setting, combat that's genre appropriately difficult. I mean, all the signs are pointing to this game being incredible, and to be sure, it is. But I think everybody knows that doesn't mean I'm not above criticizing it anyways, and in a rare turn for this channel, there's only 4 honest-to-goodness issues I had. The first being that item pickup prompts stick around way too long for my taste. You can hit the OK button to get rid of them early, but oftentimes this is just going to cause you to try to inspect the area you just picked the item up from again. And there was a few scenarios where I took some unfair damage because the item I just picked up was covering up the enemy that was rushing in to kill me. The second one deals with the guests, particularly their insanely fast reflexes. In most survival horror games, the developers are going to give your enemies some kind of a tell, an indicator that you're about to eat a hit, and depending on how good you are at the game's controls and spacing, you might have a chance to avoid that hit. But here in Crow Country, if you're within range of a guest, don't worry, they've already hit you. Now on the plus side, this really only applies to these guys, but back on the negative side, this is the most common enemy type for a majority of the game. Their twitchy movements already make it kind of hard to get a handle on what they're doing, but on top of that, their attacks can come out with essentially zero wind-up. They can go from just walking to already making contact with a hit with maybe 2 frames of warning. So I would say the best move is to give them as wide of a berth as humanly possible, because they can and will hit you from some deceptively long ranges. And kind of related to that complaint, it was wildly annoying that the game doesn't reload your gun for you when trying to fire it after you've emptied the thing. I mean, I get the reasoning there, and I might be an idiot, but I struggled with this the entire game. I mean, you could almost set your watch to it. Every time I'd be backed into a corner just ready to deliver that last shot, I get nothing but a loud click. And in the game's defense, you can keep better track of this by not disabling the built-in heads-up display, but in my defense, this right here is way too big and ugly for me to be looking at for the entire game. And last, but definitely not least, I would say one of my biggest pet peeves with this game is its camera. Not necessarily that it's bad. I mean, once I upped the sensitivity, it worked great for me, performed its purpose exactly as you would expect, for the most part. I don't know, I just kind of feel like the game doesn't fit the camera style very well, or vice versa. And you're going to want to hold on to your butts, because this is going to require a pretty wild tangent to fully suss out. Now, first thing to keep in mind is that Crow Country's environments are just littered with items to pick up and documents to read, which is great. I mean, on my second playthrough of the game, I felt like I was coming across tons of items I just never noticed before. So giving me control over the camera both incentivizes me to move it around a lot so I can see into every nook and cranny, and conversely gives me an opportunity to miss some of those items as I might be running through an area with the camera oriented just ever so slightly so that something gets obscured. Now these are both great things, but my issue is that I felt like I had to keep the camera in near constant motion. Every room I would walk into would make me feel like I had to scan it from every conceivable angle so I didn't miss anything, and of course so I could better avoid or engage with enemies that might be out of frame. And that's not even taking into account the number of situations I got myself in where I couldn't seem to find a camera angle that didn't obscure what I was trying to shoot at. It just sort of feels like I can never stop moving this damn thing. Like there's no good camera position that gives me a solid look at my environment and lets me see where I'm going. Now I'm pretty sure you Crow Country vets are already typing in the comments about there already being a fix for this. And yes, you are kind of correct. If you use the D-pad, you'll get access to tank controls, and even though you guys know how incredibly biased I am on that front, I actually elected not to use them. And I assure you there's a very good reason for that. When running with tank controls, the camera's going to automatically sweep around behind you, and I found this to be incredibly disorienting, on top of being sort of antithetical to the whole point of tank controls. And for those of you wondering what the hell I'm talking about, this style was implemented in titles like this because old survival horror games were essentially made up of a buttload of static screens with the camera set in a fixed position, a position that could vary wildly from one screen to the next. So with tank controls, you can have a constant method for moving in a certain direction despite that direction changing in terms of you, the player's perspective. Essentially, they work as a control method oriented around the character you're controlling, which means you can navigate tons of different camera angles without having to totally reorient to a new perspective. So for example, no matter where the camera's looking, you're always going to know up on the D-pad will move your character forward according to them, even if that means moving backwards according to you. Does that make sense? Well, in Crow Country, things are reversed, and using tank controls is going to wildly alter your perspective with every turn. It feels really weird in my opinion, and it's kind of the worst way to play the game. On the other hand, with the analog controls, I can walk into a room and run towards an item without my entire view of that room shifting abruptly. I can move the camera to look at something to my left or right while running in a different direction, which was something I needed to do a lot. I don't know, this might just be me, but I feel like both methods fell short for different reasons. The analog controls feel great, and they give me control over the camera without having to point Mara at the thing that I'm trying to look at. I just need to constantly manage that camera, and that gets fatiguing. Now the tank controls also feel great, and that would be the way that I'd prefer to play the game if the camera wasn't tied to them while running. I mean, if we swapped around some of the aspects of these two, we'd have something approaching perfect. And while we're on the subject, I don't want to be that guy, despite making an entire YouTube channel based around being him, but it feels to me like this game would have benefited massively from either a camera that was fixed in a single position per screen, like in Resident Evils 1, 2, or 3, or one that follows the player on a fixed track, like you'd see in games like Code Veronica or Dino Crisis. And as a bit of a tip, I was sort of annoyed that I kept having to take my finger off the run button to adjust the camera with the right analog stick, but halfway through the game I was fumbling with the buttons and found out that you can also use R2 to run, and that solved the issue completely. Which is absolutely not a dig at the game, because in its defense I was given a very detailed breakdown of all the controls in like the second screen of the game. I just wasn't paying attention to it. Now I want to be really clear, despite that long explanation of stuff that really pisses me off, this was still the best survival horror game I played since Signalis. It represents the genre perfectly while adding to it in ways that feel right at home and natural. And besides all that, it was just fun as hell. It's really obvious that the team behind this was familiar with the type of game they were creating on a deeply technical level, and that shines through in nearly every second of game time here. Without a doubt, you need to play this game. It might be a callback to a time and a genre that were once considered long lost, but it's not just that. It innovates on the mechanics we're all familiar with, but in a way that remains true to the origins it does such a great job of emulating. And if you need any further proof that this is indeed a survival horror game through and through, it's got a mega soothing save room theme, which to be honest is less of a requirement and more of a federal mandate. Okay, so before we get into anything, I've got to throw just a bit of admonishment at Destructoid for their coverage of Crow Country, stating that the game's pre-rendered backgrounds harken back to the awkward early 3D graphics of retro games. Essentially, my issue is that they've got the order backwards, as Crow Country uses awkward 3D graphics to harken back to old retro pre-renders. And yes, this has nothing to really do with this video specifically, but I just wanted to show you guys who you're getting your information from when you read coverage of classic survival horror titles like Dead by Daylight, Escape the Backrooms, and Soma. Yes, we are arguing about survival horror again. Don't act like you didn't know this was gonna happen. Okay, so now that I've lit a fire in my comment section that'll probably burn for years to come, Crow Country's unique look is what drew me to the project first on Twitter, and if you've already played it, I would assume it's the same for you. It's something I don't think I've seen in a modern game before, and after really sitting and thinking about it, the only way I can really describe it is getting to see the pre-rendered backgrounds of Final Fantasy VII from every angle. And the same thing goes for its characters. I mean, this is peak mid-PS1 3D character design, and I'm absolutely in love with it. It's a look that harkens back to my favorite game console of all time and is either heavily inspired by the low-poly design of games like FF7 and Clock Tower or, I don't know, Bonanza Brothers. You know, that last part was genuinely a joke, but now that I look at it, I don't know, it's kind of dead on. I also really like this almost diorama effect that had the outer bonds of the environment seem to just end with the whole screen kind of floating in a black void. It's a style that you see a lot in strategy RPGs, and I also love strategy RPGs, so by the transitive property, this game is good. I also really enjoyed that the game's being rendered at a very low resolution and internally upscaled, producing the kind of sharp pixel edges that made me shell out for a RetroTink 4K. And in all seriousness, I have to give a large amount of thanks to these guys for taking the same approach for the in-game text. You have no idea how many of these modern retro titles will give you a pixelated image but smooth, crisp text to put over top of it. I mean, come on, Squaresoft, you're gonna redraw every single sprite from every Final Fantasy game painstakingly pixel by pixel, but this is the font you go with? Get the fuck out of here. The park you'll be exploring is just expertly designed with this sort of growing sense of dread. I mean, the obvious weirdness of walking around an abandoned theme park is already giving off hard, uncanny vibes, but as you progress, the look shifts away from what I can only call a naturally occurring kind of creepy to some genuine horror settings. The game's monsters, the so-called guest, all achieve a genuinely disturbing look, either by your garden variety body horror or the odd juxtaposition of their almost kid-friendly mascot sort of appearance. They almost come off as toys, and it's really off-putting. Right from the start, Mara comes across a flashlight, and seeing a game with such a low-tech aesthetic use a real-time light source that casts perspective-correct shadows is just really damn cool for the kind of nerd that understood any of the words that I just said. I mean, honestly, I could sit here for hours just listing off great-looking graphical features. This is a perfect example of a developer picking a style and really committing to it. Hell, even the static filter, something I normally don't like in horror games, just perfectly fits the look, and the almost distorted orange and brown tinted colors combines with it to give off this really convincing effect of playing the game on an old CRT that isn't exactly in the best condition. Which, coming from a guy who spent most of his teens playing a PS1 on a shitty TV using RF, man, this is masterfully pulled off. I truly and unironically love everything about Crow Country's presentation. Sure, it's simplistic, but it's simplistic in a way that provides you with all the visual details you would need to kind of piece together everything's real-life equivalent in your head, which is why I think early 32-bit 3D still looks really good to me. And you know, as I'm reading this script, it's dawning on me that I have zero complaints for Crow Country's presentation. It's just flat out a 10 out of 10 for me. The team behind this thing were obviously pulling straight out of my head and my past when making it, and really there's only so much time I could spend complimenting a single feature, so instead let's heave some of that love onto the game's soundtrack, which is, again and unsurprisingly, perfect. You know when you watch one of those videos of like laser cut pieces of metal machined to such a high degree of perfection that they just slide into each other with zero visible seams? Well, if there was an audio version of that, it would be Crow Country's OST. Every single song perfectly fits every single area in the game and adds to the general ambiance in a way that works so damn well. I already mentioned how soothing the save theme is, but what else are you guys looking for? Maybe some distorted dread? A more driving and up-tempo feel to spur on exploration or action? A little bit of mystery? How about a track that I can only describe as the result of a nightmare having a nightmare? If you like what you've heard so far, the soundtrack's available on Bandcamp for less than $10, and I just couldn't recommend it enough. Absolute solid gold. Which is kinda how I feel about the game's sound effects as well. Everything feels, I don't know, right when set up against CC's presentation. The confirmation jingles, selecting items, your footsteps, it's all really cohesive. Genuinely an auditory dream. The sound effects, the visuals, and the music, they're all working hand in hand to convince your brain that it's playing an old PS1 horror game. And speaking of which, has anyone else noticed that Mara's pistol sounds a hell of a lot like the Beretta M9 a certain Special Forces team uses as a standard issue? Okay, so just in case you somehow missed everything I said previously and skipped to this moment randomly in the video, Crow Country is absolutely amazing. No hyperbole, this might be one of the best horror games I've played in years. It offers up what I can only really call survival horror plus, a perfect recreation of the classic tenets of the genre with improvements and adjustments that manage to feel perfectly at home as opposed to forming some new kind of hybrid. The story had my heart from the word go, but as it went on, it became more and more magnetic, and the music is, like I said, absolute gold. Its visuals are very obviously a display of, first and foremost, a lot of love and appreciation for the titles that inspired it, but more importantly, a great asset that helps it stand out amongst its competition. And you know, the crazy part about that sentence I just spoke is that a survival horror game releasing in 2024 has competition. Like a lot of it. Honestly, even back in the heyday of RE games coming out regularly, we didn't have this much to choose from. And among all these high quality works of pure love and dedication, Crow Country stands out as the new benchmark. It's an absolute classic, and at $20 on Steam, there's genuinely no excuse aside from severe poverty or homelessness that would justify you not having this playing on your computer or console right this minute. To all you guys who urged me to check this game out, thank you. I've had an absolutely incredible time with it, and I'm probably going to replay it about as soon as I'm done with this voiceover. And speaking of thanks, I'm really happy you guys made it this far, but I gotta get back to work. If everything goes according to plan and YouTube's copyright system plays nice, I should have a video covering the Fatal Frame movie coming very soon, but until then, as usual, I'm Jared. And this is Avalanche Reviews. You Will Die Here Tonight is the latest in a reassuringly fresh wave of new indie survival horror titles, and outside of that already unique pedigree, it's got some really eye-catching stuff going on under the hood. And speaking of which, typically in my videos I like to dedicate this section at the start to a game's development and some of the history behind it, but as I write this title has been officially released for about 2 days now, so I'm definitely lacking in stuff to talk about on that front. But I guess I can mention that this copy of You Will Die Here Tonight was provided to me by the game's developer, Spiralbound Interactive. Of course, you guys know the general deal by now. No money changed hands, they don't have a say over the content of this video, and I'm not expected to come to a specific outcome. But if you don't have faith in my unshakable moral character, let me remind you that this is a modern game using 2D pre-rendered assets, so its mere existence is already enough of a bribe for me. But more to the actual point, because You Will Die Here Tonight offers something a little outside the norm, I'm gonna mess around with the format of this video a bit. What I usually like to do is organize things by category. So in this order, I'll hit story, gameplay, presentation, and then round it up with some kind of a conclusion. But I figured this is a really interesting release, so why don't we throw that out the window for this one and kind of free flow it. I mean, I'm still going to touch on all the same stuff I normally would, it's just going to come up in the script whenever it organically comes to mind versus having it in a specific section of the video. Listen, I know that you don't care about this, and I'm fully aware that most people have no idea how these things are formatted, but if you're that one guy, that single person who notices when I change something, this one's for you. YWDHT starts off in a way you might be able to argue is actually a little more terrifying than fighting zombies, but first day at a new job. You take on the role of Dr. Catherine Olsen as she shows up for a new position with some kind of a small, tactical-looking military or SWAT outfit called Ares. The first few minutes of this intro are actually spent in relative mundanity as you explore your new headquarters, introduce yourself to the team, and get familiar with some of the mechanics you'll be needing to use when the real shit hits the fan. Mostly though, Catherine's just going to be forming little catty first impressions of everyone on the team after she's talked to them, making this incredibly accurate to its real-life analog actually. As we get the scoop around the office and check out some relevant files, we find out that Catherine here isn't a cop or a military badass, but instead a civilian researcher who specializes in stuff like biological weapons. There seems to be a bit of friction with the idea of a civilian making it onto the team, but even more with the fact that this wasn't even an Ares move. She seems to have been put here by people ranking way higher than the unit leader, and even he isn't allowed to know why. Getting back to the actual story at hand though, Ares is looking to take out some guy who recently murdered his family and has fled to a historically important mansion, one that Ares has already been given full permission to completely obliterate if it means bringing him in. And honestly, things get off to a reassuring enough start. Ares actually makes it to the mansion that they're trying to get to with their helicopter in one piece, which is something a similar police force was not able to accomplish, but aside from that, they breached the doors and flooded in without incident. Well, there's no incident during the brief few seconds while they're breaching the doors, I guess. As they're all standing there in the hallway, they realize no one's home, and before anyone gets a chance to have more than a single thought on the matter, a ghostly apparition appears and an eerie light causes everybody to hit the ground. We're then taken to what I can only describe as an I just kidnapped a bunch of people and now I'm monitoring them kind of command center, and we get to take control of Lieutenant Kowalski, the designated Ares medic. She wakes up right there in the front hall where she last remembers going down, only this time she's all alone. As she heads over to the lamp that seems to have caused all this, she finds a note with one hell of an ominous message printed on it. It says, "You will die here tonight, but anything you find might help the others survive." Moving forward from there, things take on a very haunted house ride kind of feel. As Kowalski walks around, doors keep opening for her as if to lead her down a specific path, kind of like she's being messed with. Down one of the mansion's many creepy hallways, Kowalski finds Monroe, the guy Ares was sent here to take out in the first place. Only it looks like someone's beat them to the punch, and before she gets a chance to wonder who, a zombie busts through the door and subsequently gets his cap peeled back. Now that the wait staff is zombified, Ashley knows she needs to get the hell out of here, so she starts looking for a way out when Olsen gets in touch via radio telling her they need to regroup, but she's stuck in the lab underneath the mansion. Really making me wonder just how many unoccupied mansions there are in America sitting on top of illegal bioresearch facilities. Like, if video games are anything to go by, statistically speaking, if you're watching this video, you're probably inside a mansion with a lab underneath it. Well, anyways, Kowalski proceeds to make her way to the lab when she comes across Monroe again, only this time, he's a little more lively than before. And much like every single microsecond of this game outside of the title screen, you can die here, causing it to load in the next Ares member until you make it to the next sequence, which is a formula you're going to want to familiarize yourself with very quick because it is a large part of how this game is played. Before you meet up with Olsen though, you have a chance to explore your surroundings a bit, and I recommend you take it because this had me drooling for the gameplay to come. I kept coming across these locked doors, obvious puzzles, and clear shortcuts. It was like walking by a huge dinner spread before you can actually sit down to eat it. Just a nice little visual taste to whet the appetite, as it were. But we do eventually make it to Olsen, who is, not the kind-hearted person you may have been led to believe at first. So obviously, Olsen is our Wesker stand-in. She knows way more about what's going on here than everyone else, but even worse, she seems to be in bed with the people running this little experiment. There's a lot of talk about outcome predictions, so we get the feeling that this shadowy organization is testing out some kind of a bioweapon or maybe even the mansion itself against a team of elite operators. Olsen over here seems to have had some kind of a decision-making position in this organization, and as such, she was embedded with them to monitor things as they go on, or at least that's the impression that we get during her part. She speaks to somebody called the director about getting exfiltrated, but in the process, she finds out her position in this experiment was not exactly what they advertised at first. The director insinuates Olsen has now become a part of the project and gives her the same message Kowalski got. As you would expect for such early story snippets, these little chunks of narrative we're getting here are cloaked in about 35 gallons of obfuscation and flat-out misdirection. There's a lot of shady stuff going on in this mansion, and it goes even deeper than you might have originally thought when the game started obviously hinting that Olsen was some kind of a mole. But speaking of the good doctor, she is convinced that the higher-ups aren't hanging her out to dry, but just orchestrating some kind of a strange scenario where she'd have to prove herself worthy of a promotion or something, I don't know. Regardless of why, she decides to play along, and because of her previous knowledge of the threats that she's going to face and her elite-level training, she's pretty confident she can make it out of this predicament and, I guess, just walk back to the office and get ready for work the next day. I'm not really sure what her plan is here. But regardless, the confidence that she had before will shortly be proven to have been misplaced. After Olsen goes down, we get another shot of that kidnapping command center from before, only now there's red lights and alarms blaring and this countdown's being displayed on the TVs. Once everything hits 0, the screen goes dark and things seem kinda calm for a second, then bam, like it never happened before, we see Olsen getting off the elevator for her first day at Ares, again. Yeah, that's right, go ahead and plan on calling Olsen Bill Murray from now on because we are officially in a Groundhog's Day cycle. She's fully aware of the previous events up to and including her own death, but without a lot of other options at her disposal, she goes along with the whole thing until she can make it back to the mansion where she thinks she might get a second chance or at the very least some answers. And like you might imagine, everything goes down exactly like it did last time. The operation gets underway, the chopper lands, the team breaches the building, and bam, everybody drops. Only this time, we have control over who we get to wake up as next, and at this point, even though you may not be aware of it yet, you've just been shown the main gameplay hook of the entire game. Effectively, from now on, you're going to be playing a survival horror game without a save function. As you explore and try to escape the mansion, you'll run into the usual threats, only here we're dealing with a type of permadeath, and I get why that may not sound all that crazy to you, but it actually kind of fits in with a really funny and really memorable part of my early RE1 and PS1 history.
If you look carefully at Jared's upper lip, you'll see what appears to be the beginning of a mustache.
Christmas, 1996. Me and my brother had just gotten a Sony PlayStation from our parents, and it was glorious. I had spent the entire year drooling over PS1 screenshots and magazines and playing the demos you could find at places like Best Buy and Blockbuster. And surely, the very second I plugged that console into a TV and hit the power button, I had fallen in love with it.
It's hard to believe such a small little box can cause so much joy.
And you know, my parents are a lot of things. Loving, attentive, really, really patient. But video game hardware experts, they are not. Meaning, when they went to pick up the console, they had absolutely no idea that it needed memory cards to save any kind of data. And we were at the time what you could call lacking in disposable income. So the idea of me and my brother getting anything else for this console outside of a Christmas present, yeah, that's a pipe dream, not happening. So by the time I finally got a chance to play Resident Evil 1 for the very first time, I had absolutely no way to save my game. Essentially, every time I touched that power button, I was attempting a no-death challenge run. And you know, sure, it did make things significantly more difficult than they already were for a preteen first-time RE player, but when I look back on that time, I don't know, I see it more as a positive now. In my head, it wasn't like I was lacking an essential component for the console to run as intended, but instead I just had a very different, very unique first-time experience with the console. So in this really coincidental, irrationally dumb kind of way, You Will Die Here Tonight gives me a kind of mechanical window into that same, God, I hope I don't get crushed by the boulder in the sewers nostalgia, and in that way, I sort of love it. Alright, so what are the odds you guys remember when I was talking about a video game and not my entire early life's history? Okay, so getting back to the task at hand, now that we've made our way through the intro, if your current Ares member gets a little too acquainted with the oral bacteria of a zombie, you get taken back to that monitor room where you can choose the next person you'll play as, or more accurately, die as. And when you inevitably do, it's the same scenario until you run out of teammates, which will start a fresh cycle all over again. It seems to me the real focus here, as far as development goes, is that the player not reset when they get served a nasty piece of RNG, but instead continue forward with whoever's left in their roster. I get the feeling providing all these characters wasn't so much about finding your favorite Ares member or discovering which one fits your playstyle better, but instead it's more like the developers wanted to put a penalty on death, and that penalty is you're gonna lose a character that you might potentially have grown to like, or even worse, you might have to play with one that you hate. You know, it kind of reminds me of a mystery dungeon RPG I covered recently called Nightmare of Druaga, where the developers instituted an early form of autosaving to punish the player for reloading a save just to avoid losing all their gear after a death in the dungeon. No, and this is going to be even more unrelated than the last thing, but in the day or so since I wrote that first part of the script, I was actually able to dig up a little bit of You Will Die Here Tonight's history and found a post on itch.io where Spiralbound shows off a very early version of the game, and it looks kind of amazing. It seems like early on they wanted enemies to be 2D, and I'm not exactly hating it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I prefer the current style with the 3D models and their amazing animations, but I would love to be able to play this version of the game at some point. Hey, but on the plus side, if you end up dying, puzzles don't reset after death, so if you figured out how to get a key item as one of the other guys, but you end up dying, you won't have to come back and solve that same puzzle again. You just sort of wake up with that previously acquired item in your inventory. What doesn't, though, is the previous character's ammo and healing items. In order to get your hands on those, you're gonna have to find that person's corpse and take it out. It's a really interesting system that gives your average survival horror style these little arcade and roguelike flourishes, and it all makes the game feel deceptively fresh. I've played a lot of games that share some mechanics with You Will Die Here Tonight, but I can swear to you right now I've never played any that puts them all together like this, and certainly they weren't implemented this well. Given its unique approach to progression, I imagine it won't surprise a lot of you to hear that this is a relatively difficult game. It's not exactly stingy with its healing items, but it is filled to the brim with traps and puzzles that can one-shot you if you mess them up, and sometimes this happens without warning. Well, sometimes there's a little more warning than other times. Now, normally a difficult game that goes out of its way to unfairly kill its player would be seen as a negative thing for very good reasons, but YWDHT is sort of built around these mechanics, and I think what makes it work so well is that death is both severely punished and kind of inconsequential. Like I said before, you can actually have everybody die off, but the worst thing that's going to happen is you'll need to start another loop of these events. I guess there is technically a limited amount of times that you can restart, but I'm going to assume if my mediocre ass never saw what happens when you run out of these, you guys probably won't either. I love that progress in this game is made in inches, and each time you reach a little further, you end up dying and having to make that progress back with someone else. Someone who might not run as fast, but can create healing items from stuff found in the mansion, or maybe shoot better, or take more damage before going down. It's not quite roguelike in nature, but I feel like the spirit of the genre is definitely banging around in there somewhere. As I'm sure most of you have noticed by now, You Will Die Here Tonight does combat pretty differently. Taking after Resident Evil Gaiden, the only other title I've ever seen with this kind of a setup, you spend a majority of the time running around in a relatively top-down fixed perspective. Here you're going to be able to do your normal survival horror stuff. You know, collect ammo and items, solve puzzles and explore, but when you come across one of the mansion's gross experiments, things take a drastic leap into the realm of the 3D. Hitting R2 to aim at an enemy and then pressing the action button or getting grabbed by him will take you into what feels like more of an RPG's combat system than an action game's. You take on a first-person perspective here, and you can either hip fire with really unreliable accuracy or aim your weapon until the reticle starts shrinking to guarantee a better, more accurate hit. I feel like it also makes the shot more powerful too, but I'm not 100% on that one. You can't move your legs in a fight, only your head and arms, so you're going to need to get pretty good at staggering enemies before they can wind up an attack. If you do get hit though, triangle brings up your healing items, but these do require a bit of use time. When the combat starts, the zombie you're fighting will be about as far away from you as they were in the 2D top-down sections where it was initiated. They'll start coming at you, and depending on the variant, that might be a dead run or a stumbling shamble. Obviously for video games in general, but double obviously for zombie games, headshots are criticals, and you can switch weapons in combat using the D-pad. I wouldn't say it's a deep or intricate combat system, but it's really fun, and more importantly, it feels spiritually true to the genre's typical combat. It's more about spacing and good target priority as opposed to overwhelming firepower and twitch reactions, although I will admit the latter can definitely get you out of a few jams if the former doesn't. When running around in the top-down exploration section, zombies will make a beeline for you as soon as they see you, and they'll even start banging at doors and trying to get into rooms if they think you're in there. Thanks to the quasi-top-down nature of the presentation, it's relatively easy to avoid getting grabbed, but because ammo isn't quite so limited, it's more effective and more fun just to kill anything you come across. If anything, just to clear the way for the next character when you die. Technically, you can run out of ammo for any gun, but interacting with the item box will automatically refill your reserves to a certain point. Now, I know that you're thinking a kind of unlimited ammo supply would certainly knock this game out of the running for being classified as survival horror, but I feel like needing to trek your ass all the way across the mansion and down to the basement just to refill basically evens that out. And if the paltry amount that it gives you isn't enough, you can come across upgrades for the item box that'll increase the max amount that it can give you when you try to refill, which can be a godsend near the end of the game, I can assure you. You can also find weapon mods, and I really like how these work. When you come across one, there's really no way to get the effects of it unless you die and switch to Lieutenant Downs, who's the only person in the squad who can apply these buffs. After he does, everyone gets the benefits of the mod, but if you happen to be on a run where he's already dead, guess who gets to restart? I think I might have found 2 of these weapon mods, one for the handgun and maybe one for the shotgun, but I can tell there are definitely more. And while researching for this script, I found a few people hinting at secrets that I never even came close to discovering, which does a lot to make me want to replay a game I admittedly already wanted to replay anyways. Throughout my time with You Will Die Here Tonight, I found Dr. Olsen to be my favorite because she's fast as hell on her feet and it feels like her aiming reticle closes quicker than everybody else's. So I ended up using her more than anyone else, but I also had a soft spot for Ashley the medic and Lieutenant Downs. which was a nice bit of tension when I would think about how I only really enjoyed playing with 2 or 3 of these characters, so if all 3 of them died, I was stuck with people who could all technically beat the game but just didn't feel as nice to play with. The mansion in You Will Die Here Tonight, aside from being an obvious and really well-made homage to Resident Evil, makes for a really fun maze to mess around in. It's filled to the brim with secret shortcuts, creepy paintings, death traps, hundreds of boxes of 9mm, and of course more locked doors than can possibly exist in this world, which is checking a pretty ridiculous amount of survival horror boxes for me. Focusing on those puzzles though, I would say they were really enjoyably challenging, but solvable enough that I only had to look up the solution to one of them, and that's only because it was a math puzzle, which is essentially cheating on the developer's part. Really, one of the only complaints I have regarding the moment-to-moment exploration in this game is that it'd be nice if the map would just let me know which doors are locked and which ones aren't. In any other game in the genre, it wouldn't be a tough ask to assume the player would just remember which rooms they've already tried to enter and which ones they haven't, but with this one specifically, you're going to be restarting a lot, and some of those runs can really bleed together. For example, let's say I unlocked a room and entered it on one run, but all of my guys died and I had to restart. That room would still be shown on my map as being open and explored on the new run despite me needing a key for it, which really tripped up my most common strategy for these type of games, making a concise list of locked doors on the map and orienting myself based on what I've opened and what I haven't. Other than that, I just wish they'd let me walk around with the D-pad and select weapons with the analog stick. I know it sounds stupid, but there really is something in my brain that screams at me when I have to use an analog stick to move a 2D character around in a game like this. It's not really a massive issue, just one of those fly in the ointment things that I assume is only going to bother me and, maybe 4 other people maximum. On my first time clearing it, I managed a good 3.5–4 hours, and for a survival horror game, I'd say that's ideal. I know that nowadays a 4-hour runtime doesn't make the convincing argument that it used to, but for games like this, that's actually above the average. Of course, your mileage may vary depending on how familiar you are with the genre or how quick you get up to speed with this game's specific mechanics or how much you explore for secrets, but the important thing is it's going to be a very fun 3.5–4 hours. Anyways, getting back to the actual events of the game, as we continue throwing Special Forces bodies at the whole escape the evil mansion thing, we eventually uncover a further twist for what's going on here, but getting into that means wading chest deep into the realm of spoilers, and this is a game I think benefits from a few aha moments on the player's part. So with that in mind, do me a favor and skip to the timestamp in the description or past the chapter marked spoilers if you haven't checked this game out for yourself. Sound good? Alright, I'll see you on the other side. Okay, so it's just us guys who are cool with spoilers in here, right? Alright, so this entire time we've been following the instructions of someone Olsen calls the director, but prefers the title KRKN. Maybe Kirkin? Kraken, perhaps. Anyways, he seems to be leading us out of the mansion, but I also get the feeling he might be interested in leading us through an obstacle course as well. And at this point, or possibly before, some of you might be wondering exactly how the game manages to square with the player the reality that each of these people keep dying but are somehow resurrected at the start of every loop. Well, the game finds a really interesting way to explain that, actually. A few hours into the game, I was able to make it to the escape chopper with Dr. Olsen and managed to find a key to start it up, only to be met with a fate Truman Show-esque in nature. This next loop begins like all of the others, only this time Kirkin gets into contact with us via our Ares work computer, something she wasn't able to do before, and you wouldn't have been able to trigger if you hadn't have played through a certain portion of the game as tech nerd incel / Ares member Kelly, who, by the way, fell in love with Kirkin the very second she showed him any kind of attention, which is a staggering level of accuracy. But that's besides the point because we are in a simulation and apparently the Ares headquarters building actually exists within the facility that runs the simulation, which really challenges my ideas on how reality works because they are inside of a building that exists in a simulation and the building that is in that simulation exists in the real world and they're also in that? I don't get it. I don't understand how any of this works. But that doesn't really matter because I understand exactly what I have to do, and that's run around using items and snatching stuff around the office to cause a chain reaction of events that'll let me get my hands on some explosives and blow a hole in the building to escape. And more than anything, I gotta tell you, this section had me really excited. As I was intuiting what might come next, the items scattered around and dialogue from my coworkers let me know something like this might be coming. And I was stoked at the idea of running around and setting up this Rube Goldberg machine of distractions in order to proceed. But sadly, Kirkin basically just tells you exactly how to get it all done, which was really disappointing for me. I was super pumped on having to set this all up myself and figure out exactly what order things needed to happen, but he just told me exactly what to do and I did it. If anyone from Spiral Bound just happens to be listening right now, maybe think about having Kirkin just hint at what the player needs to do in this section. I feel like it'll make things way more engaging. Once we get the grenade launcher, the simulation tries to run some damage control and floods the place with gas, killing everyone in Ares except for you. And that means having to mow down your entire squad to make it out, which is a task that we are perfectly trained for by this point in the game. After making it into the facility that orchestrates all of this stuff, still kind of unclear whether or not that's inside the simulation or outside of it, but anyways, Olsen finds out this was all a series of experiments set up to develop the perfect paramilitary force that could drop into a hot situation, receive heavy casualties, and be up and running with clone replacements within a day. Apparently, Kirkin is just the AI that they set up to automate this process, but somewhere down the line it became disillusioned with the project. Rounding the very last stretch, Olsen comes face to face with herself, or rather what seems to be the herself that she was cloned from. This conversation sort of makes it sound like there's a looming apocalypse, potentially one that just happened, or maybe this organization fears one, but the documents you can find in the game seem to contradict this. Of course, those documents are also inside the simulation, so who knows. Well, either way, we can explode a tyrant, which is always fun, and we finally get to the room where we can find the director. Well, I guess don't worry if you were wondering about whether or not this game has a satisfying ending, because it's got that covered. It answers most of the questions you may have had, but in the process, it poses a few more that it has no intention of answering, which is something I love seeing and works really well here. In my own personal headcanon, Olsen is supposed to find out all of this stuff, and she's supposed to be led down a path that makes her rebel, and I think that is the training process for her. For all we know, as soon as she plugged the director, she actually wakes up and someone tells her congratulations on completing your training. I'm not really sure if there are any files or articles in the game that would have a better explanation, but I enjoy the fact that I'm able to wonder about stuff like this. It's the kind of ending you sort of want for a small project. Things are explained to a relatively satisfying degree, but there's enough left unsaid that you could build up a really cool little secondary game world in your own head. For example, we know the members of Ares were kidnapped and cloned, but who were they before, and who were the people that kidnapped them? What the hell's going on outside this world where this would seem like a reasonable way to train people? There's really a lot left to ponder on after the credits are finished rolling, but the game tells enough of a story that you don't feel cheated out of a full narrative. Giving the player just enough story to flesh out the game's events, but making sure not to over-explain them is a balancing act that can be tough to pull off, but I think the self-contained, small-time nature of this release lends itself really well to that kind of an approach. Having already played You Will Die Here Tonight's demo on Steam before the game came out, I was expecting the developer's really cool approach to character writing, but what I wasn't expecting was for everything in the demo to turn out to be some kind of a theoretical vertical slice. I mean, essentially the demo is just that. It's a demonstration of what these guys wanted to put out and not necessarily a sneak peek at the finished game's events and how they were planned to play out. And speaking of those events, dialogue here does stray towards the hokey side of things, with characters showing what I would call obvious signs of a you're not necessarily supposed to take all of this too seriously approach to writing. It's kind of hard to explain, but I'm pretty sure this is the closest I've ever seen anyone walk right up to the line of being dumb without crossing over and actually doing it. Alex's meathead, I'm gonna shoot everyone and then ask questions later kind of persona does come across as exaggerated, but also kind of authentic. and everyone else has a similar mix of well-written movie stereotypes within their character. The chief is walking around with that big, I'm getting too old for this shit, and also I'm retiring tomorrow, so wouldn't it be a shame if I died kind of energy. The team's designated healer is an altruistic white mage ready to leap into action at a moment's notice if it means helping a fellow Ares trooper. Then you've got Sergeant Rodriguez over here, who is, well, there's no easy way to put this. I mean, he's just Hispanic Barry Burton. In fact, he's kind of an upgrade over the bearded ginger from Raccoon City, because Javier keeps a pair of brass on his desk in case a disagreement at the copy machine leads to someone needing to get pieced up around the office. And as you may have picked up on, that is something I can truly appreciate, which when you think about it is actually a genius level verbal transition, because I also really appreciate it when a developer makes a game that consists mostly of 2D pre-rendered assets. Using a technique that's fallen far out of favor by now, You Will Die Here Tonight's characters are 2D sprites made out of pre-rendered CG images, posed and rendered at a relatively high resolution, then downsampled to fit into what is essentially a retro game. Now, of course, older titles like Vector Man and Donkey Kong Country were using this kind of a process to create characters that were far more detailed than could have been made using traditional 2D sprite art, but here it's more of an aesthetic thing, and I'm more than okay with that. This game reminds me a lot of old PC titles like Septerra Core, and come on, I mean, out of all the old forgotten retro graphics trends to bring back, these guys picked the one that speaks to me the most. I mean, I think we all know by now I'm the pre-rendered background industry's best advertiser, but when you start pre-rendering everything else, eventually you hit peak pre-render, where the entire game is just a single still image that looks amazing. I will say though, it would have been nice to be able to turn off the blurry filtering done to the character and enemy sprites. I mean, I'm right here with you guys, we are almost all the way there. Just the only thing this game needs to bring it over the line to spectacular are a few more sharp pixel edges on screen and we are good. On a slightly more realistic note though, I did notice a bit of judder in the game, a kind of choppiness that makes it seem like it's dropping frames. I tried slowing down the footage here so you guys can hopefully more easily see the stutter taking place without the added benefit of having a controller in your hands and being able to feel when things are off. And obviously, for a mostly 2D game running on a pretty damn good PC, finding performance issues would be worrying to say the least, so I brought up a few FPS and frame time tools and there didn't seem to be any apparent slowdown caused by performance of any kind. Then I thought maybe it has something to do with me running the game at my monitor's refresh rate of 144 Hz, so I limited the game to just 60 FPS using Nvidia's control panel and still had the same issue. And so, even though I don't have any concrete stuff to point at, I think I may be able to hazard a guess here. Either the choppy nature of the 2D animation frames controls the forward movement of the camera and it's moving around as choppy as the animations are, or it could be this gnarly ass 16.5 millisecond frame time here. That is a lot of time in between frames, but to be fair, that might just be something typical to 2D game design, I'm not really sure. What I am sure about though is I had to actively think about ignoring it or it'd bother the hell out of me. That being said, I tend to be very sensitive to this kind of stuff, and if my comment section has taught me anything, it's that you guys do not care about frame rate and resolution quite as much as I do. So if you haven't noticed any issues with the footage you've been watching so far, I'd say you're going to be fine. And just in case I haven't made it clear, I do recommend you buy this game. You Will Die Here Tonight takes all of the elements of RE Gaiden that worked and mixes them around in a bowl made out of solid dialogue writing. At every corner, I was able to find evidence of a developer just going wild with the concept, which I always love. And if that's something you get into too, I can tell you it's very hard to play through this game and not pick up on that enthusiasm. You know, while doing a bit of research for this video, I was actually kind of surprised to find that this game didn't seem to be making the rounds in the usual survival horror friendly YouTube channels or Twitter accounts, and to be honest, I can't exactly blame anybody for that. There are just so many quality survival horror games coming out lately, with even more amazing projects in the works as I write these words. It's understandable that even a person who covers this kind of stuff might not hear about this one specifically. And that's more of a shame than usual, I would say, because this is a genuinely fun game. So let's consider this a bit of an advertising campaign for You Will Die Here Tonight. It takes balls to make a survival horror game in the modern market, full stop. But to then take that really hard path you've chosen and also decide the best way to represent the genre is by using mechanics from one of the worst examples of it you could conceivably find, man, that's something. So it's safe to say Spiral Bound Interactive is an indie dev to keep your eyes on from here on out as far as I'm concerned. I'm not 100% if these guys are even going to want to return to horror when they start their next project, but I'm saying that if they do, they have what it takes to really shake things up. But hey, I guess that's enough making wild demands of independent game makers for one day, so here's hoping I run into you guys in the next one. But until then, I'm Jared. And this is Avalanche Reviews.
Warning, severe weather conditions identified.
You think? What gave it away?
Like I said before, I've been following Hollow Body's development on Twitter for quite some time, and to say that my hopes were high would be an understatement. After checking out the public demo on Steam, things were pushed even further into the stratosphere, and when the game's developer announced a sign-up sheet for early access to the game before it launched, I jumped at the chance. Which is a fancy way of saying that in the spirit of transparency, I was granted access to Hollow Body free of charge for the purposes of this review. As usual with this channel, no money changed hands and there were no expectations of any predetermined outcomes for the video. Now, I'm not exactly saying that I'm not for sale. I'm just saying that if I was, a struggling independent developer likely wouldn't have the kind of cash on hand to convince me to ruin my reputation as that one old guy who doesn't think anything fits his definition of survival horror. Hollow Body starts out with one hell of a hook for its opening. A starting text crawl lets us know that at some point in the future there were devastating bioterror attacks on a few cities in the British Isles. Adding insult to perpetual injury, these cities were already centers for low-income workers and families. To keep this unknown contagion from spreading, the cities were cordoned off, with only the most high-value people being able to make the list of rescuees. As you might imagine, the rest were left to rot as the walls were erected around the infected hubs, and eventually ordnance was rained down on their heads. Fast forward 60-some-odd years later, and a select few are still looking for answers, which leads us to a makeshift research base near one of the infected cities. We take control of a new recruit named Sasha, and we find out her interest in all of this stems from her mother being a survivor of the initial incident. Before getting to do any work, her colleagues task her with finding a fellow researcher who's gone missing, and on the plus side she does, but on the negative end of things, he looks like this. Afterwards, we're taken to a cyberpunk city developed to keep people away from the infected areas. It's been about 2 weeks since Sasha's gone missing, and her friend Mika isn't exactly the let's wait things out and see how it unfolds kind of girl. So she puts together all of the illegal stuff that one might need to trespass into an area with some kind of a super virus in it and gets on her way to find her friend. Or, I guess potentially her girlfriend. The way the story's written, that one could go either way. There's definitely a joke in there somewhere. What isn't a joke, though, is the scope of this intro. It sets up this whole world outside of the gameplay, and while it is a world that essentially only exists in this cutscene, stuff like this goes a hell of a long way in terms of contextualizing all the terrors we're about to experience. Also, massive bonus points for a wildly impressive and cinematic presentation here. As Mika flies over the quarantine city, bad weather moves in, and instead of riding the storm out safely, she elects to continue just a bit longer to Sasha's last known location. A decision that proves foolish almost immediately as a lightning strike renders her hover car useless and she plunges into the desolated streets of the city. When our girl wakes up, there's two main issues. One, her radio can't get a signal due to the storm, and two, she still needs to find Sasha. So the new plan is to make it to the top of a nearby apartment complex and attempt a call from its roof. In this starting section, you can do some cursory exploration and come across one of the game's storytelling devices. In some sections of this city, your radio will start to chatter, and if you use it from the menu, you're treated to a sort of verbal flashback of the events that led up to the city's current condition.
This is absurd. You have no right to tell us what to do. Just wait till my man hears about this.
Now, these are killer for world building, outside of the already masterful visual elements doing that job, but they do play into an issue that I'm going to have to go over later. Hollow Body follows genre doctrine by breaking its narrative into two distinct parts. First, there's the parts of it that are delivered through actual voice dialogue. As usual, these sections make up the smaller portion of the story and are almost exclusively used to directly relate to the main character and her struggles. Then second comes the obvious readables. Journal entries, news articles, research papers, and notes scrawled in desperation. These are going to make up the bulk of the story content, and for those of you who aren't familiar with survival horror, they have a bit of a quirk to them. These documents are mostly used for background detail, and you're going to have to sift through what seems like unrelated information to really get at the important stuff. It's actually really fun going through unrelated personal details or news snippets, reading in between the lines to give your current situation further context. It genuinely makes you feel like you're playing an active role in the story unfolding, as opposed to it being told to you outright. And speaking of which, as we explore the apartments and the area around them, we find out about a real estate management company looking to turn the poor, ghetto-like structure of the city into the kind of affordable but high-quality housing that its denizens would likely want it to be. Which is a pretty altruistic endeavor, but as we continue digging up dirt, things start to muddy from a moral perspective. At first, it starts out as little issues. Constant construction blocking well-used roadways and resource outages like power and water. Then, to keep the peace among unhappy citizens, the management company moves in its own PMC-like security force. An idea that already gets my American freedom-infused blood boiling. Anyways, soon after their arrival, the company starts enforcing a stay-at-home order.
It's just a precaution. All residents are advised to stay in their homes until further notice.
Now, we're learning about all of this as we progress through the apartments, and a lot of the information is going to be a little out of order depending on the route that you take, which really adds to the aforementioned detective-like feeling of putting these things together on your own. The further down this rabbit hole we go, the worse things get. As resources become limited or contaminated, the company just shuts off all access, replacing the undrinkable water with their own bottled variety. And as you might have imagined, given their track record so far, they weren't exactly giving out enough food and water to keep everybody sustained. All of this eventually leads to even more shortages and conflict between regular people and the paramilitary security forces. Essentially, it's hell on Earth. Now, while we're coming across all of this, Mika keeps getting intermittent phone calls from somebody. They sound mechanical, kind of like a malfunctioning robot, and they know a lot about her. Like, way more than someone she's speaking to for the first time should know. But that ends up being a problem for later, because Mika does eventually make her way to the top of the building and comes across someone who's been living in the exclusion zone this entire time. And given the grotesque monstrosities we've come across so far and lack of resources, he's in what I would call an understandable frame of mind when we happen upon him. In this scenario, Mika can either talk him down figuratively or more literally.
Wait, no!
If you decide that you can trust him, you can haul him around for the rest of the game, adding a +1 to your rescue operation. No matter what you decide though, your buddy Tax does end up getting in contact. He says that he can get Mika out, but she's going to have to make her way to the underground and use the city's subway system to get close enough to the border wall. And even though we're only a third of the way through the game, the rest of the story is going to require a little more of a deep dive. So to avoid spoilers for a game that, if I played my cards right, is releasing when this video does, click to the timestamp displayed on screen or use the chapters to skip past the next section.
Something refused to die.
Okay, so I know you guys are probably expecting some kind of a summary of this game's story here, but to be totally honest with you, there are some not insignificant chunks of it that I may or may not have misunderstood, and I think the issues start here with this beginning text dump. Thanks to this, we know about the terrorists dropping some kind of a bioweapon on the cities, and this is why things were locked down. But as we get into the city, there's this subplot where a property management company moves in to help the mostly downtrodden population. The issue here lies in the timeline. See, I have no idea if these two events are even connected, and to be totally straight with you, I'm not 100% if one of them even occurred. I mean, before the game's events, we are told about the terrorist attacks, but none of the documents we find throughout the actual game mention it. Everything just points towards a shady company moving in under the auspices of improving life for the disenfranchised. Really combing through my footage during the editing process, I could not find any text that even hinted at a possible terror attack, and all of the audio flashbacks deal exclusively with the property management angle. Now, is it possible that the company only came in to cloak the act of quarantining the city? Sure, I guess, but I can't exactly find anything in-game to back that up. And to further add to the fires of misinformation, I came across an article mentioning an anti-aging product that was having an adverse reaction in people, actually killing them. Could this be tied to the quote-unquote terror attack, or maybe the latter was a smokescreen for the former? I'm just really confused as to what actually went down here. I mean, we do have these monsters and the strange organic growth everywhere, so something other than second-rate property grabs and shady business dealings are afoot, but I couldn't really tell you anything past that. And we haven't even touched on the most elusive aspect to the story yet.
I don't know you. I don't care to know you.
You're hurting my feelings.
If you'll remember, I mentioned a strange actor who keeps in touch with Mika through telephone calls. This person knows her on a pretty deep level and is able to watch her every move as she struggles to survive the city's dangers. So they have this almost omnipresent aspect to them, and for a long while the game had me questioning whether or not this voice was real. I mean, there's a few things in the game that I'm really not sure about, but that little theory was proven wrong when we make it to the underground portion of the game and discover that it was this weird root-like structure that's been running up the phone bill with Mika the whole time. And once again, I have absolutely no answers for this one. This presence is not only sentient, but intelligent and seemingly in control of telecommunications somehow. It's also, according to it, intent on Mika and her friends making it out of the city, not only telling them where to go, but also lighting the way so that Tax can find them. If it wasn't totally obvious by now, I've got a lot of questions here. For example, what is this thing? How did a bioterror attack lead to its existence, and why is it helping Mika, and in what way does it tie into the property management angle? When we first make it down this thing's hole,
phrasing?
We can see that the whole place has been rigged with explosives, and I'm guessing this was the work of the research team we saw at the start of the game, but once again, I'm not exactly sure about that. If we dig in really deep and get extra analytical, the guy on the rooftop mentions that he was raised by someone he calls mother, and when Mika asks him if he means his own mother, he says, our mother. So is he talking about this thing? I mean, it does refer to itself as mother at one point, and if that's the case, did this growth somehow involve itself with the survivors, or is he just hinting at siblings that he may have had at some point? There's just a shit ton of story that seems to be up in the air with this one, and I'm not 100% sure I'm working with all the pieces I need to put it together myself. And I know what you're thinking. Maybe the game's ending holds some of the much needed answers, but that's a big ol' hell no. The last cutscene of the game has Tax heading inside the tunnel and eventually coming across Mika, but then he drops to his knees, presumably under the control of this thing, while we cut to a shot of Mika looking all messed up, with the root thing telling her that Mother will keep her warm. The rest is just Mika describing the first time she met Sasha. Then the after credits scene, which I think is linked to me getting the good ending, shows a totally different scenario where the guy we rescued is trying his hardest to resuscitate Mika as Tax sits with his head in his hands, and for some reason Sasha's nowhere to be found. So with all that being said, consider me lost. Alright, so for those of you who skipped here to avoid spoilers, Hollow Body didn't exactly come to a conclusion that I could understand. There seemed to be several narrative pieces in play, but I just couldn't find enough material to link them all together. According to the endgame score, I came across 17 documents and 7 of those audio flashback signals, but I don't really have an idea of how many there are in total, so there might be a chance I'm missing some key information. Even if I am, though, there were events in the ending that would certainly need a lot more than documents to fully explain. Now, heading in the other direction, there is always the chance that this story was meant to inspire speculation in the same way the good Silent Hill titles were. The only difference, though, is that the SH games include all the information needed to figure out the concrete, real series of events that took place. And given the 2 full playthroughs I have under my belt at this point, I haven't been able to find enough in Hollow Body to say that it follows in those same footsteps. That being said, I am willing to give the game a bit of leeway because there is something that lets me know I haven't fully cracked this nut yet. In the beginning apartment section, there's a key that can be reached with a contraption you'll be able to put together with some stuff you'll come across after gaining access to a house across town. When you return to the building, though, you're met with a closed shutter that can only be opened with a fuse. Now, sometime later, you will come across a pack of 3 fuses, and you're only going to have to use 2 of them in the course of beating the game, so easy peasy, right? Just take the fuse back to the apartment. Well, the problem is there's a sewer section in between those 2 locations, and that is a whole nother rabbit hole. Down here, there are 2 puzzles I was flat out not able to solve no matter how hard I tried. This series of locks are obviously important, but it seems like I need to place 4 hearts in these 4 hands before I could get to a point where I can mess with them. Which would be easy enough. I mean, I can get to all 4 hearts, but every time I walk into the room where I need to place the last one, it turns into a different room, which exits me into a long winding tunnel that's blocked on one end and leads to an exit ladder on the other. Using New Game Plus and the unlockable ultra hard difficulty mode, I have tried collecting these hearts in differing orders or placing them at different times, but I just can't seem to get to a point where I can solve the puzzle. Every single time, passing through the room's one and only entrance with either the last heart or all 4 hearts in your inventory teleports you to a tunnel where the only way you can go is forward. Now, I imagine if I was able to get past this point, I would be able to open these locks, which would allow me to slip past this shutter, which would allow me to grab this key, which would allow me to gain access to the one and only room in the starting building that requires a physical key and not a card. So for all I know, there is some much needed context still buried deep within the game using puzzle solutions I just flat out wasn't able to wrap my head around, which is one of the few issues with gaining access to a game before the general public. I do usually like to solve every puzzle and figure out every story beat for myself when I make these videos, but I'm not too proud to admit that I also count on user-made guides for aspects that keep me this stumped for this long. And that's not really an option when it's just me and a handful of other content creators playing through the game at the time I'm writing this script. As you can imagine, this adds a bit of frustration to the process of trying to summarize all this for you guys, because on one end, this game has a way too open to interpretation kind of ending where a lot of information is left out, or on the other, I'm just too dumb to have figured out how to gain the needed context that would make the picture come into a much clearer view. And I gotta admit, most of the frustration comes from the fact that I like this game's story and I genuinely want to understand it. I mean, it's hitting a buttload of checkboxes for me. The cyberpunk setting and undertones of fascistic corporate overreach. It may as well be a survival horror game set in the universe of Snow Crash or Altered Carbon, which is something that's so far in my wheelhouse that I might have to do a Google search and figure out what the hell a wheelhouse is. Anyways, the point is that either Hollow Body's story is far too open for me to find its conclusion personally satisfying, or it makes things way too hard to look into for answers. I mean, it makes it so hard that someone who lives for these games and got the good ending on their first try can't seem to find any despite having beaten it twice now. I really do hope that I've just missed something obvious and I can find out exactly how dumb I am when everyone else gets their hands on this thing, but given the info that I have at my disposal right now, I've got to say the game's incredible start and setup just doesn't lead to an equally satisfying conclusion. I can, however, assure you that its gameplay is an altogether much more positive subject. In the pantheon of new survival horror titles, it seems like most of the heavy hitters are going after the Resident Evil side of the spectrum in terms of gameplay and mechanics, which, believe me, is perfectly fine in my eyes, but because I do spend so much time talking about Capcom's darling zombie series, it can be kind of easy to forget that there's a second side of that coin. Where Resident Evil was holding down the fort in terms of scares and scarcity, Silent Hill was a little more comfortable making its fans question reality and their place in it. Essentially, if RE is Stephen King, SH is Kierkegaard. And by the way, if you understood that comparison, feel free to join me in a moment of silence for our collectively useless philosophy degrees. But bad decisions aside, I bring up that distinction because right from the start, you're going to be able to tell that Hollow Body leans much more towards one end of the spectrum than the other. And if you had any questions as to which side I'm referring to, the first few minutes of the game are going to lead you right into a masterfully done homage to SH1's iconic cinematic alleyway. But before we get too deep into the weeds, heading back to the very beginning, this game has 2 selectable difficulty modes along with an even tougher challenge unlocked after beating the game. Of the 2 initially available modes, one is the developer-intended experience, and the other one is for people who want to play something a little more laid back. And I know your initial reaction to this might be to recoil in horror, but I think it's kind of cool to allow people who might be new to the genre or just aren't very good at video games to get into an awesome survival horror title without the intimidation that these games can often give off. That being said, you know damn well here on this channel, we're going for the most nail-biting, tough challenge Hollow Body can throw at us, and on that note, I would say its unlockable punished mode is probably my favorite way to play it. Much like the series it's looking to emulate, I found things to be relatively breezy as soon as I figured out its quirks. Just like my experience with any of the good Silent Hill games, in Hollow Body I was flush with ammo right up until the end, and I had more than 10 healing items on me going into the final stretch. Of course, not everyone's going to have the exact same experience, but personally I found Punish Mode to offer the most tense playthrough. But that being said, this was not the case at first. Even on the normal mode, it only takes a few hits to send you to the game over screen, and depending on the enemy, those hits can be delivered at a rapid fire kind of rate. Naturally, you have a choice between melee and long-range combat, and past the first apartment section, those projectile-based weapons are going to start doing a lot of the heavy lifting, mostly because this is when you begin running into groups of bad guys. Now, this being a survival horror game, my conscience just wouldn't let me dip too far into my resources, so a go-to tactic for me was to take out a majority of the enemies in the room with bullets, or interestingly enough, arrows, and then switch over to a melee weapon to finish off what was left. But like I hinted at before, it took me a while to get the hang of the close quarters combat. Initially, I thought I'd take a slower approach, letting a monster wind up a hit, rushing in for a single counter, and then backing up to continue that pattern. And while this does reliably drop your antagonist, not only is it really slow, but it does nothing to prepare you for the second phase of strictly melee-based encounters. See, when you do enough damage, these twisted mutations will drop to the floor, and in some kind of jujitsu logic, these things are significantly more dangerous on the ground than they ever were standing up. As they crawl, they can move pretty fast, and their attacks can be executed with little to no weight in between them. Oftentimes, I would find my patented backup and wait method would lead to a bad guy dropping to the ground, and then the time it would take to close the gap and stomp them to death would give them just enough of an opportunity to give me a nasty case of death via shin punches. So I was forced to develop a new plan. Rush in like a meth head and slam on the attack button until my finger goes numb, which I found to be a much more reliable process. I mean, compared to my previous strategy, I almost never took damage in a one-on-one fight unless I messed up my spacing while baiting out that first attack. It seems like there's a bit of a pause between them falling to the ground and subsequently going Super Saiyan, so the best move I found is to stay in close, which is going to allow you to keep raining down blows before they get a chance to start stun locking you from the floor. Overall though, I would say combat is pretty satisfying once you figure out how to approach it, and it does a great job of emulating what you might find in any of the initial/good Silent Hill games. And speaking of that series, Hollow Body also makes more than liberal use of its camera system, specifically what you'd find in the PS2 titles of the franchise. And if you've never played one of those entries, this system can be kind of hard to explain verbally. Essentially, it's a free camera that will more often than not be stuck to your character model. Anytime you change direction, the camera's going to start slowly swinging so that it can maintain a behind-the-character kind of perspective. But because movement can be slightly erratic and the camera is really slow, you can often put it in a constant cycle of trying to keep up with you. I find that while this is still the case in Hollow Body to a degree, it's not quite as jarring as it can be in Silent Hills 2 or 3. It's kind of hard to pin down why that is, but there seems to be a little smoother of a transition between camera positions. And like the two aforementioned titles, there is the expected button to center the camera a little faster to your back, which again somehow works a little better than it did in those games. Once again, walking SH's well-worn path, there are other perspectives to account for here, and my beloved fixed camera system makes a showing. This type of view is used quite a bit throughout the game, but you'll see it mostly when an item that's important needs to be seen or when you've come to some kind of a roadblock. And I don't think I'm going to be dropping any kind of surprise bombs on you guys by saying that I wish it showed up a little more often. And besides my own bias, it's because the game has a great eye for creepy camera placement, and the fact that it stays ever so slightly in a wobbly kind of motion gives off hard voyeuristic vibes. Every time one of these perspectives came up, it was hard to shake the feeling that I was some kind of unknown force in the game world, looking in on stuff without my character knowing I was there, which was only made even more effective with one of the late game revelations. Of course, this being a survival horror game, there are a number of puzzles that are going to need to be solved, but for once, unlike Silent Hill, they tend to hover more on the point-and-click adventure side of things, which means you're going to come up against a dead end and need to backtrack to find some kind of half-obvious, half-moon logic item to allow further progress. My advice on that front would be try everything in your inventory on everything you come up against. And I'll say the game is actually really helpful on that front because it'll automatically open up your inventory if you have the item needed to complete a puzzle, but not if you don't. I will warn you though, one of the only puzzles in the game that takes SH's more read a document and intuit the solution from its buried contents approach is right at the start, and it stumped me for a good long while. I won't ruin its solution here or anything, but while playing the demo a while ago, some of the people in my chat were able to figure it out pretty handily, so there's a slight chance I'm just a brainlet. Which I think leads nicely into this next point. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit that I was 2 or so hours into the game before I figured out that these munition crates on the ground could be stomped for extra ammo. The entire time before this revelation, I kept wondering to myself when the game was going to introduce some kind of RE3-like system where I could blow these things up for easy kills, which I would say is at least a little understandable on my part. Moving on, as you make your way to the top of the apartment building, you'll come across this guy, and according to how you interact with him, you can effectively turn the rest of the game into an escort mission. But before you get too mad, it's handled really well for the most part. I mean, you won't need to wait for him to catch up to you before leaving an area or anything. The guy just sort of teleports right next to you when you go through a door, and even though he does seem to have a pain state when being hit by enemies, I wasn't able to get him to actually die. He does, however, have a bad habit of body blocking you, which gets progressively more annoying, especially in the sewer sections and its small tunnels. And since we are complaining, I was a little weirded out by the quick turn system. I mean, having a little menu you can bring up with the push of the triangle button, which allows you to switch between your melee and projectile-based weapons, is actually a really great idea. But maybe using that same menu to activate a quick turn wasn't quite so inspired. I mean, sure, it does effectively serve the same purpose as hitting down on the D-pad and run to perform one, but in Hollow Body's case, you need to hit triangle, then wait a second for the menu to appear, and then you're able to quick turn. I mean, yeah, I know it sounds like a very small thing, but I kept wanting to hit both buttons simultaneously, and right up to the last moments of the game, I had to stop and think for a moment to keep from doing that. Aside from those few, very small, skin-deep issues though, I found Hollow Body to be really damn fun. It does an amazing job at replicating that PS2 Silent Hill style of gameplay, and I found the puzzles to be just challenging enough that I didn't speed through them with ease, but I also didn't get stuck on any of them for so long that I wanted to look up a guide, which is good because like I said before, at the moment, one doesn't exist. This new wave of retro-inspired survival horror games are becoming so numerous that each one's looking to differentiate itself from the pack, and in terms of doing that, turning to Silent Hill instead of Resident Evil for your gameplay blueprints is 100% fine by me. I really enjoyed how well the game was able to emulate a style and a series of systems that you really don't see show up too often, and its relatively brief 4 to 5 hour runtime makes it incredibly easy to jump back in immediately for a second playthrough on a harder difficulty. Oh, and you know what? I should probably at least touch on that. In the punished mode, you're gonna have to burn enemies, otherwise they can revive, but at the risk of adding one more complaint to the pile, I think this wasn't as well thought out as the rest of the gameplay. The first issue is that I forgot to burn a whole lot of enemies in the apartments, and I really don't remember any of them returning as a threat, but more importantly, all you need is the starting lighter to burn them. So when you think about it, it isn't as much of an added constraint to the game's difficulty, but instead some kind of a memory check. I mean, if some other non-infinite resource was needed to burn the bodies, like the recently released Conscript or obviously the eternally amazing RE1 remake, it would be a great little addition to things. But as it stands, it kind of feels more like busy work. I give it an A for effort, but a D for execution. Like I said though, the rest of the game is killer. I mean, it's a love letter to a type of game that, even in this modern survival horror revival, doesn't get as much attention. Something that on its own is commendable. The fact that the exploration, combat, and puzzle solving are all very, very well executed is just icing on the cake. And with the Silent Hill 2 remake creeping up on its release date as I make this video, I gotta say it's really nice to be able to point to a modern game and say, hey Bloober team, you kinda fucked up. This is actually how it's done. If there's a single word I think perfectly sums up Hollow Body's presentation, it would be ambitious. The current trend in the indie scene, even outside of survival horror, is a more PS1 era inspired low poly look, which hits very close to home for me and is always going to be amazingly attractive, but HB instead opts for the generation directly after that. And that does make a lot of sense. I mean, respectfully, its gameplay was essentially lifted straight out of a PS2 Silent Hill title, so its look and feel may as well go to that same well for inspiration. Or at least that's the way I see it. There is of course always the possibility that some of the limitations of the game's look weren't exactly aesthetically artificial, but instead the actual ceiling of what was possible given the project's budget and resources. I, however, would rather live in a world where these guys purposely targeted something approximating what an extremely overclocked PS2 might look like. Regardless of intent though, this is a very, very good looking game. I've already mentioned how impressive its intro is, but I think it serves a really great purpose outside of wowing the player. Setting up that this futuristic cyberpunk world exists outside of the events of the gameplay really contextualizes how bad things have gotten in the exclusion zone. Plus, who doesn't love a moody looking out the window at a technological megalopolis scene?
She's still out there, Tax. Somewhere. Scared and alone.
The rest of the game, by comparison, is very dark, desolate, and I don't want to say more simplistic, but definitely not the densely populated cityscapes you'll see in the first few moments of the intro. Now personally, I've always had a thing for environments that resemble contemporary urban areas you might actually come across in your everyday life, except ravaged by time and disuse, and as you can see, Hollow Body has this in spades. The starting apartment complex does a great job of getting across the idea that this place was once a perfectly normal hub for people coming and going, but has long since been shaped by the destructive nature of the city's fall and the select few who came after and made it the location of their last desperate stand. Outside of a technical sense, the game does an amazing job with environmental storytelling. Almost everywhere you look, there's a dead body suggesting what that person might have been up to before their death, or some kind of a detail that might spark your brain to fill in the gaps and weave together its own explanation for things. For example, the security force corpses all over. I like to think that they were left behind to keep the peace, but were eventually overrun, either by some early form of the mutations we've been fighting, or maybe just the survivors they were there to subjugate. Speaking of which, the mutated citizens of the city continue with the Silent Hill inspiration with their vaguely recognizably human proportions and shape, but the fact that so many other defining features are left obscure or blank carries a nice little visual dissonance with it, making them both familiar and eerily alien at the same time. They also have that shaky, almost marionette kind of feel to their movements, which I don't know about you guys, but for me never fails to trigger a sort of pity response. Kind of like there's a pathetic feel to their movements and emaciated physique that can almost make you feel bad for taking them out. And for sure, the noises they make certainly don't help in that department. When they're not actively screaming at you, you'll most likely hear them wheezing or, disturbingly enough, kind of crying. Now, lighting is obviously an important part of any kind of horror game, but it's not often even AAA developers do things this correctly in my opinion. See, I've always felt that darkness in a game should be absolute darkness, and thankfully Hollow Body seems to agree. In most scenarios, outside the cone of your flashlight, things can be incredibly dim, almost approaching completely black, and it doesn't seem to be a draw distance, save on resources kind of thing, because if you look real hard, you can make out that the environment is fully rendered outside of the light. It's just accurately recreating the effect of only being able to see what's being lit. I know in a general gameplay sense, you might want your players to actually be able to see the game that you've spent so long working on, but I feel like this specific subgenre of horror benefits from less and not more visibility. Keeping with the cyberpunk setting of the game, we've got a lot of cool futuristic flourishes, like this readout that displays when you get near a dead body that not only identifies them, but also lists what caused their death. Sure, none of it's necessarily needed in a lore sense, but it's a small touch that I really enjoyed. Plus, I got a kick out of the idea of someone on the team painstakingly looking up a huge variety of medical diagnoses and inserting them into the game. In that same vein, the inventory screen is expectedly futuristic and Silent Hill looking, although I will admit that I encountered a few visual glitches that stayed with me for the entirety of both of my playthroughs. Outside of that though, being able to see Mika's eye while sifting through my items is really damn cool, and I know I'm in the minority as an appreciator of good inventories, but I just have to comment on stuff when it looks this slick. There are expectedly some areas where I think the independent nature of the game's production can pierce through the solid visual feel, but like I've already talked about in previous videos, I'm not really sure if I could be trusted to comment on things like that objectively. I've just always valued art and intention much more over execution with these retro revival titles, and as a guy who can legitimately look at a game released more than 20 years ago and say without a hint of irony that it not only competes with but often trumps most modern releases, I'm not really sure my brain is fit to reliably analyze anything visually. So instead, let's say this. Hollow Body is exactly what I wanted it to be graphically speaking. Both impressive in how accurately the team was able to portray the PS2 generation of game development and in how they implemented more modern amenities like per-vertex light casting and 4K render resolutions. Oh, and I should probably also mention that one of the unlockable features is a first-person mode, something that can be really fun to play around with, but the melee combat is sort of annoying and sometimes you could see the inside of Mika's brains. So it's more of a spiritual, we had room on the disc so why not type of thing. And since we are at least slightly trending more negative, I will admit the camera was a bit of a bugbear for me. On the plus side, I feel like it did a great job of mimicking the way SH2 and 3's camera operated, but tweaking things so that it wasn't as nausea-inducing. But at the same time, it also caught on the environment non-stop. Taking corners will often force the camera to move in really quick, unnatural ways, which never failed to surprise me for a second. I would get used to its normal swaying movement, and then all of a sudden it would snap in and out of position at light speed. Outside of that though, I really enjoyed the mix of traditional fixed and non-fixed perspectives. The two just perfectly fit together and made for a cohesive feel despite them being really damn different. And before we close this section out, I have to comment on the game's music. With all of the attention going into recreating so many aspects of Silent Hill, you might expect an Akira Yamaoka-esque medley of industrial metal clanking noises accompanied by modulated screaming. But Hollow Body instead goes for a more somber and ambient approach that ironically fits more into the mold of a Fatal Frame title than an SH one, which means it's less a collection of music and more of a series of mood-enhancing sounds stretched out to a song's length. The usual track in the game will consist of a single sonically altered sound that will play out for a hell of a long time before it crescendos, and as that sound starts to lower in volume, it's replaced by a different but roughly similar sound which will follow the same formula. And I know that sounds like a complaint, but the notes being hit do an amazing job of representing their environments and manipulating the mood of the gameplay. It's really good stuff, and on top of that, I always appreciate it when a sound guy knows the importance of using absolute silence to take the place of music, allowing the area itself to populate the sound field with ambient effects. Look, when we get right down to things, the real takeaway here is that these guys endeavored to put a skate park in their biological hazard zone, which is laudable, but the grind rail is way too close to the pyramid for anyone to realistically have a good run-up or landing when using it. So I guess consider my immersion completely broken, 0 out of 10.
So this is it. We just like to be proved here.
Well, there we have it. Another day, another awesome modern survival horror game. I am, of course, incredibly biased on this front, but these new titles releasing in the genre seem to have an incredibly disproportionate dud to winner ratio. I really mean it. Everything I've played lately has ranked right up there with the classic entries in this little horror offshoot, and Hollow Body is well in line with that experience. It covers a sector of these games that doesn't get as much attention as I would like, and it does so with the kind of talent it takes to both accurately recreate and innovate on something that most people don't really understand all too well. Its few select flaws, based on their relatively light nature, I would say likely won't make it a month after the game's actual launch, and even if they do stick around, they're obviously not enough to have soured my experience in the slightest. I know I keep bringing this up every chance that I get, but I am genuinely amazed at the level of quality coming out of this new genre revival. Sure, it could just be that I've been dreaming of a situation like this for most of my adult life, but I think the popularity of these games only proves my point. Right now, independent developers are starting to pump out titles that could rival mainstream releases, and these people, unlike the soulless AAA game factories that we currently deal with, aren't afraid to take risks like emulating old PS1 and 2 era gameplay. In short, we are all very, very lucky to be living through this moment, however long it ends up lasting, and even luckier to be able to play awesomely dope titles like Hollow Body. If I've sold you on this one, I'm going to have a link down in the description to its Steam page, so if you enjoy the idea of stretching out the length of this survival horror supremacy, make sure to support the developers who are making it happen. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I could personally take another 15 or 20 years of this. Well, that's about it for me, but here's hoping I see all of you again in the next one. If I don't though, thank you very much for watching. As usual, I'm Jared. And this is Avalanche Reviews. Like most of the projects I tend to cover on here, I discovered the Mute House while browsing Twitter, so I followed its developer, and to be completely honest, the project sort of slipped out of my head as there weren't all that many production updates and it had taken quite a long time to come out. And doing a bit of research for this video, I found out that this was all put together by a single person, which not only puts the time spent on completing it into more context, but it makes it seem relatively short, all things considered. And you know, in that same spirit, let's go ahead and dive into the meat of this thing.
That maniac, he's still behind me.
Now, if you guys haven't noticed yet, typically with one of these videos, I'll outline a game's story first and then move on to things like gameplay and presentation, but to be honest, there really isn't a whole lot here in terms of narrative, so we might be wrapping this section up a little faster than usual. At the start of the game, we get to hear an answering machine message left by a girl named Amber for her sister Emily. Amber says she's going to be home late, but she'll be alright because she's with a bunch of people. Now, God only knows how that situation led to this one, but some indeterminate amount of time later, we take control of Amber as she flees this weird-looking guy wearing a doll mask on his face. With the goal of slipping her pursuer, she dips into the basement of a creepy mansion, which is like rule number 1 on page 1 of the survival horror guidebook. At any point, no matter how bad the situation may seem, it can only be made worse by entering a creepy old house. And as anyone could have predicted, this move does end up leading to her getting caught. The game proper starts a few days after this incident as we take control over Amber's sister, who turns out to be a local police officer. Even though her comrades in arms are already in the process of working this missing persons case, Emily's decided to take things into her own hands, given how long Amber's been missing and the likelihood that she'd ever be found if the investigation goes on much longer. In spite of that, though, she's in communication with a fellow cop as she stands in front of the house, and he says he'll try his best to run interference for her so she can operate without anyone else coming in and messing up her solo mission. And I sure hope you cherished this story cutscene while it lasted, because outside of your cop friend trying to get in touch one last time, you will not be seeing another one till the very end of the game. It seems like Emily's personal motivation to find her sister merely acts as a believable reason to get her inside of the Foley mansion, and once she's crossed that threshold, things shift into a focus on whatever happened here and why there are flesh-hungry zombies roaming around.
Kurt, something's wrong here. There's a corpse in here.
And in true survival horror fashion, this specific plot thread is delivered 100% via journal entries and personal notes scattered across the property. As we come across these snippets of exposition, we find out this place used to be the home of a famous actress named Diane and her egghead husband Hector. A pairing that smells a little weird from the start, but things get even stranger as the woman of the house falls ill and her husband, in a desperate attempt at developing some kind of a cure for her sickness, starts digging up corpses to experiment on. Eventually, though, the bodies of the deceased stop being a worthwhile avenue for his weird scientific curiosities, so he instructs his mentally stunted but physically gifted sons to venture out into the surrounding forest and mountains looking for hikers or people looking to camp for the night so he can try vigorously applying the scientific method out on some living lab rats, which explains not only Amber's disappearance but the rash of missing person reports that this town's been the recipient of lately. And since there isn't exactly a lot of raw material to work with here, I'm gonna go ahead and give everyone a chance to skip past any story spoilers by heading to the timestamp on screen or using the YouTube chapters. Like I already said, there isn't a whole lot here to spoil in the first place, but there is a bit of a twist at the end that I think is worth not ruining if you plan on checking out the Mute House for yourself. Alright, as Emily continues her search for Amber, the developing origin story of this house of horrors begins to come into clear focus. Like I already laid out, the husband in this scenario is driven by a desperate attempt at keeping his wife alive, but running alongside this tale, a bit of a side story starts to develop. This whole time we've been coming across the personal accounts of the house's butler, Robert, a man who's been working for Diane Foley essentially since she was born, and like Hector, he's dedicated to staying by her side. Through this perspective, we get to hear about Mr. Foley's descent into madness and how bad things had gotten by the end. At one point, our resident mad scientist discovers that his wife's disease seems to abate when she's subjected to extremely low temperatures. So like any rational person would do, he sets up a refrigeration system pumping super chilled air into her bedroom with the hope of slowing down her eventual death. A move that apparently wasn't enough to fully halt her decline, as a diary entry from butler extraordinaire Robert informs us that Diane died in November of 1969. An event that didn't exactly do very much to her husband's resolve, as his new mission soon became to find a way to bring her back to life. Our guy Robert is understandably skeptical that that's ever going to happen, but he's just about as dedicated to the late Diane as the guy who married her, so he decides to stay on as a butler and facilitate Hector's continuing experiments. During this time, Hector creates what he calls a revenant and what I call a dead body brought back to life. And while it is in the ballpark of what he's striving for, the fact that these things don't retain any ability to think means it's not exactly an ideal solution for his current problem. But undeterred as ever, Hector continues his experiments but switches over to living test subjects, which is what drives him to start sending his sons out to capture hikers and campers from the surrounding mountains. And our guy stays riding that high of being able to create zombies in a lab until about 20 years later, when he's essentially reached the literal and metaphorical end of his rope. In one last-ditch effort, he develops a Hail Mary injection containing all of his combined efforts to revive his long-dead wife, and when that fails, he resigns himself to stay in the makeshift meat locker he's designed for her forever. The guy's racked with guilt, not only just for the atrocities that he's committed, but the fact that they all ended in failure, so he lays down beside her and ends things on his own terms. which should have ended his reign of madness, but there's a catch. All of this time, Hector's made it incredibly clear to his mentally disabled son Cain that all of the slaughter and bloodshed has been necessary to revive his mother. So even after Hector checks out, Cain continues some approximation of what his dad was up to while he still had a pulse. Now in the meantime, with both of his employers dead, Robert decides he wasn't about to be the odd man out, so he sets up his own, let's say DIY finale. But just before he slips away, Diane Foley shows up and takes the rope from around his neck. In a note, Robert says that she's weak but alive, so he scoops her up and takes her away from the house of horrors that acts as a byproduct of her resurrection. By the time we come across this note, Emily's finally found her sister Amber, who's alive and maybe not well, but definitely alive. During the final climax, Emily sets the house ablaze and dumps a staggering amount of 9 mil into Cain, leading to a nice little reunion in front of the inferno that used to be the Foley Mansion. All in all, I'd say it's a nice little bow to put on this whole thing. But before we consolidate our thoughts on all of this, let's fuck with everyone who skipped the spoilers. The human mind can come up with some pretty wild stuff, but at no point when starting this game did I imagine it would all be the work of ancient Egyptian aliens in cahoots with the Bolivian government, and that the Mute House would share the same narrative universe as the late 90s spin-off show Stargate SG-1. Alright, so like I already said, there isn't exactly a lot of story in the Mute House to go over. The general format is, we start with the inciting incident of Amber being snatched and her cop sister Emily going in alone to rescue her. Then for just about the entire game's runtime, you're going to get nothing pushing that plot forward, but instead an offshoot story concerning the Foley Mansion and what led to it being filled with the living dead. So we've basically got all of our bases covered. The initial event that leads to the player being in the house, and then the mystery that might have them wondering why they're gunning down zombies. And it seems clear to me that the second one is the story that the Mute House's developer really wanted to tell. But you know, at the risk of shitting on a labor of love, it wasn't exactly my favorite tale ever spun. Not that it didn't have some high notes or end on an actually compelling note, but I just wasn't feeling the flow of it. I mean, if we look at things a little more objectively, a lot of your typical storytelling essentials are checked off, but there just wasn't anything here that I personally connected with. I think it might have been easier to get me over the threshold of interest if maybe things weren't so bare bones, or if there were any interactions with a living representative of the Foley House section of the plot, discounting the son. But I do sort of see the value in Emily essentially stumbling her way through finding out these details long after the mystery's taken its course. I'm a little torn on this one. On one end, it serves its purpose of giving me some kind of a non-gameplay oriented reason to continue playing, but the story doesn't really go out of its way to be anything more than that, which to be fair may have been intentional. You know, it'd be a lot easier to criticize this story if it were told poorly or if it didn't have a satisfying conclusion, but I think this is one of those situations where I just didn't get into the general vibe. Truly, I can't point at any one thing that turned me off or anything. It just wasn't to my usual taste, I guess. Which means I can't really say if anyone else would find it interesting. An idea that doesn't bode well for a guy whose job it is to do just that. So let's throw a tentative meh at the Mute House's story and jump into what I find to be its best asset, its gameplay. When I describe a game as being classic survival horror, I'm typically pointing at the earlier parts of the genre's existence. Think Resident Evils 1 through Code Veronica. But in the Mute House's case, I have to be a little more specific because this game feels to me very much like an RE1 type of situation. Meaning that it's got a solid base of the genre's typical early gameplay foundations, but doesn't go too far outside of that to do its job well. The Foley Mansion is an absolutely perfect setting for this type of game, with more locked doors than unlocked and a good number of esoteric puzzles required to progress further into its depths. Moving around is handled with tank controls.
My favorite.
And I'd say this is a really good implementation of that system. Running around the mansion's relatively narrow halls and larger rooms feels nice and smooth with great turning and running speeds. I did notice that using a D-pad had me needing to make these constant micro adjustments to my heading to keep from running into any walls, but this was solved by using the analog stick instead. Of course, as some of you already know, I am a stuck-in-my-ways old guy, so I chose to stick with the D-pad regardless, and this small issue never led to any deaths or anything like that. Truth be told, the only thing about this that really bothered me is that it would make the footage showing up in this video look a little wonky, so it was more of a vanity thing and not a real issue with the broader controls. Really though, I could care less if the game's tank controls somehow had a hand in the 9/11 attacks, because for the first time in the genre that I can think of, we have the ability to run in reverse.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go.
Which I know is gonna sound like a bit, but just imagine how much better your favorite Resident Evil title would be if you could dash backwards. I mean, we're talking game-changing stuff here. The only real downside with this is that I found out it was possible like 2/3 of the way through the game. And I feel like that's really understandable because who the hell's gonna try to run backwards in a survival horror title? Also, the progression of coming across keys, items, and new puzzles felt really well balanced with a nice flow that kept me in a moving forward sort of state for just about the entire time. There were exceptions to this, but we'll get into those later. Now, as you're running around searching for the next new area of the mansion, you will have occasion to draw your firearm and transfer some bullets from your magazine into the bodies of freshly revived dead people, and I'll say the combat here is just as fine-tuned as the controls. There is a slight deviation from the Resident Evil design manuscript in that you auto-aim at the closest enemy by default, but after a quick button press, you can go into manual aiming mode using a laser reticle as a guide. Something that I first assumed was going to play some pivotal role in the combat, but ended up only being necessary for shooting a single item in the last 5 minutes of gameplay. Outside of that though, blasting on these science experiments feels really good with a super satisfying fire speed compared to most games in the genre.
What was that?
Something that I would say kind of makes up for the fact that there were only 2 weapons in the game that I came across. But you know, it's a good thing that shooting at enemies works as well as it does, because the normal zombies in Mute House can cover a deceptively vast amount of ground when they're aggroed. I'm not exactly sure how to express this, but there's something about their movements or maybe their walking animation that makes it seem like they shouldn't be this speedy.
Get off!
And while you can technically avoid them, it's probably better just to clear a room out in most scenarios, unless it has a really wide open floor plan like this dining room here, where I can get away with only ever taking out the one zombie that spawns by the door on the far side of the table. However, if you do choose to lean more on resource conservation and fast footwork than the combat, which I do applaud by the way, the zombies' nimble speed and magnetic grabs make them a much more imposing threat than your average member of The Walking Dead. I found that ammo, for the most part, was just plentiful enough that I had what I needed to take care of most threats, but not so much that I was an unstoppable killing machine. The only exception to that rule is that you'll probably want to save most of your shotgun ammo for the mid-game when other enemies start showing up. Piggybacking off of that idea, throughout the entire experience, I noticed that the developer was very meticulous about including a good majority of the kind of tropes that you'd commonly see in some of the earlier Resident Evil titles. But not content with mere parody, they also made slight changes to those tropes so that the usual calm or temporary relief that they would normally give the player is replaced by a new source of stress. One of the better handled examples of this is how the game leans on a 50-50 balance between reward and risk. For example, equipping the powerful shotgun might net you easier kills, but it also reduces your run speed. And the more common healing items, which are leeches by the way, shout out to medieval medical practices. Anyways, using one of these doesn't heal you instantaneously, but instead it slowly brings you back to max health, and while it's working its magic, you're unable to run. So even the things meant to help you in your journey here are also going to be potential hindrances. And I'm sure we're all familiar with the concept of an item box. You know, a place where you can store all of your spare items to keep your inventory freed up for potential stuff you may come across down the road. Well, here in Mute House, not only are these very limited in space, but their contents aren't persistent across the other item boxes. So for example, if you leave some ammo in one of them, you're not going to have access to that ammo from another location's item box. Let me assure you, these things aren't exactly dotting the environment, so you're probably going to end up with a smattering of various items scattered across 2 or 3 main area hubs. Something OGs might remember is being included in Resident Evil 1's original prototype builds. And you know, I think this is where the Mute House actually shines the brightest. Oftentimes in these independent survival horror titles, you'll see the game's developers experiment with common genre tropes, replacing typical mechanics or systems with something different to either change the experience for the player or just better fit what that specific dev enjoys the most. In last year's Conscript, we saw the usual survival horror fixed perspectives replaced with angled top-down ones, and the addition of stealth mechanics along with weapon degradation. Likewise, You Will Die Here Tonight saw the inclusion of what boiled down to a live system. Basically, any character that died during the course of the game stayed dead, but the progress they made towards escaping the mansion stuck around, so you could eventually get to the end goal as long as you threw enough bodies at the situation. And you could say the same thing for its RPG-esque enemy encounters that led to stationary first-person combat. These are all features from what I would call amazing survival horror games, but I don't think you could individually call them survival horror mechanics. They're just really cool stuff thrown on top of the genre's usual foundation to add some flair or individuality. By comparison, here in Mute House, the systems in use are all just about as survival horror specific as it gets. I mean, if you strip this thing down, there's almost nothing included that couldn't also be found in the first Resident Evil game. They've all just been tweaked in order to add a not insignificant amount of difficulty. Like, imagine if you went to use a first aid spray in the fight with Jan, but you had to continue avoiding attacks without running for the next minute or so because the effects of your healing item hadn't fully kicked in and made walking your only option. Or what if the storage boxes and the aforementioned prototype builds made it into the finished game and you had to trek back to every single item box to grab the specific items you left in each? Like the title of this video says, the Mute House, for lack of a better word, is survival horror on hard mode. Almost every single element that you could call a staple in the genre can be found here, but altered to add to the stress and suspense that most people already associate with these games. For example, opening the inventory screen, instead of giving you a bit of breathing room from the terrors around you, leaves the game running in the background, albeit at a slightly slower rate. Thank God for that. So if you thought you were going to be able to casually just pause the game mid-combat and do some healing, load your weapons, or just take a breather, you better hope you got yourself a nice big lead on whatever you're fighting, because they can grab a hold of you while you're messing around in there. And speaking of that second to last point, the act of reloading has been made a little more involved in a way that I really enjoyed. Okay, so normally in one of these titles, you'd hit the reload button and your character would jam a new magazine into their weapon. When this happens, if there were any rounds left in the previous one, they'd essentially be carried over and added to the new one, along with however many rounds are needed for a full clip. Well, here in the Foley residence, things work a little more like real life. Popping a fresh magazine into your pistol is definitely going to get you to full capacity, but anything left in the last one is still going to be there. Now luckily, and this totally could have went the other way with how hard this game is, but Emily does throw her spare magazines on the floor and not in a garbage disposal, so you can get that ammo back, but it's going to be in the form of that same partially filled mag. And I really enjoyed this part. Your gun's current ammo count isn't displayed anywhere in the inventory, so the only way to check whether or not you're about to waste some rounds of 9mm is to hit the quick turn button while you're aiming, which will see Emily ejecting the current magazine and looking at what's in there. Now, this certainly isn't the first time I've seen a system like this being used in a horror game before, but I think it's the first time I've connected with it so well. It just fits in so perfectly to the kind of approach that survival horror usually has to game difficulty. Instead of being mechanically challenging to engage with, like requiring the player to hit just the right commands at a moment's notice, these games are more interested in challenging a player's tactical thinking and ability to plan ahead. Essentially, in a survival horror title, it's often more about what you did leading up to the fight and less about how well you perform in it. This is the specific type of challenge that the Mute House is looking to pose. Your inventory is incredibly limited and your ammo count doesn't stack past the max capacity of your weapon, so space comes at a premium and you really want to figure out what you're going to need before you get to where you're going, which is going to force you to keep at least some semblance of knowledge on how many resources you have scattered across the game's few non-connected item boxes. And like we already talked about, carrying a nice big shotgun in one of these games is usually enough to ease anyone's mind, but when having it equipped means severely limiting your movement speed, that becomes a bit tougher of a choice to make. And sure, you could just leave it in your inventory without equipping it, but you'll need to keep in mind that the game never pauses while you're rooting around in there. So if a threat does present itself, you better hope you can respond to it with enough time to make that a viable plan. Similarly, if you're in a fight and you've lost track of your ammo count, it might be momentarily more advantageous to just reload, potentially dropping perfectly good ammo on the ground, because depending on the situation, that might actually be quicker than running dry just as you're about to deliver the killing blow. And right when you're starting to make peace with all of these hardened survival horror mechanics, the Mute House throws you into this stupidly awesome section containing these creepy-ass, mostly blind enemies. And even compared to the already elevated levels of stress that the rest of the game has to offer, the tension here is just next level. These things can one-hit you if you get within their grab range, with the only nerf to their OP power levels being that they've got a few built-in disabilities. They're basically blind as a bat, but if they see your flashlight, they're going to start heading in that direction, and the same thing goes for the sound of Emily running. So you're obviously going to want to use both sparingly and only when you're an okay distance from any of these monsters. The only problem is there's next to no light in this section of the house outside of the moonlight cascading in from a scant few windows. So you can get yourself into a situation where turning on the light is your only choice, but you're not sure what's better. Running into one of these mutated bodybuilders in the dark and dying, or turning your light on, attracting one and dying. And just for fun, sometimes they're going to be straight up in the way of your progress, so you're going to have to make some noise or use your flashlight to lure them out and slip past them. Oh, and it gets spicier because as you continue forward, you're going to run into some of these things that'll keep what seems to be a random patrol route, which really ups the challenge. Honestly, this might be my favorite area in the game. It feels like a very doable hurdle in your way, but still enough of a threat that I had to stay on my toes and utilize some quick thinking. Every bit of survival horror game design orthodoxy is balanced by some amount of risk-reward here in the Mute House, and I genuinely find this to be one of the best features it has. I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy the hell out of fast, input and timing sensitive gameplay. I probably have more than 300 hours invested in Street Fighter V's online versus mode across the PS4 and PC. That stuff is definitely great, but I turn to these survival horror games to scratch a very different itch, and the Mute House has given me an unexpected twist on things I thought I already knew by heart. On the surface, this is a pretty by-the-numbers entry in the genre. I mean, if I just list off its features, like tank controls, limited inventory, item boxes, standard genre combat, resource scarcity, and puzzles, it sounds like any other game I've covered in the past. But once you dig into each one of those things, you start to find a very cool, deceptively engaging set of tools to mess around with. And you know, since we have sort of broached the subject, I don't think it needs to be said that this genre is built off the back of puzzle solving, but then again, I just did, so maybe it needs to be said just a little bit. Regardless though, when you come across a survival horror game, it typically slots into one of two categories. There's the more Resident Evil coded mechanical challenges, you know, stuff like pushing boxes, ordering button presses by some kind of a theme, or valve pressure gauges. Then you've got the Silent Hill side of the spectrum, which leans much more heavily on reading comprehension. In these types of puzzles, it's often necessary to go through a piece of text with a fine-tooth comb looking for coded hints that may require more than a little interpretation. And the puzzles that you're going to run into in the Foley Mansion definitely veer harder into that Silent Hill side of the column, which, full disclosure, I really suck at. Now, to the game's credit, these are the kind of head-scratchers that I eventually figured out with some critical thinking and a bit of experimentation, but in my opinion, they did bring my forward progress to a complete halt, which isn't ideal. There are a few really intuitive ones, though. Like, for example, there's this one in the cemetery where you're going to have to read headstones and translate what's on them to a deck of tarot cards, or this one in the library where you're given instructions on how to activate a series of floor switches with a story. There's a music puzzle where you need to match a full song with 4 different gramophones, and it really gave me problems, but shout out to the developer only including 4 of these, making it much easier just to brute force it. I'll admit though, I did have my fair share of issues with the piano one. I eventually got it down, but it took a good long while. Without giving away the solution, I'm just going to save you guys a bit of potential frustration by saying, just focus on the black keys. I actually had a joke here about that weird early 2000s surf rock post-punk band, The Black Keys, but I didn't think anyone would get it, so I took it out. Just so you guys know the level of care that goes into these videos. Like I was saying though, I did eventually get this one down without a guide, but I can't really say it wasn't mostly because of a similar puzzle in Silent Hill on the PS1. Now, I think it's important to re-establish that I tend not to do very well with these specific kinds of puzzles in any game, and because of that, they can often bring my playthroughs to a grinding halt until I wrap my head around them. I'm sure those of you who prefer SH2's hard puzzle difficulty setting will be right at home though. As for me, they straddled a very thin line between I figured them all out and it took a little longer than I would have liked. To give you guys an idea of where I'm coming from though, in my experience, Silent Hill 3's tarot card puzzle at the very end always takes me like an hour to finish every time I play that game, while the notorious water sample section is easily one of my favorite puzzles in RE3, so there's most certainly a chance that my brain is just wired up wrong.
Kurt, this house. Crazy things happened here.
And speaking of that, it's probably time we switch over from compliments to critiques, but before we slip on the steel toes and start stomping, it is important to keep in mind this is a project developed by a single person. And that being the case, the goal here isn't necessarily to insult this person's work, but instead to inform any potential players of what they might run into outside of tough as nails survival horror gameplay. So if I do mention something that seems egregious to you, keep in mind that my overall opinion of the game is still very positive, and at the very least, at the time of writing this, the game's only $12 or $13 on Steam, which I think can excuse more than a few scuffs on the paint job. And the tip of the iceberg, I would say, is controller support that isn't exactly all the way there, the main problem area being your inventory. To be fair, if you're using the controller in combat or while you're running around the Foley Mansion, everything works perfectly, but as soon as you open up that inventory or use an item box, you're forced to control a cursor with the analog sticks as if you were using a mouse. Now usually this wouldn't be too big of a deal. After all, if a game wasn't made to work with a specific control style, then you just use what it was clearly optimized for. But I feel like when you work on a game like this, you need access to a good D-pad. How it currently works is you'll use the left stick to move the cursor way too slow and the right analog stick to move it way too fast. Now personally, this isn't the worst issue to get used to, but since the game does keep things moving when you have that inventory window open, this less than ideal method of menu navigation can make things veer a little too close to that unfair side of the spectrum. On this same level, I was really relieved to see that Emily had the ability to drop items because of her limited inventory, but there must be some kind of bug with this mechanic because the only way I could get it to work right was to break an item stack into a single instance of itself. I tried this with just about everything, and the only way to drop something was one unit at a time. Now, on the plus side, the developer is still actively working on bug fixes, so there is a better than good chance this is going to be addressed, and in the grand scheme of things, even if it isn't, it doesn't exactly bring things down to any significant degree. What does have more of a noticeable effect, in my opinion, is the decision to not include a map. Something that's always been a pretty large pillar holding up the survival horror style of game design. As I'm sure most of you know, these games often rely heavily on the player returning to previously visited locations in order to further progress into the environment, and sometimes this can happen long after your last visit to said area. So it really can help being able to bring up some sort of a guide to point you in the right direction. Now, in the Mute House's defense, the layout of the mansion is actually fairly easy to keep in your memory, but I won't lie, there were a few spots that had me struggling to remember how to make it back to some specific room or hallway. I think the worst offenders, though, are a couple of locations that can easily be obscured by the camera placement. There's one in the basement next to the save room that can be really easy to overlook, but I think the worst one is this spot under the stairs. In both cases, there is a carpet on the floor leading to these doors, but that was something I really only took notice of after I'd realized that they were there. Before that, I got my hands on a key and I ended up circling nearly every single room in the mansion until realizing I could move on to a new screen if I ran slightly to the left instead of straight forward right here. And to return to the previous complaint, I think small issues like this would have been easily cleared up by the inclusion of some sort of a map. To be totally honest, I can't 100% say that this wasn't a conscious choice on the part of the developer to increase difficulty or maybe some sort of an overlooked aspect of the game's creation. On the plus side, this didn't even come close to ruining the game for me, but I can't also say that it wouldn't have been a little more user-friendly to have had access to a map. And I'll go ahead and warn you ahead of time, for this last one, I'm gonna get real damn petty. Okay, so I am very used to doing quick turns in survival horror games by hitting down and the run button, and that kind of muscle memory had me really struggling to keep in mind that the Mute House's version of this trick is performed with the right bumper. I truly cannot blame this on the game's developer, but it's just something that messed with my brain's limited capacity throughout the early hours of playing this thing. So if you are, like me, a graduate of the old school style of this genre, maybe expect a bit of neural rewiring to be necessary before it feels fluid. Outside of those small issues though, I would say the Mute House is well worth a little more than $10 to try out. I mean, it is wildly impressive that a single person was responsible for all of this, but more than that, it shows a very interesting and different perspective on the genre. In a lot of ways, it sort of feels like a difficulty enhancement mod that a person might make for the first Resident Evil game, and I use that as a compliment. Without a doubt, the Mute House shows a very clear understanding of how these games are meant to operate and only suffers from the kind of problems that I expect would be common to any low-budget, no-staff development project. It's a kick-ass but imperfect little addition to what has become the booming scene of modern Resident Evil likes, and my position on that matter has always and will always be the more the merrier.
Not again. You'll find new ones, Amber.
In terms of presentation, the Mute House is what I would call a perfect specimen of focusing your limited attention on all of the right visual elements. Because yes, it would be very easy to point out that the enemy you're most likely to come across in the game is represented by the same exact 3D model every time, or that Emily's sister looks like the pinup girl on a poster hanging in a very nerdy lumberjack's room. But I mean, come on, just look at the ocular atmosphere in this place. The flashes of lightning silhouetting everything in a dark room, the flowing leaves and bushes moving with the breeze, these absolutely tasty fixed camera angles. It's beautiful, and I'm fairly certain that these are 3D backdrops, or maybe they're just some of the most convincing 2D images I've ever seen in a video game. Either way, that's impressive. And on the note of things that get me stimulated in all of the right ways, real-time dynamic light sources with perspective-correct shadow casting, absolute chef's kiss. I'll admit that I spent an embarrassing amount of time just approaching objects from different angles to marvel at how well these things work, which I would say was time well spent in my view. There also seems to be a bit of motion blur going on in the character animations that I didn't notice at all until after beating the game, and this does a great job of blending animation frames together in a way that tricks the eye into seeing them as being way more smooth than they actually are. On the negative side of things though, this same effect is used for camera transitions, which I really can't explain why this is, but has always made me think of really low quality Unreal Engine projects. And since we're talking about blurring, the game by default sets its anti-aliasing to max, and that level's actually recommended in the options, but I found it to be a little too smeary looking. That being said, setting it too far below that results in some really bad aliasing on the edges of stuff like hair, so I found that the high option was a nice middle ground that let me see small details but kept lines looking smooth. And listen, I know I mentioned it not even a second ago, but you really can't discount how good these camera angles are. I've always thought that one of the best upsides to this style of perspective is giving the game's developer total control over how certain scenes are viewed by the player. It allows them to add so much more to specific moments in the game by utilizing the same camera angles that you'd see in a movie. You know, the kind that often subconsciously direct how you're feeling from moment to moment. And it seems to me that the person who created the Mute House has a very solid grasp on cinematography. Either that or some sort of naturally great eye for shot composition and makeup. And I'll level with you for this next one. I'm not exactly sure that I needed there to be jiggle physics on our main character, but now that we do have them, I'm not exactly going to complain about it. And you know, now that I'm thinking about it, it strikes me that we've had the tech to make boobs jiggle since the advent of the Sega Saturn, but why have we yet to see a game pioneer the art of booty physics? This isn't relevant to the Mute House specifically, but I mean, come on, games industry, there's an untapped market out here, and if we're gonna goon, let's goon. On a bit of a more serious note though, there were some issues that I ran into here that I can't exactly hand wave away, and the king of them is something I'm sure all of you have already long noticed: the aggressive letterboxing this game uses. Now, I get that this was most likely a very conscious creative decision on the part of the developer, and I'm not trying to rag on someone's personal taste, but the aspect ratio here did sort of bother me. Not necessarily in a way that kept me from enjoying the game. I mean, it didn't take very long for me to no longer be able to see them, but it's more the principle of the matter. I mean, it seems obvious that the idea here was to go for a very wide field of view and potentially a more cinematic look, but in my opinion, it was really rare that the extreme edges of the left and right sides of the screen contained any sort of visual information that would sorely be missed at regular old 16:9 widescreen. Now, I can admit that looking back over my captured footage, just viewing it and not playing it, this choice does make for a very slick presentation, but I just sort of feel like the player should be able to opt in or out of that sort of thing. Maybe. I don't know. As I'm thinking more about it, I'm sort of talking myself out of feeling this way. I guess leave a comment whether or not this would bother you, because all of a sudden I don't know how I feel anymore. Outside of the whole ultra-wide thing though, I do think the animation that plays when you get grabbed by zombies stops sort of unnaturally. It's a very abrupt shift from kicking them away and your regular stance. And you know, even though I already said it wasn't a big deal, I do kind of feel like the game would have really benefited from a few more zombie designs. I totally get that the kind of hardships a single game dev is going to be operating under might make something like that a little more tough than it would be otherwise, but I would have liked a little more variety in the way these deadheads look. Now, all of that being said, we've got ourselves a comfy-ass save room theme and a persisting cat that you can actually pet, so when we factor that into the equation, 10 out of 10, no notes. The Mute House was a great little playthrough. My clear time clocked in at about 6 or 7 hours, and for less than $15, I'd say it makes for a killer, self-contained survival horror experience. Now, of course, there were little signs of the project's low budget, lack of staff, and English not being the developer's first language all around if you're looking for them. But there's also all kinds of examples of ingenuity, a creative outlook, and lots of love for the genre as well. The game really won me over when I realized that it was going for a tougher version of the classic form of that style that you'd be more likely to find in the first RE title. And when I came to see it as classic survival horror but more appropriately difficult, it was hard not to fall in love with it. That being the case, I have no issues recommending it to you guys. And if you do plan on taking me up on that recommendation, a little word of warning. Things may seem a little simplistic at first, but I guarantee you it won't take more than the first hour for you to realize, damn, I'm actually being challenged here. And most importantly, in a way that makes sense for this type of video game. So if you have 6 to 8 hours to burn and $12 in your pocket, I'd say there's not too much you could do that would be as rewarding as heading over to Steam and grabbing yourself the Mute House. I'd love to see this developer get the attention they deserve and enough of a return on investment that they're able to continue developing awesome survival horror games, because at the end of the day, that's what we're all looking for. And with that in mind, I think it's time for me to get back to work. Hopefully I get to see all of you again next time, but until then, I'm Jared.
What the hell?
And this is Avalanche Reviews. Hey buds, big thanks for popping in. If you got a kick out of this video, I'd appreciate a little help putting out more like it. I've got a Patreon you could check out, or you could become a member here on YouTube. Either way, I'm thrilled you made it to this point, and I hope you have yourself a badass day. I'll see you guys later.